Hello, everybody. Did you see our cool background? Is everybody audible? Yes. You can see us all there. Daisy says hi, everybody. Did you see our background? Our background was created by AI. Andrew, are you audible? Hello?
I am audible, I think.
Okay, yes. Say hi.
Yeah.
Hello. Make me
Hello.
talk all by myself.
Hi.
There's 2 cats on the stream.
Yeah.
Daisy, say hi. Optimus is here with us again. You jumped in at the end of the last one, I think.
No,
actually, it was
at the.
It was the watch party.
Yeah.
Yes.
So nobody.
Yeah. So this is the first live stream that Optimus is with us on.
Hello.
Whoa! Where did you go, Andrew?
Oof.
There we go. Are we live? Yes, we're live.
Yeah. We're
Who
live.
else has come here? There is a grey Poopay.
Hello.
Indeed.
Hi. Well, I'm Catrew too.
That's pretty
Look at me.
awesome.
I'm also Catrew.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
There we go. Well, I guess this is it. Where is Jab? Jab said he was coming. I've sent the link to Jab Slant.
Yeah.
Bot running. There we go. Am I delayed or something? No, I'm fine.
No, you're fine.
I think the camera might be delayed because of the virtual camera. Hey, I think it is.
You're in sync.
Yeah, it's matching up for us.
Okay, that's good. It's okay. It's not a huge change. I can turn it off quickly. It's not like I'm going to fuck up the stream, usually. What?
No worries.
What's this? For fuck's sake, Andrew. What's wrong, David? Is he just too cute?
Apparently, he prefers the panda.
Daisy's like, I'm the only cat allowed here. I'm the only one. Yes, Daisy's the only one. Oh, sorry, I need to change my name to Kitty and Daisy. Kitty and Daisy. We're just waiting to see if Jab will come. I did open. I would close Discord because it was causing delays. I will update the thumbnail, Optimus, after the stream.
As you do.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Daisy, I can see. Oh, I'll hop in for 30 and 40 minutes, yes. So we might have a Hydra
awesome.
come in and say hi.
Yeah.
That would be a good thing.
Exciting.
Jab. Jab whenever you can.
Hopefully, by next not tomorrow, not my stream, but next week, this stream, I should have my avatar all ready and set up. Hopefully,
the real Catrew.
Hopefully,
does your avatar have a gaming chair too, or is that just a cat thing?
No. It can. I don't know how it's gonna go. See, there's a variety of props I can use.
Yes, he had an
It's not
axe.
just porn sunglasses.
He had an axe. Look, the other day he had an axe. Like, you have my axe, and then nobody.
Yeah, we were doing Lord of the Rings references, and it was like, you have my sword, my bow, and I was like, and my axe,
and Optimus.
We didn't notice at first.
Yeah, I didn't. Optimus was laughing. I'm like, oh, and Andrew to be like, no one. And he's shaking his head to show this thing. Josh, You can also join if you'd like, hey? If you would like a link, you can join us. Because you're a podcast man. I'm sure you're okay with talking to a whole bunch of us. Hydra win. I'm only here for him. That's just mean, eh? Hi, Rags. Yeah.
Yes.
So this is what we're going to go through today. Oh, yes. And now we have a fancy Andrew. Fancy Catrew.
Oh,
Yes,
I didn't even notice.
Oh.
So, I don't know. Wait, let's just check. Okay, Hydra's not here yet. Might join in a while. Thanks for the invite. Josh, you're on the Discord, right? With your name. I just need to find Josh.
Or I could totally go with the gaming aesthetic. No.
Oh, I think it's perfect.
Okay, wait,
oh,
wait,
it
you can
disappeared.
change the size.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. That was
Wait.
funny.
But your ears are higher up.
I know.
Listen.
Totally impractical.
Okay, who's here? It's a Hydra. There you go. 333. You've got your Hydra.
Hello. I did a lot of hustling and time squeezing in order to be here, so you better fucking appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh my god, I just
Thank
noticed.
you.
Catrew, Jesus, is that the cat avatar or what?
Yes, Jeff.
Love it.
And
Hey,
your
I've
chair
got
is
a real
moving
cat.
together with you.
I know it moves with him because he's so enthusiastically moving.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kitty. What were you saying? I was just so focused on the cat.
I was just
Those
saying it's
headphones
moving
don't work with this
because
avatar.
He's just so enthusiastic. His chair moves with him as well.
Yeah, you were saying something before that. What was that? Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I was just sending. I'm just figuring out where Josh is. So I'm sending a link.
What are those?
What are those? Blasters?
They look like blasters. They're supposedly like headphones. So what you do is you do like.
What?
Oh,
I
can
see it.
And then.
Okay, so the model
then
isn't
I go.
anything correctly.
Oh no! Andrew's on. David's on to us. Wait. Cars don't game. You mean cats? But yes, cars don't either. Or talk. Nothing here seems right at all.
Something like that. Something like that. This is supposedly what you're supposed to do.
Huh. So it's
Okay,
like a
so
Lobot cat thing?
Yeah, something like that. But I'm just gonna turn it off.
So
It's
weird.
distracting.
Okay, so first of all, I want us to have a look at our background because it's just what it's not forever, but where are thumbnails? No, is it in here? Did I saved it? Yes. Okay. Not for thinkers, I put in thinkers in as a prompt for the AI and then put it into punk, cyberpunk sort of thing.
Ooh, yeah. I see it.
So that's what we got from there.
Yes.
I think which one is this is hilarious. This is the logo, the one with the helmet thing, because I said, okay, so the other, all of those are thinkers, the background, but then the yellow one over here is brains. Thinkers, brains, yellow. That's what I put.
What?
And we got that. I don't know why, but we got that. So that's the official logo for now.
I like it.
All right.
It's looking good.
It's neat.
Good surreal start.
It's very weird. And yeah, these are thinkers. They got a little sexist. Only there were like 3 men and 1 female that has a weird arm. She's looking over a book and scrolls, so that's cool. I like how the one in the middle is a what do you call it? It looks like he's sniffing his fingers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
kind of. I see it.
Sniffing his fingers, yeah.
Testing
hey,
a
Jab!
hypothesis.
There is Jab. Jab has joined or is joining. Yeah, and I who knows what's happening with these hands as well. You can see the AI did it, but I like our background art, guys, for thinkers.
Yeah, I like it actually.
Yeah, so go AI for this. I love how large the noses are as well, because we need representation as large nosed people. Jab, welcome. If you
Hello.
your
Yeah.
signal is orange.
Can you hear me?
7 out of 10. You can hear
Caesar, cat, bottle of mayonnaise, and Kitty are all waiting for you.
Yeah.
And here is what we're going to be talking about today, everybody. I made a little mind map because I couldn't help it. That's what my life's about now.
You couldn't
It won't take
resist
me-
the opportunity.
We'll just I'm just moving Andrew around instead of moving my overlay around. Oh yeah, here's our logo, guys. That's how it cut off as well, hey? There's no border on the bottom. That's how it just came out.
Cut off the top,
So,
so it's symmetric
Yeah,
there.
I don't know what that's us, just so you know. I'll make it. I need a smaller version for us. But anyway, so what we're talking about today is Jordan Peterson, the decline. With
Alrighty.
I'm going to put my quotes up
I still
here.
don't know if you
that you
guys
can
can
see.
hear me.
We can hear
Yeah,
you.
we can hear you.
Now we can, yes.
Well, what's
Yeah,
the so what's going
the
on?
new setup with
Yeah,
with the different colors. Just hold on.
Mhm.
Andrew will explain, but I need to answer the door. As usual.
Yes. So we got a new theme for the Thinkers Club, the Thinkers podcast. So
Nobody can see
to
anything.
go along
just-
with-
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
So we
right
were just
here.
looking at this.
Mhm,
Oh, I see.
exactly.
I put thinkers in as a prompt for our AI art for the background. And
Is that
this
what we are,
came up.
thinkers?
Yes, and our logo
Thinkers,
is this.
yeah.
We're the
Because we're-
intellectual powerhouses of our generation.
This is our logo, guys. So thinkers
Dubbed
doing a thing.
by Ed, was it? It was Ed
Yeah,
Guado.
I think
Yeah.
it was. Who
Ed.
said that he's a thinker?
I think it was actually Dane. He was comparing his shirt to the background.
Oh,
and
was
told
it?
me I
Da-
think
oh no, you're right.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
right,
someone
yeah.
in there. So that's the whole point. I like
That's
like
right.
that this meme has stuck.
I mean, I was
we have
hoping to be
embraced
called
it.
the Chunky Monkeys. That's a pretty good
No,
name as
no,
well.
I've
thank
definitely
you.
been called worse than a thinker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's certainly worse things to be called.
Yeah, large noses
So-
rise up. Sexy Hydra. There we go.
Right.
Hydra, did you see? Thank you for making an appearance for your fans. Guys,
We
I will
appreciate
link
it.
Hydra's OnlyFans in the chat.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
of course.
I'm excited.
You know, OnlyFans doesn't have to be sexual.
Yeah, not,
I
necess-
mean,
not
yeah.
necessarily.
You know,
It's
We're-
just paid.
Also,
We're-
I
Yeah.
can still make audio porn.
Were they trying to
Yeah.
do
We're talking about that one,
like a
did you?
ban?
It's custom.
Were they trying to do like a ban on all the pornographic content a few years back?
well,
OnlyFans.
well, yeah, no.
When
the
it's like
reason for that was
90% of their
because-
content?
I know. Well, but the reason why is not necessarily because the company wanted to do it. I mean, maybe they would, maybe they
Yeah,
won't.
they obviously wouldn't
would,
be stupid enough.
but
But
I don't
something
think so, no.
forced them, no? Or there
No, it
an
was
attempt?
the banks. Yes, no, the banks do not like being connected with or being financially
Connect.
responsible for
Attached to it, yeah.
sex work of any kind. So they don't like that. They don't. Anytime they can shut it down, they will, more or less.
Mm-hmm. It's just become too much of a crutch for them.
Well, no, that's not it.
It's not?
It's again, it's not. It's the banks telling them, it's like we're not going to allow your like the payment services, like connecting, like with Visa, MasterCard, any of the banks, the
No,
financial
what
institutions.
What I'm saying is that it's become too much of a financial crutch for them that they won't ever give it up, probably, or be in a position where they can't, at least not for a long time.
They're trying to
banks are
branch out.
fine.
No,
well-
OnlyFans.
Yeah,
OnlyFans is trying to branch
well,
out. They just did 2
Yes.
rows. I know the roast of Bert Kreischer and I want to say it was Whitney as well. But trying to get into other entertainment, not just adult.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
That's probably
that-
a long way away.
that was
but, like,
always-
it's just too synonymous with their name, like sex work.
I honestly, yeah,
It's
it
become a
is.
cultural icon at this point. You're never
Yeah,
going
yeah,
to get
like,
it out. Even
when
if you
someone tells
ban
me-
all porn on OnlyFans tomorrow, it's still going to be there. But
Yeah, when someone tells me they have OnlyFans, I'm not thinking they'll have
Well,
like
that's
some
the joke.
secret
Yeah.
recipe they're going to share on like their whatever paywalled content. I'm thinking, oh, yeah, they do sex work,
Yeah. What is it?
I know
The,
of a comedian who's on OnlyFans. It's weird.
Yeah, you have like,
why?
He's just there. It's
Dirty
it's
joke.
like a Patreon
Really
for
dirty
him.
joke.
It's
Well, Patreon.
really
Yeah.
dirty.
Patreon. I mean, a lot of these services are awfully controlling, right?
Mm.
So maybe they would want to be on OnlyFans just for the freedom.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, listen, let's get to other than me, the talking cat. Everyone seems normal. Okay, I'm
Ready.
glad.
no, the talking cat is
You've misread
Us?
me.
the most normal
there's a
part
talking
of this
cat?
podcast, right? We're all
There's
weirdos
a talking
here.
cat. I'm the only talking
Have you not read Lewis Carroll?
No.
cat. Yeah. Oh, can't you
We're
make
all
yourself
mad
purple?
here.
Yeah. Give me a sec.
I'll cover you so long. You'll just see the
Got
little
it.
ears. Oh, it's so adorable. Oh my god. Okay. So anyway, we are talking about our Jordan Peterson, right? And this isn't a live diagram, it's just what I put there together. These are the questions that we're going to go through. The general questions there. And yeah, I suppose just general hold on, we're coming back. We have Palico here. He just looks like he's
Purplish.
eaten one. He's like the what do you call it?
Yeah, and Willy Wonka.
Yeah, you're like
Eating
from Willy Wonka.
the
Yeah.
blueberry.
Yeah.
There you go.
Violet. Yeah.
Violet, you're turning violet. Violet.
Oh.
Huh.
That's what I would make mine look like. Kitty cat. So yeah, let's get going, guys. Let's do the thing. I know
Deal.
we're all mad here. Ooh, I love that Galente. We're all mad here,
Oh, I thought this said thighs for a second.
guys.
Thighs and lows.
I mean,
I didn't know I read that as thighs. Early YouTube.
you know,
There's a lot of
like,
thighs and
those are
lows, you
all
know.
thighs.
I wouldn't put it past me to say that. Guys, am I going mad? What? Hold on, he's wearing a hat. Don't
There's a
play
hat on
around
that
while I can't
hat.
see. Oh, I'm not
Top
over
hat,
it. I can't
Catrew.
get over. Okay.
That's pretty
Please
fancy.
keep that on. You have to keep that on. You're a thinker. You have to
Okay.
It's your
Okay.
thinking cap.
The artful
know how-
dodger.
Accessory.
Oh, I love it so much. Oh, look, my
I was
virtual
just
camera is
thinking, it
working,
reminds
so I
me of
have
that.
emojis flowing across my camera.
The yeah. I was just thinking of Matt as a hatter, and this is this hat
It
was
works.
like, oh yeah, that fits. That
Combines
fits.
everything. And I think
Mhm.
our thinker people have hats on, don't they? Let me check. There's someone with a hat on. No, there's not.
Nope.
They've just got lots of
Nope.
hair. Sniff your fingers.
There's
That's if you're a thinker, you
awesome
got to sniff your
stashes.
fingers. Well, this is kind of a hat, the helmet.
Yeah, I think the logo's kind of a hat.
Yeah.
That was me sniffing my fingers.
Yeah, I was like, well,
Ah, it was
I was
intense.
wondering. I was like, what was
It
that?
was intended. It was.
Oh
okay.
yeah. We should get to it.
Let's get going because our Hydra can only be here for a little bit, and we'll let him go first.
I'm sorry, I don't want to be rude. I just
okay.
Let's
I
continue
had
to
to
waste
work
his
so
time.
hard to be here, and I would hate
No,
to
no,
because I'm just
we're-
here for the memes. Bye.
I even took
actually
you out of the
bye.
thumbnail. I didn't think you were going to be here, so
It's fine.
I
You
have to
can
add
put me
you
later,
and
or just
Optimus.
paint Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V there.
Yeah. So no, it's quick. So first of all, let's go. What we're going to go through is, so I want you to talk about, do you remember how you first heard about Jordan Peterson? Tell us about that, Hydra. Then when was the first time you disagreed with him? Because that's the decline part, considering.
Okay,
what's your
so
biggest
the decline starts
gripe?
when we disagree with him. Okay,
Yeah, no,
nice.
what's your biggest gripe with him? And what's your favorite thing? And where do you stand on him now, like in general? So, yeah.
Okay,
Go.
try to be really concise. Just keep in mind that's very difficult for me. So feel free to cut me off or nudge me back on track if you feel like that's what needed. So when did I first hear of Peterson was, I think it was actually like the OG video of him outside the university being approached by students. Was it some sort of, there was some sort of indoor plantation, greenhouse, something. I remember there was a lot of plants and stuff. Anyway, that video, the one of the ones that made him famous originally, that was of course when I first heard of him. I saw the basically a lot of stuff from him ever since. Thought it was really nice, really in-depth, especially all of his lectures about authoritarianism, the problems with how they can arise with society, all of the I can't even describe it properly. I thought it was thoughtful at the very least, kind of a bit of in-depth analysis that is sorely needed, or was sorely needed, and still is sorely needed in today's world. And then the first time ever I disagreed with him was, I think, when he talked about uniforms and how any inappropriate behavior in the workplace could be easily stopped, halted, or could be altered if everyone's just forced to wear uniforms for some reason. That was the first time I was like, what? Why? So like, wear a uniform, you do a dress code that's going to like decrease inappropriate behavior, and it's going to make some... I don't even remember what was the argument exactly.
But
I think
it was
with
like...
Joe Rogan. It was like, yeah, everybody should wear uniforms to work, to school, everywhere. And it...
But
Man,
was
why?
that like a decline moment for you? Or
No,
was
it was just
like,
the first
it was
moment
just
I
a
disagreed with him. I was like,
yeah,
here,
it's not a
whatever.
decline.
But even then, I thought his societal takes, his psychology takes, his political takes. Even then, I thought everything was cool. It was just, he's a bit too stuck in terms of how one should dress. Fine, everyone can have weird takes. It's okay. And from there on, I'm still trying to be quick. I don't know who said it, but there was a saying, a man who spends his entire life on a mission has nothing left once that mission is over or set, something like that. And Jordan Peterson's mission is the culture war. It didn't need to be that one, but it became that because he stepped into it, sort of was nudged into it, and from that point on, the constant media shower and attacks from all sides kept him lodged in place, and essentially now it's just there. And he can't really escape from there. He's kind of between a rock and a hard place, and now it's constantly culture war for him. The problem with this is that once you get enough attachment, enough trauma, enough attacks from all around you, everyone, media trying to take you down, drag you through the mud, like a lot of other people who had these unfortunate events, you start to get pushed in a certain direction, pushed down a line, get closer to the only ones that aren't trying to take you down, essentially pushed into a corner where you more and more resemble this sort of out of place, weird alternative figure that they paint you to be. And from there on, you become convinced that everything is connected somehow to the reason you are being pushed there. And from there on, Jordan Peterson arrived at the conclusion that everything is connected to the culture war. And whenever something happens, it's automatically back to the culture war. It's no matter from anything from COVID all the way to the evergreen accident, through the Ukraine war, up to Boris Johnson, it's all the culture war. It's all the responsibility of the culture. It's all connected to the culture war. It's everything. It's everywhere. It's like and the problem is that once you think you are an expert in something, as Jordan Peterson undoubtedly has become an expert in the culture war thing, he sort of now feels entitled to, oh, I'm an expert on the culture war, therefore I can have expert opinions on everything else because I researched everything that is connected back to the culture war, and therefore I can give you my thoughts that should be heeded as objective warnings because I discovered all these connections. And from there on, I think he just fell further and further into the only corner he could where he wasn't constantly attacked, more and more into just far to the only extremist place where he isn't really constantly tried to be martyred, essentially. I'm sorry, I don't know if that was quick and concise.
No, that's great. I just want to know. So, in general, he's declined in your
Yes, I think
is he over? Are you over him?
No, he's still an amazing psychologist. He's still the best. I will still read all of his books about psychology. I still think he is objectively correct when he talks about psychology. I just think that his brain has been sort of melted by being overexposed to this massive societal issue, and now he sees everything through that as either a consequence or something that is connected. He fell into a very simple trap. When people spend a lot of time on this one issue, they become convinced that everything that is wrong with the world is somehow connected to that one thing. The sad reality, of course, being that the world is far too complex for that. But that's he has become convinced that that's now everything is the culture war. So.
And so you're saying also what do you like? So one of the questions is what do you like the best?
His psychology is really nice and still very useful to this day. He helps a lot of people. I have still yet to essentially catch him being wrong about anything in terms of psychology. So he's a good psychologist, there's nothing else. Yeah. I do like that. So I wish he did more of that because he's awesome and he's so needed in those fields rather than as some random fucking another Daily Wire host that is constantly going to spam videos obsessed about the 1,000 kids that are on HRT or something, and that's not productive. I want these psychology videos; those actually ended up helping a lot of people. Okay, you are more useful that way to society.
And what's your worst moment with him? Obviously, the one you told about, the first one was your...
my worst moment, not my worst, the worst moment I ever had with him. I was already kind of over him. It was shortly after the Ukraine war started. I saw his video on the entire conflict. And it wasn't just that he oversimplified it so much and essentially connected that thing too somehow back to the culture war. His video title, I think, was literally Ukraine culture war in the West or civil war in the West or something what is if the United States sank literally into the ocean 20 years ago, that war still would have happened. It would have just looked a little bit different, but the causes for it were already there. It's very multifaceted. I could spend hours explaining all the reasons behind it, but it has nothing to do with whether or not transgender surgeries are banned. Yeah, so obviously that was my first. Jab, hey.
Jab is...
Hello? Did you get bored with me?
Sure.
My rambling?
Wait.
No.
I was rambling on for too long. My apologies.
No, yeah. He's the music. You're out.
No, he's back. So I just wanted to finish his main and the worst thing in his entire video was that his argument that the Ukraine war could essentially be simplified down to the based threat on Russians fighting against the degenerate trans Ukrainian gay whatever weirdos, and that you still have to support Putin because even though he's not subservient to law, he's still subservient to God, and that's important because that's being lost, and because he stands up for the values of tradition, which is, by the way, if you know anything about Putin, you know he's a fucking disgrace to all values of conservatism and tradition. But it seems like he is wearing his grandmother's cross, so that's good enough for Jordan nowadays, I guess.
I think it seems like what he did was he put the culture war glasses on, saw that all the woke people were going Ukraine. So he said,
automatically at the other, we have to take the other position.
I've got to take the opposition. Let me find all the reasons that I would.
He did the exact same. All of those lefties do when the righties do it too all the time, because you have to take the stance of your team or oppose the other team. It's so fucking annoying. This is exactly what leads to the to me, being able to guess 90% of your opinions if I know your position on climate change or transgender surgeries or something, it's so fucking annoying. Like, you can't have complex conversation because you got to do it through a lens, you got to side with your team, you got to take the opposite position just because. Anyway, that's basically my opinion on him, is that he fell into a big trap that more and more people are falling into, and that one that could entice one as intelligent as him is really sad.
I see that. But like you, I'm like you, that I think he's still brilliant as a psychologist. So
of course, me too.
It's hard for
As
me
I
to
said,
let him go
I
in
have
that
yet
way.
to see him ever be wrong in anything in regards with psychology, and I wish he would do more of that content because he saved a lot of people.
Yeah.
That way. That's
let's
essentially
see
my
what-
opinion. I hope I was concise, but that's it.
You were brilliant. Let's see.
Thank you.
Let's see what we've got. Stug here has said, I'm just going to say on the uniform issue, because you put that up, it seems patently obvious that having uniforms would decrease sexual misconduct issues. That doesn't
it
mean
depends
that
on
we
the
should
uniform.
have them.
Yes.
In whoa! Why? I just gave.
Well,
That's why. Okay, see the little tip thing. I could keep the browser open
Wow.
in here. Wow. Anyway, but
your
Jab
video is
has
kind of
his
crashing.
dog.
So.
She lost a bunch of bitrate
'cause
because of
he's
the emotes.
Sorry, I can only hear like
Just
half of
because
what
of
you
the
guys are
emotes.
saying.
Okay, I'm
The
back.
bitrate
What's
went
wrong?
down
What's
because Kitty
happening,
got
Jab?
emote bumped.
Am I back?
I think I just
I
have
think it's on Jabs
connection.
All right, we got this. Anyway, the comment was saying, I'm just
Hold
going
on,
to
you
say
know,
on the
guys,
uniform
I'll-
issue, it seems patently obvious that having uniforms would decrease sexual misconduct issues. That doesn't mean that we should have them in the workplace, though. Yes, as Puppet said, obviously it depends on the uniform, but in my opinion, it would be rather mild, and there would be better decisions to spend all that money and all of those resources that would be otherwise used to acquire and enforce uniforms. I think there are much more effective ways to decrease, essentially the problems in the workplace. And yes, of course, it wouldn't stop anything that's actually determined. I just think it's ineffective.
Somebody decides that I'm just
Yeah.
I'm ignoring this. Dogs are greater than cats. Jab has said so. He's
Boo!
paid us to have this said. Boo! Indeed, kick him. I can kick him off the
Base.
stream
Oh
completely.
my goodness. Over this.
I'm going to stop my virtual camera so long, actually, so you guys can just continue the. So yeah, I agree though. You see with the emojis, it goes. Lady Cameron, so Lord Cameron has turned into Lady Cameron.
Wow,
in
that's
context, you seem to be thinking out loud. He does do that. He does say, well, maybe we could do this and then whatever. So
Yes,
I think that might have
of
been the
course,
context.
those are obvious, yes.
Thinking out loud can be helpful sometimes, but generally it makes you look like a fool. Depends on the person.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it makes
I think out
most
loud
people
all the
look like a
time.
fool.
Oopsie.
Yeah.
Probably
And if
shouldn't
there's
do it in
zero
front of a
charity
vast
being
audience.
afforded to you, if there's zero charity being afforded to you, or you're in that kind of environment, then it's just generally not a good idea.
Yeah,
And
You gotta be aware of the audience.
You wrote a rule about being concise and precise in your language, and when you stopped using it, things went downhill.
Right.
Jordan, you should follow your own rules. They're decent. Don't do
Pretty
that. Don't do
precise.
that.
Oh yeah,
I agree.
What's very true?
One of the things one of my main criticisms broadly of Jordan Peterson is that it's a great rule, the be precise with your speech, right? But it's got to also be coupled with the idea of being aware of your audience as well.
Yes.
Right? Because Jordan Peterson may know exactly what he's saying, right? But if he doesn't couple that with who he's talking to, then he's going to be misunderstood a large percentage of the time.
Yes, and this
So it's
especially
just not a
coupled
good
with a
idea.
media campaign to already smear you and
Yeah.
distort your opinions. You should be a bit more careful.
Yeah. Okay, so there was that. I think the same should be applied to Sargon. What's this? Did you see his first Ukraine? Wait, so this is the Cameron is agreeing with Hydra on the complete opposite of what Hydra said. Oh, is his position?
I don't know. I
now?
don't watch him anymore.
Change
But
his view with
the
evidence.
very
Okay,
very
so he
least could
changed.
do.
Okay, so
I'm
so
just
the
gonna-
first one. This is just he experienced it at one. No, I don't think it's an argument. It's just so it was the first one. He's changed from what Hydra has said now. That's a
Okay, I'm just gonna take Cameron's word on that, but I don't know. I don't really keep up on what he's saying, as I said before. But if he did, that's great. But it's kind of sad that such a previously great thinker as he could have ever had such an overly simplistic mindset and had to be essentially pushed out of it by someone else who actually knew some shit.
I'm glad that he would not. He doesn't have the ego. If he can change it, that means that he's not that being that kind of egomaniac that's like, I'll never be wrong kind of thing. Because if he was like that, then I would be really upset with him, because I'd be like, that's completely against what you're about.
Yeah, I hope Cameron is correct about that.
And I think David also, he does spitball a lot, 80% of the time. But like Andrew said, it's not a good idea, because you are on the. They are going to take what you say. Either they're going to take what you say so badly, so maybe fuck it, who gives a shit, talk.
That's
or
yes.
You try your
Yes.
hardest to be precise, and so I don't know.
But he didn't. He gave up on the be precise in your language part. Also, even in the very beginning, he was kind of fond of using like these comparisons from Christian mythology. But right now, since he has been pushed so far into the retcon corner, he just completely gave up on that. And now everything is Christian mythology, analogy after analogy. And it's kind of sad, especially when you see the religious scholars and circles constantly jerking him off. That was kind of annoying. And it's like, man, why is this happening? Like, you could have, I don't know, it just kind of puts me off. It's a bit like it's altering yourself to fit in with the only group that I'm going to change my sort of my stuff to fit better in this corner because these guys are the only ones who aren't sending hate mobs after me. I understand why it's happening. I just don't like it. I know. I completely understand. It's the same thing with Kyle Rittenhouse, actually. Like, when he hangs out with some, yikes people now after the case, you can't, I don't like it, but I can't fault him because everybody was essentially coming for his life after the whole case. So, of course, he's going to go to the one corner that doesn't want him dead.
I just can't disagree with you more, man. That really does not encapsulate, like, Jordan Peterson's actual position.
Go on,
so
please.
First off, he's not super right wing. You seem to be implying that like he went to the right wing, like Daily Wire, whatever, because they're the only ones that would accept him. That just could not be further from the truth. He really is pretty damn centrist. If you look at one of his latest videos, I think it was August of 2022. He has this one that's called Twitter Apologia. And he actually gets on with a super leftist dude, and can't remember his name. I want to say it's Greg Hurwitz, but I could be wrong on his name. And the other dude is Jonathan Prague or whatever. So he has like a right and a left eye, and they're both kind of going at him for his tweets. And he's really taking like the information that they're both giving him. But he seems to be getting a lot more crap from the left. But that being said, he is listening to people who are definitely on the left, but there are people who are working with him to get the actual political left in the U.S. to not be as far left. They're attempting to somewhat de-radicalize, more liberalize it.
I understand.
It's really kind of an awesome video, like if you haven't seen that, but he kind of goes through three of his tweets, and both one on the right and religious is kind of, coming at him for it. And so someone who's very left and very not religious. I really don't think he has been ideologically captured that way. And I don't think culture war is what he has always been going against. Like his first book, Maps of Meaning.
Yeah, of course.
It was released in 1999.
I read a bunch of his
13
books,
years
like,
to do that. Yeah, but I mean, like, it's architecture of belief. I really don't think he would just be ideologically captured. The thing that really, interests him is ideology, and he sees where this is going. I think it's the fact that he is obsessed with belief and what those beliefs lead to is why he's saying, no, these beliefs, this is far, far left. You know what happens as a result of these types of beliefs. To me, that's not just screaming culture war. I really do not like his take on the Ukraine war, but I don't know, man. Like that one, I'm not sure exactly where he came up with that take. I know he did change it at one point, but yeah, I just I don't think I quite agree with the ideological capture and that he's only interested in the culture war. Do you know what happened? Like he basically lost 2 years of his life, but are you familiar with 2019?
I heard.
So yeah, the January of 2019, Michaela had to have her ankle replaced again. So he went right from that to his wife got diagnosed cancer, told like, you know, she can get an operation, it'll be all good. So then like March of that year, she gets her first operation. They tell them like 10 minutes after it, no, we're wrong. This is a brain cancer. She's got 10 months to live tops. No matter what you do, she's dying. So they were going through that. He did get a lot more religious and said Tammy, but I don't know, just that experience. They're married for 29 years. And it's just for 6 months. So then she gets a secondary surgery. And with that surgery, there's a lot of complications. And apparently she was on death's door like every 3 days. She had some sort of surgical problem and almost died. And that went on for 6 months. She finally got like all clear in like August of 2019. And that was their 30th wedding anniversary. Like if that's not a fuck with you, I don't know what will. And then on top of this, he was addicted to barbiturates.
Opioids?
What's the name?
No, it's the other one. No, it's not that. It's benzos. Sorry.
Oh yeah, that's not it. Yeah.
So yeah, in 2019, or sorry, the end of 2016. Sorry, he was prescribed benzos, and you're not supposed to have them for more than really like a month at a time. Otherwise, there is a 50% chance that you will become addicted. And this is like major addiction. From what I hear of people who have been addicted to it, it's like way worse than the opioid. It's really, really intense. And it also messes with your cognitive abilities. But so then he had to get so he was on that for roughly 3 years. And then when his wife had all these troubles, he increased his dosage on it. And this was all, you know, prescribed by a doctor. It's not like he was going on the street and getting drugs or anything like that.
Yeah, obviously.
He went the correct way. He had anxiety. He couldn't sleep. He was prescribed this. And the doctor didn't know, I guess, that, you know, you're only supposed to do it a month at a time. So he couldn't get any sort of weaning off of it. So he ended up having to go to Russia to be put into a medical coma to actually get off the barbiturates, or benzos.
Okay,
it's just like
just very quickly. I had a lot of things to say, and I had to write them down because I would forget them. Just very quickly, one sentence. So I'm very glad that he still talks to others and has the talk with the leftist guy you mentioned. We need more of that. I hope that both that and his centrist message doesn't get lost amid the mass of other content that he now produces on all platforms. I also saw people saying that his role is fighting extremism on all sides, and I do believe that, and I do believe that he has a pure intention, and that is truly what he started with, and that is what he thinks and tries to still do. I just don't think he's effective at it anymore. He used to be very effective at it. I don't think so that much, and I'm still glad he's trying to do the right thing. As for the losing a lot of his life and a lot of loved ones, I know how that pushes people in certain directions. I don't want to turn this into a cry stream, but I went through a lot of shit myself, especially in my childhood. I know that when you are on death's door and everything else is fucked, your life, everything falls away, all of your loved ones are dying like flies, essentially, you get that well, you get pushed essentially into certain directions, certain opinions, you feel a certain way, etc., etc. And this is why I said that I don't fault him for anything that he does, because I think it is completely understandable what he's doing and where he ended up. I just wish he had done more good and in a more effective way, because I think that his later stuff with the Daily Wire makes his original message, this psychology, his anti-extremism more ineffective. But sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to quickly say this before I forget.
No, it's all good.
So I know about the very sad
I
personal
hear what
stuff.
you're saying. I also disagree with that, though. I'm not disagreeing about like the first stuff. Like my dad was like always an atheist, and then my stepmom actually got cancer, and he suddenly became like a born again and like a younger creationist. Like I don't know, people.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's great.
That's a direction to go into.
Yeah. So like I get it. Like you can totally. In those times of need, you can totally kind of change certain aspects.
People reach for something, anything.
I just don't see him
human.
doing that to right. I believe he did that to religion. Like up until 2017, he would just kind of play coy with it. Like I act as if I do believe. He never actually said it.
Mhm.
After his wife went through that, they both are now like devout. So I don't know. That definitely changed him. But man, 12. What was it called? Beyond Order, 12 additional rules. So he wrote that after he came out of the coma, after he learned to like walk again, talk again.
Jesus.
Anyway, that book is awesome. Like, granted, they're kind of based off of rules he had on a blog previously, but no, I don't think that book is a step back. And that book was in 2022, I believe. No, sorry.
Beyond Order.
2021. Sorry. Yeah, Beyond Order was 2021. And I don't know. And I don't think he has a strong decline in it. I actually was looking at, like he might have been captured, so I hadn't really been following on the Daily Wire. This last week, I've actually been going through a bunch of his most recent stuff. He actually went to the Daily Wire to stop them from having capture at only one ideology there. They seem to have like a strong religious.
At least he tried.
He seems to be
I mean, like he hasn't done it, but he's one of those that's supposed to broaden Daily Wire's views. It's supposed to tamp down his.
Like if you watch his, that's the thing. You have to go. I shared quickly beforehand. I was just listening to the Gender Fucks podcast, and they actually were talking about it because they also had the same sort of thing. They had a couple people going, "No, Jordan Peterson is done. He's horrid," and then they kind of had a bit of the first 10 minutes of that. They have a discussion about Jordan Peterson, and one of the things is no, go and watch what he's currently doing. And I don't think that it's declined in that way. There's no craziness. There's no like cuckoo. If you watch his content, he's just as intelligent as he was before. So
a little more religious, but
I guess that could be.
I don't
a major
disagree about
criticism.
all of the intelligence and
I
still
think that
his intention and the way he carries himself hasn't fundamentally changed.
And I think that maybe the thing that turns people off is the religious thing, because he avoided it
that
for a
and
while.
Twitter. He
Yes, he used to be.
I want to go over his
much
Twitter.
wider net.
Yeah, but I think considering that the we started with Hydra's position. I think what we can do is, if you can have just a quick look again, Gray, you can go because
Okay. My biggest gripe is that he needs to get off Twitter. He just has to. It is doing nobody good, and it's literally just turning people off on him. The first time I heard of him was in 2016 when it was the 16 thing. I can't remember if I heard about him from. I know I was listening to both Young Turks and Daily Wire at the time. I can't remember which one covered it, and I first heard him, but then I actually started seeing out his material. So I was kind of there from like close to the beginning of his public life. And then I disagree with him on most of his Twitter hot takes. He's not as thoughtful as he could be with a lot of those takes. And then
to be fair,
I guess my favorite thing. Because my favorite thing about him is his willingness to talk and consider opposing opinions. I don't see many people doing that, but he's literally willing to talk to anybody. I haven't seen him turn down almost anyone, but yeah. And then where do I stand? I'm with JBP. I just want him to be off Twitter, but other than that, I back him.
Yeah.
Previous to like a week ago, I would have said like, yeah, he definitely had like a fall. When I really went back through and looked at his newer stuff, I gotta say he has stumble, but he's back up.
Cool. Anyone adding to it? Like I think I'm basically that's where I'm sitting. The Ukraine thing I didn't really know, so I didn't have much of an opinion on that.
And sorry for bringing it back. It affects me. It's pretty close by.
No,
to me,
no,
and I'm
it's
sort
the
of
answer to the
looking
question.
at it, and just
No, for sure.
This is what and
No,
so
it's the
like
answer to the
I
question.
webbed it in because it just affects me and the way, and that's why I brought it up.
No, I think it's there's nothing wrong with bringing that up. And also if even if it has changed, something that pissed you off, that's what I wanted to hear about. Then okay, so your favorite thing, he is willing to, he's basically he will listen to both sides, and where you stand with him. And guys, can you guys remember him speaking to Sitch and Adam?
What?
No.
I don't know if I dreamt it because I looked for
I
it.
don't
You must
think
have.
he
There's,
did.
they have no.
Maybe
I don't know.
confusing
I
with
dreamt
James
it then.
Lindsay.
I don't know. I'm like that. I actually do have things. Sometimes I'll have to say, did I dream that or was it for real?
Oh, that happens to me too sometimes.
I do that a lot.
I don't
Actually.
know if that would be a good
No.
thing.
He linked
They would
one
be
of Adam's
bringing up
videos,
they would.
but
Yeah.
He's-
Anytime
It is years. would have
Jordan
been years ago.
Peterson comes up, they would be bringing it
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, that's
Mhm,
true.
Yeah.
Friend of
I
the
don't know what
show.
it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
That's
is-
Jordan Peterson.
Oh, you know why? Because I was like, one of my boys did it, it was actually, it was my South African people that I watched. They brought Jordan Peterson onto their show.
Oh.
So that's why I was
awesome.
like, they were on, he was speaking to them. So that's it. Thanks. You guys have jogged my memory. I'm like, so I didn't dream it. It was just the wrong boys. Anyway, Optimus, we'll go to you on your answers. If there's any, I know that you don't have to repeat if, but it's just where you,
I would say I think I mirror Hydra in that I first became aware of him during his first viral video of him on campus. I think he was talking about not accepting some sort of proposed legislation requiring the use of preferred pronouns. I think that was the topic.
Yes, BLC 16 was it called? Something like
Yeah.
that. Anyway, that was it, yes.
And then I found his videos on Pinocchio, which I was a
Yeah.
huge fan of. And at the time, I had been... it was a bit of a guilty pleasure watching all of those college videos where folks would dunk on students. Now, whether or not that's helpful in the long run is, I think, a discussion of its own, but it can be fun to watch those. I had followed him more or less up until he joined Daily Wire. And I don't necessarily think that Daily Wire, what's the word I'm looking for? I suppose my interests. Sorry?
No, I don't know. I'm trying to help you out, but I'm mind reading.
Fair. I suppose my interests more or less shifted, and perhaps there's an element of exposure as well, because when he was going through his recovery process, he wasn't streaming or doing interviews or things like that. And I just happened to find other content.
Mhm.
Thinking, looking for the words.
Oh yeah, you're doing what he does. He pauses a lot.
Yeah, it's
Like when you're listening, you go, has the podcast stopped? It's like, no, he's just thinking.
He's
Yeah.
buffering.
Yeah, he's buffering. He's
Yeah.
made me think like that. I should do that more often. That it's okay to keep to pause, because I'm
yeah.
always filling silences, like I'm doing right now.
So, I will say I was very fond of him going outside of his comfort zone. Not comfort zone, but his territory. Like the Kathy Newman interview was in risky territory. I don't want to say enemy territory, but
Yeah.
and he doesn't do that as much, I think, now that he's at Daily Wire. I don't see him going out and doing interviews. People come to him
Yes.
to be interviewed by him.
Mm.
And I think that's had...
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Maybe
geez.
that is by design, because
Yeah.
I'm thinking like the other guys do also go out and have basically like rally things, where they get questions and whatever, and they get challenged. Maybe Jordan Peterson just isn't up to that these days. I don't know.
Agreed.
I have a hot spot.
The thing I would want to add, it's potentially a slight non sequitur, but from when Gray and Hydra were talking about where Jordan might lie politically, I wanted to throw in that we seem to be having a conversation about the Overton window shifting. So I think it's not necessarily easy to place where he is politically. I don't know. I'm going to keep thinking on that one and pass to the next person.
Okay, no, I mean, yeah, we'll like we elaborate on each other's parts. I think we'll go to Jab and then Catrew.
Oh,
Jab,
I don't
yeah.
have any particularly strong feelings about Jordan Peterson anyway. Most of what I've seen from him, I tend to agree with, but I just don't consume him enough of what he's put out to kind of have any strong conclusions about anything he said, X, Y, or Z.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm...
Yeah, Catrew.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Go, Catrew.
Okay. No, all I was just going to say is that I really liked early Jordan Peterson, but since he's joined the Daily Wire, I've consumed him less, so I know him less. I do not know him as well. So I could be wrong.
Are you unsubbed?
But what I've noticed... What?
Did you unsub?
I was never subbed. I would just watch his content.
Keep
him
out.
Out!
So
He's a bad YouTuber. Yeah, anyway, so you don't...
So what I've just noticed is that they is that he just he's he's focused. I think I think what Gray was saying is that he's on Twitter way too much, and he's like Twitter. What you have to realize is that Twitter is not real life, right? And I think that before he was focusing on Twitter so much, is that his takes on what was going on and what's reality and this sort of thing was way more reasonable, way more grounded. And he is also way less confrontational. And I just see that in his content much more now, if that makes sense.
Well, in the content, yeah.
And I think that, it's my view that Twitter is basically cancer, cancer of the mind.
True and
and so, right. And so how I use Twitter is I look at it for memes and I also look at it, what my friends are doing and such, but I generally don't really engage. If I engage, I insist on providing everyone with the highest amount of good faith I can and delivering the most well-reasoned arguments that I can,
Brett,
and not engage. And also, anytime I post anything, I think it's like, okay, do I really need to say this?
Oh, I knew.
And 9 times out of the 10, I say no, and I delete the tweet before I send it.
brevity is the soul of wit, but it can be very difficult to express yourself in 120 characters.
No,
was
it's
that. It's
200.
240 now.
It's like, yeah.
I lost
But
my
a picture
shit
is
when they
worth
made it
1,000
240
words.
now.
Yeah.
And tone is hard to convey through text.
Exactly, yeah.
Which I think adds to that issue.
But I mean, what I've just seen is that so many people that I respect and like, and when they are on Twitter, they're like different people. Honestly,
but more
and
savage.
like, since it's so consistent, I can only conclude that Twitter like has an effect on people. That like it alters the not in a real like permanent sense, but like it has this temporary effect on their mind, on their behavior, where it's inducing some kind of bad behavior, bad like
it's poisoning,
altered
like
mental
said,
state.
cancer.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Kind of like
Yeah, you get
It's designed to
short
give you
dopamine
that like
hits from
dopamine.
the
Yeah,
quick
exactly.
little from the quick little dunks you can take from stupid.
It's not the
and
people,
this
it's the format, says David.
It's
Basically
this
that
is a
is
very
it.
commonly shared opinion, and I'm so glad that I listened to my friends and never like went on social media ever to do shit. I'm so fucking glad because the only reason I ever went on social media ever is because I had school teachers who were too fucking lazy to give us the homework in person and sent it there. So that's the only reason I was there, and I was never ever going back. And I'm so thankful because I just see all of these people, and man, my mind and my body almost got destroyed, but it definitely would have been worse if I was on social media. Then I would maybe I would be dead and I wouldn't be here right now. So I'm so thankful that I didn't get addicted or those dopamine hits or something. It's oh god.
That is a whole episode on its own is Twitter, and what could it be about the format that makes it so brings because you have to filter, and I say filter as in you have to refine yourself into such a small amount of characters that you actually have to become more extreme in a way. You have to take out
and that gets more of a reaction too.
You have to.
Yeah, it's that reaction seeking as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's definitely a big part of it. But I've seen people who are not necessarily friends, but they're acquaintances. They know each other. They have each other's Discord, if not their phone numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen them fight on Twitter, like really fight on Twitter, and actually end their association, end their friendships and such.
Okay.
And it's like because of Twitter.
Bruh.
And it's like, I know you guys have each other's phone numbers. You guys could just call each other
other people
and
are watching
sort this out.
Yeah.
But it's happening. But I'm watching this friendship end on Twitter.
Yeah.
And it's so bizarre.
Well, yeah.
And then
you also get like cute animal
more
and
extreme
stuff.
versions of themselves as well.
Yeah, you see, it depends on what you it's feeding certain wolves inside people, and it can feed your ADD wolf, which just makes you say Twitter. The reason I enjoy it is because I say anything, and it will be stupid, as in it will be about. It's shower thoughts. That's what Twitter is for me. Is shower thoughts. Is just say, like, I'll stub my toe, and when you stub your toe, this and this. That stupid stuff. That's what I like about Twitter. That's what got me into Twitter, is not the actual seriousness of it. It was just, it's fun. Blaine's Twitter, for instance, is for his waifu wolf. Mine's
That makes sense.
For cat memes. It is also for for laughing at liberals. It's true. But you have to make the conscious effort to not engage too much politically. But I've done it a couple times, and instead, what I've started to do is take joy in the moments that I've resisted. So I'll actually, instead of replying, I'll tweet about how I'm not replying, and stuff like that. So I'm managing it. I'm not on it as much as I used to be, but
you're making your mind more resistant to.
I enjoy Twitter because I
idiocracy.
enjoy speaking. I don't shut up. So I love words. So a whole platform of just words, not pictures. Instagram's the other extreme. Twitter it's alive for me, and I enjoy Twitter. But it's a very dangerous place. But that's the internet.
Haven't there
No matter
been
where you are.
Haven't there been studies directly linking the use of social media to depression?
Yes, there were.
100%.
100%.
I can definitely see that, because it's the curated life. It's everybody is seeing the best of everything. That always comparative, looking for the dopamine, and then
it's
just
literally filtered through literal thousands of filters to make it look like the best possible thing you could imagine someone doing. So the entire thing is like a fantasy, a lie, an expression, but it's sort of like an artful expression of like an idea. But it harms people a lot nowadays. It's pretty sad.
I would also just like to add, I don't really use any social media. I don't think I've posted on my stuff in at least 3 or 4 years. And it feels very isolating at the same. So it's almost a lose-lose situation. Use Twitter and Instagram and be depressed, or don't and feel isolated. It's
see, if you're isolated, okay,
then you have no choice really, because it replaces some of the real life connections that we used to have. That's
but you can sometimes reading something positive online can help someone. So it's not like I'm saying that it's all good and sunshine and daisies, but literally
depression
it's connecting people. So it's connecting people. So all of the things that come out of connecting between humans, good and bad, will come from that. And but I think on average, for a lot of people, it's not a good thing. You have to be built. I think you have to be an internet person. I don't know. And what I mean by internet person is that you have to be such an Adam. You have to, I don't know. I think there's also a kind of person that grew up on the internet, so has always had the perfect internet personality to me is V, Romanian TV from Romania. He's grown up on the internet as well, and he's got the thick skin because I'm sorry, Catrew's talking with me.
It's so adorable. The mouth is still moving when someone else is talking.
Yeah, Catrew's making fun of me. I'm upset. Look at him. Look how okay, he's keeping his mouth shut. Hold on. What I do want to talk about here is because we can go and we can talk a bit more about social media at some point. I think maybe that will be next week then. But interesting is something that David said here. J.K. Rowling uses Twitter the way I wish Jordan B. Peterson did. What is that?
I believe she left it.
Did she leave it? Did she? I didn't.
At one point she did. I don't know if she ever went back.
No, because now she the last I saw was she tweets pictures of her checks and stuff.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I went on once scouring
Yep,
a crusade,
I'm-
essentially. I scoured the internet to everybody hates J.K. Rowling for something she did on Twitter. Let's find it, and it was like literally nothing that I could
It
find.
was
That was like
nothing,
actually
Puka.
it was like the most benign, gentle little. Oh, you should be able to be with whoever you want. Like it was like a little granny trying to like feed the kids or something. It was so benign and just thoughtful. And then somebody later came in and was like, "How did you feel about losing all of those fans?" And he was like, and she responded, "Well, I find the pain goes away pretty quickly after I take a look at my royalty checks." And that's why she's
that was
posting
the
the
one.
checks.
That burn for me was like,
Oh God! But yeah, so I scoured her Twitter at some point and I couldn't find anything objectionable whatsoever. So yeah, that's something.
yeah. As Blaine is saying, grew up as the Gen Z doesn't have the same skin. Yeah,
They
which is
even
very
renamed
strange.
Quidditch, the real life Quidditch sport.
Oh my God, they renamed it.
Yes, they renamed it to quadball to distance themselves from the oppressive fascistic views of its
Get
creators.
the
Some
fuck out! It's
bullshit. And I
Quidditch.
was like,
It's been Quidditch since I was 11.
And I it's so sad because it's so funny that I didn't even know that they made a real life sport about it. And I looked up the rules, and it's really, really entertaining. And just all of these people to fall into this sinkhole and go with the essentially all of the sheep and the bad, J.K. Rowling bad, J.K. Rowling bad. And so, okay.
Well,
what
Catrew,
did
are
she
you
do?
here? Just hold on. I'm just thinking because I would just want to make sure that
He went to get the catnip. He will be back.
he's not Catrew anymore because look at his profile picture. Because we went off on the tangent when he brought up Twitter, but I'm not sure if we got all the way to the end of his answers. But I suppose he's getting
I'm
something.
sorry, did I interrupt his like,
No, we all go
speaking?
on. I'm just trying to, when I bring stuff back, I'm just trying to see where we've, I'm trying, if I was mapping this right. So our conversation did go to Twitter and it's
Okay.
very interesting, but I just wanted to make sure that Andrew had gotten his say out. But I suppose we'll wait. Wait, he's back.
Yeah, he is.
Hi.
Hey,
So
I was just trying to fix my mouth. It was all kinds of wonky.
I've been trying to fix my mouth for years. It just doesn't work. So
Yeah. No. I think as far as Jordan Peterson goes, I think that he's just too. I think that he's terminally online. I think that is part of what has fallen. I think that combined with the all the medical issues and things he's had to deal with have just pushed him into a corner. I think that he needs to basically take a sabbatical from all of this, honestly. Maybe even just like a full, maybe 6 months, maybe a year, where set up some interviews and some other things where he can release them so his online presence isn't forgotten, but where he can but he just needs to be away, and so maybe some other revenue streams where like that are planned out so that they can be released monthly or whatnot. So he's not
probably got contractual
gone.
obligations.
I'm not suggesting that I'm not, because just disappearing is quite damaging, at least especially how fast the internet moves and such. But I think that he needs to take some time and reorient himself.
Ground himself.
Why?
Yeah.
No, I think that
he had like 2 years off. Like,
well,
that wasn't off. That was
no. Okay, so this is my perspective. I could be wrong. I'm open to being shown that I'm wrong.
Could be wrong.
Right? I could be wrong. I could be. I'm not married to this position. I'm open to being changed.
Admirable.
This is, like I said, since he's moved to the Daily Wire, I consume his content less. I could have a false view.
I think.
I don't know.
This is
Yeah, I think. What? Yeah. Where is everybody's bad perception coming from?
Twitter. He's
Yeah.
somebody.
Yeah.
Because I'm
really
just saying,
shit
like, when I asked about what's your gripe, what is your biggest gripe with him right now? And yes, it is the Twitter. So it's like, what is this bad perception coming from? What are his takes that everyone's? Woo, are you okay? Did you fall over?
Only a little
His
bit,
takes
yeah.
were so bad I fell over.
Only a little bit.
They knocked him off his seat.
So-
So he's got like 3 of them that he specifically talks to a couple people and like gets their feedback on why they were such bad takes. But one of them was there is the Elliot Page take where
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
he I can't
Bit
remember the exact
overboard,
thing,
but
but
okay.
yeah, where he basically called the doctor a criminal. And I think he dead named him as
Yeah.
well. So yeah, that went over really badly.
Well, it's not
there
really
was-
that's just the problem. He was essentially making fun of the. He really didn't have to do the triple aim through the whole video, but he decided to do it for fuck's sake.
Have you ever heard his justification for it though?
I listened to it. I
Like,
don't
do you know
remember,
why he
but
answered
he went
that he
into
did?
he went into the justifications of why he called it criminal as well. Yeah, I remember, but not the exact.
So it's was
It's
based
because
on-
his photo, his topless photo got like I think it was 1.5
he was
million
saying it
likes
was
or something like that.
irresponsible. Wasn't he
Yeah,
saying
and
that?
his
Yeah.
position was basically like, if that caused even one child to like sterilize themselves, that is reprehensible.
Oh, okay.
So like that's why he tried to take the principal stance, and that's why he was saying like the doctor is criminal. I don't know. That there is a really cool video that he did. Again, it's the Twitter Apologia, but he just goes through and really gets kind of reamed by 2 different people on why these tweets weren't good, and he seriously listens to them and engages with them, and it's not just like a debate back and forth. So that's one of them. The other one is the Sports Illustrated. They had a rather large woman on the cover,
Oh,
and
yeah, I
he
remember
said, "There's no
Mhm.
way that you can force me to think that is beautiful," or something like that.
Yeah.
That also went over very poorly, and everyone took it as he was attacking this 25-year-old model. He's saying that he was attacking Sport Illustrated and the equity that they are pushing, the ideology. I don't know. Again, like he agrees it was not well done, that it really did come off like he was hacking the model. That being said, he does have some ideological reasons doing that, but yeah, he
wasn't
seems to take
executed.
feedback from
Mhm.
I suppose that
Yeah.
goes back to being precise with your language, and it's difficult to be precise when some of the framing makes it feel I'm
For sure.
buffering. Pass. Move on.
Well, he's not so like the 12 rules and the 12 additional rules. They're not meant to be like, he's not claiming he's Jesus, he's above all this, he's
Yes.
obtained. It's an antidote to chaos, which is in all of our lives at all times. Like, it's something that you would perpetually have to work at, like clean your room. Like you don't just clean once and suddenly your room's clean. Like, it's something you need to like keep working at. But I don't know. That's what kind of when you were talking about like he's been captured by the right. It's I don't know. One of his rules on the 12 additional rules is a banned ideology. It's rule 6 of Beyond Order. I don't know. I don't see that. But if all you're seeing is Twitter, like really seeing the worst of him, it is really not at his best.
Yeah, I
but
think we're holding him to this really
So
high
glad I'm
standard.
not watching Twitter and this stuff on it. Probably my opinion would be worse.
333.
Yeah,
Jab
probably.
did speak. He just doesn't have much to say either way about Jordan Peterson, but
Yeah,
that is still a good question.
Chat.
Having heard what we're saying, does it make you think anything less? You're just like, I don't give a shit anyway. You guys, you do you.
Jab just wants to grill.
Jab wants
Yeah,
to
I
grill.
just want to grill. Yeah, leave me alone so I can sit on my fence comfortably. No,
That's a
yeah, the Elliot Page thing, like the criminal thing is pretty dumb. If that is actually what he said, like you're kind of making a slippery slope when you say that. You're like, oh, if one person did X, Y, or Z, you're automatically a bad person. It kind of it feels similar to me when people say, okay, well, you shouldn't say anything edgy online because some people, like maybe one or two people.
Did we lose him? No, I hate that. He's gone red. His connection is not doing too well.
Yeah.
No.
He did have a good argument, though. It was
Yes.
essentially the same thing that they tried to do to PewDiePie or something. Like where you have a big enough audience. You will have some bad people in it inevitably, and it's really not a human expectation for you to be held responsible to every single one of them what they might do.
Yeah, and also as David has said here as well, no one can be precise 100% of the time, right?
Yeah, of course.
And you see says all the time. I don't know if that was on purpose, but that's hilarious.
Okay.
All right, my mic cut out right as I was in the middle of my spiel.
It was pretty awesome timing.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, sorry, but he said this kind of like twice. Is that David? Is that there is what is it? People can take you out of context. People can afford you bad faith, no charity. Be bad faith. They have. They will misunderstand you regardless. But there is this concept of the middle of the road, kind of like if somebody can offense is I believe offense is taken, not
taken, not
given or whatever, yeah. But you can objectively look at at the words that were used and see if there was if someone was being inflammatory, right? You can see those kinds of things, and there's this also a lexicon that of what do 70% of people understand? How is a word commonly used?
Yeah.
And you can build okay, what is it? Well, we were on Tuesday when we were looking at how the lawyers were talking and how Nick is much more. He communicates much more effectively with common people.
Hello.
Do you mean for okay?
Yes, no. It's just because Hydra is. I was trying to. Yeah, it was just I was trying to bring us Hydra being the center so that he could say goodbye. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you that way.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
My apologies. I have 1 minute left.
Yeah,
I could barely squeeze this time out of my day, but thank you guys for allowing me to quickly jump in and say my little
I wanted you to say
piece.
something about what Catrew was saying there.
Sorry?
I wanted you to end off what Catrew was saying.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm still thankful that I could listen to all of your opinions in real life and real time, and you listened to mine. So thanks everyone. And I got a bounce. I'm so sorry. I have lots of stuff to do still today.
It's always a
Thank
pleasure.
You guys.
Thank you so much for making time.
Sorry to eat up the last of your time.
I'm sorry I interrupted you. Your monologue.
I was trying to manage it, guys. It's me.
Yeah.
It's me. It's not you guys.
Yeah,
okay.
blame Kitty entirely. It's all her fault.
You can't kick me though. So okay.
Okay. See you guys. Bye bye. Thank you for letting me on.
Yeah. No, but just to say there are
Hi.
there's this way that, like, what is it? There are things you can do to increase your there are things you can do to objectively increase your communication, to and also to defend your communication against
Yeah.
bad faith,
Mm-hmm.
right? You can, if you have been precise in your speech, when somebody goes to attack you, there are ways you can defend. Much like how Jordan Peterson knows exactly what he's saying and he has precise definitions, he can defend what he said, if people are willing to listen. But so part of what my critique is about him is that he is very, he's very unconcerned with optics, and increasingly so. I mean,
I agree.
I really feel like that's part of the problem, not just Twitter being terminally online. And again, I said that I could be wrong on that, but I do feel like anytime I do listen to him, he gives this impression where he's not, how do you put it? Like he's just, like unconcerned with optics. He's unconcerned with like how people, like, not just people who will guaranteed misunderstand him because they have zero charity towards him, but even just, he's unconcerned with the middle. He's unconcerned with like, how do I reach people that may or may not agree with me? And really, I feel like that is in decline. That's how I would put it.
I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I don't think that's his mission right now. He has a think tank. I can't remember what it's called, but literally the goal of it, it's also with that Greg. I keep wanting to say Hurwitz, but now I can't remember if I'm mixing him up with a musician. But anyway, the think tank, their entire thing is they want to get the left to become more liberal, to step away from left and a little bit more towards the center, to kind of dial it back a little bit. So I don't know if he's currently trying to kind of do what he was doing in 2016, where he was kind of trying to introduce everyone. But that being said, he still is, like, in January, he was on Joe Rogan. He just went on Les Friedman's not too long ago. He's doing tours all around Canada right now, and I think the US as well. He still is doing a bunch of Q&As. Like, I think every one of those tours dates that he's doing, I believe started to promote the book, but I believe it's just Q&As now.
I'm happy to hear that.
Well,
so he still is doing that. They're just not the content on his channel right now. From what I see, the content is more like interviews.
Yeah, I still want to continue. I want to keep thinking of like going over this. Now we're going to get to like the presentation part, because I want to.
Oh, sweet.
This no, it's not that I've got a list yet or anything like that. I was thinking of making a playlist, but that's kind of like for a video. But this perception of him, right, that we have now, where is it coming from? It's coming from those takes. So I want to have a look at his Twitter. And also want to have a look.
I looked at it earlier
content.
today, and I think he already tweeted like 20 times this morning.
It sounds like me, okay?
Or
you guys,
maybe it's yesterday.
The prime of my Twitter was every five minutes. I was on there. It was.
Okay,
it
I'm
was
sorry. Was the critique of Jordan Peterson? What was Jordan Peterson critiquing Elliot Page's doctor because he gave surgery to Elliot Page, and Elliot Page having surgery could like inspire other people to trans themselves?
It was kind of the same reason why he was kind of objecting to the C16 thing. It's kind of the principle of the ideology where it leads to. But he thought specifically, like, or I believe it was his Instagram photo getting like 1.5 million or whatever likes definitely influenced some kid that would possibly sterilize themselves. And he just saw that was a huge danger.
Yeah.
Okay, and it was
He
the doctor
doesn't have any
specifically
data
he
that
was
like
calling a
somebody
criminal.
yeah, specifically that doctor, which is weird because Elliot Page was not underage or anything. So
Mhm.
I'm not 100% certain.
Yeah, okay, so Benjamin Anonymous in chat. That's a very unsmart thing. He says, it's fair to characterize encouraging children to mutilate themselves as a criminal. So that's like saying that.
Well, that's what he.
That's like saying
what he
selling
thinks.
a gun to someone and they go and shoot up a school and inspire other people to shoot up other schools. The person who sold the gun is morally culpable for those actions after the fact.
Well,
That's
not only
stupid.
that,
I don't
but
know if it's necessarily that, but it could be the the people that are most susceptible and most probable to do something could be the most susceptible to getting on this I don't know what to call it, like fad, but it's contagion. Now I'm blanking on the term.
Yeah, I think also what's this goes back to what Hydra was talking about in terms of culture war kind of thing, where he's taken this individual and now taken that's he's seeing it through that thing, that to him, as Benjamin is saying, to him that is what's happening, encouraging.
Thank you.
People,
social contagion.
That's what it is. Like, is to encourage. It's part of encouraging, transing the youth. Basically, that's what that's how he's seeing it. So that is, yes, it's an extreme characterization, but that's what he's done there by being so incendiary on Twitter.
I do believe he's also made the point that like he doesn't care adults are doing it.
Trans Elliot Page.
Yeah, that's the part that I didn't quite understand. If we are sharing things, I do have a clip from like the video where he's kind of defending his tweets and accepting the feedback from, but I'm not quite sure about the doctor part.
Okay, so there's this here.
If the critique isn't of the can't hold someone morally culpable for giving someone a tool other than using that tool and inspiring other people to do bad things with said tool, right? Like you wouldn't do that.
So it's not a tool per se. Like you've heard like social contagion or social contagion theory, right? Like that,
yeah.
It's kind of the same things like, things are trending, like ideas kind of become in the zeitgeist. It makes it more prevalent. I believe that's what he's talking about, not necessarily like this particular guy made the people trans. I don't know. Like, I understand what you're saying. I just don't think it's like a tool. It's more.
Okay, so it wasn't the doctor specifically then.
He did say the criminal doctor who did that. So I don't know his justification for calling the doctor a criminal.
Sorry,
I don't believe.
Could you say that again? My thing is crashing.
Oh no. So he did end the tweet with "and the criminal doctor." I should look it up, but I can't remember the entire tweet off the top of my head. But yes, he did call the doctor a criminal, and I'm not 100% certain his justification on that. I know he went into why he thought Elliot Page was, like social contagioning people, but yeah, I don't remember the doctor.
That's where you all sound like robots to me right now.
I hope it's. I'm hoping it's just for you, although I don't want it to be at all. Just what I'm thinking here is
Benjamin Anonymous. It's more like being a school shooter inspires copycats. Sure, but you wouldn't hold the person who sold the gun to the school shooter morally culpable for that, right? Or morally accountable.
Stream sounds fine. Okay. Well, what I want to know, what I'm thinking here is we're holding him to quite a high standard here, which I'm okay with holding him to a high standard because he is, he's a, I think it was Darling who said he's an exceptional man. He really is. Because of all the principles he's espoused and all of that, you want to hold him to the standards he's put out there for others, but he doesn't have like Gray was saying earlier as well, he's not bringing himself out there as he's the best, he's the Christ here, he's the Messiah. That's not what I get from him. So I can see the and what I found from the left was people were just waiting for him to fall. They wanted something. They just wanted him to do something that they could
And
really.
he gave a bunch of to him.
Yeah, and he did, and I guess that's disappointing. But considering all that he's gone through, he hasn't disappointed me the way Steven Crowder disappointed me.
I think we all hate Crowder. Well,
yeah,
I hope we all hate
like
Crowder here.
Steven Crowder had this as if he was, God's gift to everyone, and yes, he had he had a domestic. Considering the domestics that I've witnessed between my parents who have been married for over, I think it's getting to 40 years now. I can understand that some people didn't take it. Some people overreacted with him and all of that, but the way that he acts on his show is so different. I just was very, very disappointed with him. I felt like he was being a big hypocrite. And then hearing what Dave Landau said about him as well was just like, I don't want to hear that he's that much of an asshole. I knew that he had an ego, but flipping hell, dude, this is way more. So
yeah,
he's upset me in that way. Jordan Peterson, I can't let go of in that way. I can't, because he's just too brilliant for me. I don't think I'm still a fan of him. That's my stance. Is I'm still a fan.
I have a question.
Oh damn!
Yo,
Sargon has been on a Crowder before. I did not know that.
How much of a
Sorry, someone was
role
talking about that in chat.
does authenticity play, do you think, in this downfall between when he started and now? Does he seem more or less authentic?
To me, he seems just as authentic.
Just the
I
same.
have not really followed him for like the last while, except for Twitter, and I was kind of super disappointed. I wasn't really on Team Peterson anymore. But this last week, I really just binged a bunch of his material, and yeah, I gotta say, he seems like he's back to like prime form. He seems like he's the same personality. He is a little bit more religious. He does actually talk a little bit about that now, where before he would just kind of allude to he acts as he does. But yeah, that's kind of the only big difference that I've seen in this. Other than that, it feels like it's still the same authenticity I felt from him before. He's still often gets very emotional and will go to any place in a conversation. Yeah.
I don't feel like there's any less of him there. So I don't feel like he's changed into this other person that's in my parasocial view of him. He doesn't he doesn't seem like a change, like he's changed in a way that if he was like this as a friend of mine, I wouldn't abandon him. So that's kind of how I'm picturing it. Is this kind of like, yeah, sure, just because he said some things that are like, dude, what the fuck, like the anonymity thing and whatever. But also one of the things that I often criticize the left for is completely, as soon as you've done one thing, boom, out. You're the worst person in the world. Black and white thinking. And I feel like that is tempting. People are tempted to feel that way for Jordan Peterson because also he's so he was like our savior for a while, and so you put him to this standard that is, and I suppose you could go, oh, it's competence, yeah. No, it's not. It's literally just his humanity, and I think as well with the authenticity question there, that actually makes me stand even harder for him because it's like he doesn't seem fake. He doesn't seem it doesn't seem like, oh no, mask off, he's not like Crowder. It was kind of like a bit of a mask off thing, but there's no mask off going here. It's just, there's just more of him. That's just more of Peterson. It's more of this human that I've always been interested in. So yeah, I stand Peterson. Sorry.
Nice.
And I actually forgot what the first half of that tweet was. The Elliot page, when it was, remember when pride was a sin? I totally forgot that he kind of like religious.
Yeah,
in the
you
first
see
half of
that like the execution here. So yeah, Lady
Yeah.
Cameron, the problem with the JBP was until the Ellen Idiot tweet, he was basically perfect. If his disease had killed him, he'd have become a saint or a god. Yeah. So yeah, that first one. So that's why my question was, when was the first one that you disagreed with him? So for me, it was
that one.
I think for me,
think it was-
I don't know which one came first. Was it the anonymity online removal or the Elliot? Either way.
I think
It
Elliot was
it the
before
Elliot
that.
for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think even before that, he had kind of a poorly worded take Ketanji Brown Jackson or whatever, the Supreme Court justice. Just the way that he basically said, like, I can't remember the way that he worded it, but it came off that I should really look up the actual tweet. But the wording of that was very
tweet?
imprecise.
What the fuck? Wait, I'm seeing this here. Journal
How's
Clinical
this?
Oncology titled Debunking Sex and Disentangling Gender from Oncology calls on clinicians to combat ontological oppression by degendering oncology. This involves the conscious and explicit. So he just did he just retweet with a picture? That's crazy. But you know what, also, I think that's another thing, is that you wouldn't, the way that we see him as well, we saw him from the beginning, is very rational and not based, actually, more like just principled, the initial, you know. And so when he starts playing dirty with the rest of us, it's like, I think that's another thing that people are put off by. It's like, no, Jordan, we wanted you to be the intellectual based. We don't want you to try and meme lord your way in here.
Yeah.
So I think that's I suppose the distaste that maybe people are. I like this. One of my favorite things now that I do with Gordon as well, or whatever, is prison. So if there's any, because he goes prison, that's one of his things that he does. He just retweets with prison. So if there's something that's going on, you just like prison, so I mean, if you take that and you at least enjoy that, but I mean, just think about it. How many times, I think we all are pretty enamored with Sish and Adam here. But you don't agree with absolutely so I mean, I don't know, we can fight over them, who's the biggest fan here. But like, you don't agree with absolutely everything that they say, and you don't have to, and you're happy to disagree with them. Because that's what being centrist is about as well. It's about listening to all of the opinions, not drowning everybody out that you don't agree with. So do that with Peterson. Just I wouldn't write him off just yet. Go and listen to, like Gray has said, go and listen to his content. Don't do this though, because I mean, he pushes a lot. I mean, that is pretty funny, that it thing. But yeah, that's a bit risque there. But yeah, this was the tweet, and then he said prison. So I mean, that's quite hard. He's going there, he's saying prison for life, no parole. But
no parole.
Another thing that you were saying, Gray, was he knows where ideology leads. So if this is how we can see how this affected him deeply, that all of this so the culture war, the stuff that Hydra's talking about, it's not just culture war to him. It's this is bad. It's really bad. So like, I can see why he would go hard at this, but I wouldn't do this if I were him.
Well, it really
You're
sucked because
giving
he
the other
said he's
side
taking a
credit.
break from
Tweet
it,
liberal
and he
about
wasn't
the
going to do Twitter at all.
thing.
And then he came back and just sniped at that Sports Illustrated.
Yeah, that
cover.
was like the immediate. That was the first thing he did. That was insane.
Yeah.
But that was months
Yeah,
ago.
he should have stayed off.
He hasn't
Yeah,
gotten
I think
any
that
better.
was. Yeah, that was quite a while ago.
California's insurer said it would stop offering new coverage in the state. The move is part of a broader trend across the years of companies pulling back from areas hit by climate disasters. So, I mean, he, while eliminating tens of thousands, you're delusional. Like, I don't know. I think it's starting to sound like man yells at cloud. That's what.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't need to be tweeting as much as he does.
So you know what? Maybe we just don't follow him. But if you go, okay, so that's his, that's his tweet,
Yeah,
his Twitter,
those-
right? Okay, and you just hear in your head, "Up yours, woke moralists." Okay, but if you go to
Yours.
his you still like Jordan Peterson. He says he hasn't heard him for a while. So because Gordon also liked Jordan Peterson. But
No, I just see the tweets and I think,
Light past
who
tense.
is this helping? I don't, or who is that supposed
Yeah.
to convince? Whose
yeah, that's not
opinion is
what
that going to change?
chosen one. Yeah, kind of thing. Yeah, he was the chosen one. So we're like, why are you wasting time on this stuff? Okay, so let's see. Okay, I don't think he does lives. Oh wait, he does lives. They all do the live show, right? No, that's videos. Okay, so this is the releasing of the videos. They just premiere. That picture made me be sad, to be fair, and I've called for death penalty for people dying Trafalgar Fountain. Oh my God! Right? That's an interesting topic altogether.
I don't understand how that helps the climate, but
Thanks. Yeah, if we want to talk about what is helping, that's an interesting question. That's quite a thing. Kermit voice. Save the soul of Canada from the dragon. That's Trudeau. Okay, what is a woman? Okay, so we've got. Look, this is his content now. It's not like it's gone crazy. This Lost in Transnation I was listening to was also good. No to Work Capitalism. I mean, what does anyone have an issue with what they're seeing here? Let me zoom in a little bit for you guys. Aboard the Ark, I suppose that's what you're not enjoying about the religious stuff.
yeah, I'm not the biggest fan.
Yo, Calvin's on his way.
Okay. You need a pipe and monocle, Catrew. Partners in Crime, Dr. Daniel Higgins and Robert.
That might be a cool thing to get, is a pipe and monocle.
It'll make you more distinguished.
Weaponizing.
We'll have to
doomsday.
see how that. I mean, for the cat, maybe definitely keep around, but I'll have to see how what do you call it? The fox turns out.
Did you guys?
Fox is pretty chill.
Everybody must have watched this detransition one.
I did not.
Oh,
You
I did
should.
not.
It's
should.
pretty intense.
I will
It's
do that.
incredible. And then you see this girl's myth. I haven't finished this because I love Armelo, so I need to finish that. But I mean, his content is covering the things. I think it would be. You see what it's doing. His tweets has put us off to the point where we're like, we don't want to watch this stuff anymore. But look what we're missing out on. And then you've got influencers like Sitch and Adam who are completely turned off him, and that has an influence on the audience, and they don't go. So I need to stand hard and be like, come on, just remember to at least listen to him. And one of the things that somebody said was pretty funny on gender flux, which is supposed to be gender flux now. they said sort. Okay, so P.F. Young is like, I need to sort the wheat from the chaff or something with Peterson, right? So somebody said no, separate the tweet from the chaff, which is pretty funny.
You got
but the tweet is the chaff.
Yeah.
So
I don't know what kernels you
it
can get
works,
out of this
though.
is the problem.
Yeah.
For sure.
I
Jabs
have
back.
a question I'm going to try and articulate. It's
Do
been
it.
a couple. Yes, it's been a couple of years since I watched his biblical series and his maps of meaning videos or lectures. But I've always, regarding his this perception that he has become more religious, or regarding his religiosity, these early videos I've always viewed as interpreting religion through the lens of mythology. If I
Very
recall,
much so.
do you think? Yeah, very Joseph Campbell, very Carl Jung.
Seem like it super into the hero's journey type.
Yes. Do you think that has shifted, between
Sorry,
then and now?
I cut out again.
How dare you stand?
I'm so
No!
sorry. I'm so sorry. I know you were trying to work up the courage to articulate everything. Just continue without me. I'll pick up the pieces
Stay.
as we go along.
Just
Wow.
do you think there's?
Chairman and the cat.
I suppose I would love to hear you all pontificate on whether or not you think there's been a shift from that more mythological, analytical view to perhaps a more, I don't want to use the word literal,
spiritual.
but yeah.
I 100% think there is. He used to talk about it, like you're saying, like in kind of the same way as a myth. It appears that his wife got super religious, and I believe that. So I don't know, like I can't mind it, but I know Tammy went through quite a bit and was basically told she was going to die in 10 months. Miraculously, she didn't, and then supposedly was near death like every day for like 6 months. I think that definitely. I'm not sure if she was more religious than him before, but that experience definitely had him openly saying a lot of religious stuff afterwards. Like, for instance, that tweet with the Elliot Page, it starts out with pride was a sin. He wasn't necessarily quoting stuff like that before. It definitely changed him, and now he is saying that he is openly religious. So, yeah, I think now it's more, I don't know if you want to call it spiritual or literal, but I don't think he is
Traditional?
mythology. And yes, traditional. Let's go with that. But yeah, I believe that has changed.
I'm inclined to agree.
Yeah. That being said, he still does seem to hold pretty much the same position. Like, it doesn't seem to have moved him over politically. He still talks a lot about like liberalism. So I don't know. It doesn't seem like far right me or anything like that. Still very open to debate and conversation. Yeah, I noticed like any of that shift over, but definitely the religious thing. There's been a slant to traditional, as you were saying.
Yes.
I'm using my headset microphone so that I can speak to you guys, because you clearly you can talk yourselves down. You finish conversations. I don't know how to finish conversations. I always keep them going. But
So one thing I just wanted to say on what has been said right there is that
someone's just
Jordan,
arrived. If you could just let them in.
Oh yeah. Fair.
Jab.
No. Cats and chairs. We are a cat
Squeaky.
and chair stream. Yeah, yep.
That's true.
So,
Aw.
so, as far as that kind of, oh gosh. No, I've lost it. Never mind.
Oh,
It's
no.
not important. No, it's not important.
It's not important.
Oh no, wait, no, the video. Sorry, not on the Christian thing. Sorry, but it was brought up during it. That's why. As far as like the pride was a sin, is that there are two types of pride,
Yeah.
right? There is like this like self-confidence, being pleased with your work, and then there's this hubris. They're closely related, but they're different. And the fact that Jordan it very much is interpreting, Pride Month to be hubris, basically hubris month, right? And instead of being charitable and realizing that it is or not even going over the difference, not even going over how he thinks maybe it started out as this kind of gentle pride and has become a hubris thing. The fact that he just jumps to the bad or the uncharitable version of it, the negative version of it is one of the things that I really didn't like about that video. If he had talked about how like a shift, right? If he had talked about how for most people maybe it is a gentler, self-confidence type of pride, but the people online, the activists, whatever, it's very much a hubris, without drawing distinction, without adding any nuance and jumping to the negative, without just, exactly with like taking pride in your work, right? That kind of pride is not
hubris is the
Hubris.
right word, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? Considering the what we see as the narcissism, am I sounding okay? Because I'm pretty far from the mic.
It's all right.
Okay.
It's good.
Well, yeah. From the when it comes to the sin of pride, whatever, what actually is I would relate there is the virtue signaling. That's basically the pride that most of the left would have. It's like, look at me, I'm so progressive, I'm better than you, instead of just actually being okay with your identity.
Vanity.
Yeah, it's vanity. Yes, that's it. The vanity, as opposed to just being and being unashamed of it. But then now we have to go and we have to lose. We go and we have to. There's no shame anymore. As well, everything has to be kink. As well, we have to go really far. I only just saw Group Mind. Group Mind, are you? I think you are in the chat on Discord.
Yeah.
So you do have the link if you would like to join.
You do have the link. Just go to the Thinkers group.
Daisy, what do you think, dude? Oh, indeed.
Excellent point.
Excellent. She does. She's all for pride. Pride.
Right.
What is it? That's one of the things that I really don't like. Is that this automatic association between the LGBT plus, pride, all of that, and kink.
Mm-hmm.
It's different.
It's not the same.
It's different. It should be different. They should not be synonymous. There should not be a K in the L in that acronym.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because they have different, completely and totally different goals. There may be links and connections and whatnot, because a lot of was it a big portion of the kink community is about lifestyle and not
Mhm.
necessarily sexualization, even if the lifestyle is is lewd from the outside, right? From a more conservative perspective, it is about. It is not about necessarily about sex and such. So in that sense, I mean, I could see why people would want to include
Kink
it,
that's
because it's
not
an
about.
alternative. What?
Are you saying kink that's not about sex? I'm
Yeah,
misunderstanding.
the kink community, like, right? Okay, like leather community. What? Do you
Oh,
know? Okay.
that stuff. Yes. No, that's
BDSM.
insane.
Yeah.
So you're trying. So you're saying there are people that are. It's not even. It's just normal. It's not even sexualized to them.
So yeah, okay, so like a leather community, a leather family. Does that okay? Am I the only person who knows about?
No. Like dog
Like
girl.
a leather family. Okay, so I've got like a daddy, right? And you've got okay, all right, and so they
Sorry.
no, okay, so and they will be a no, that okay, it's more like a a guiding role, a leadership role.
Yoda?
Sure,
Stop making me
but
laugh.
no, okay, no. So um, so the point is to provide uh, what is it? I'm not going to articulate this correctly, but
Yeah.
or fully.
Okay.
But you just have this
try.
there's a lifestyle element, like, okay, all of the it's like self-esteem, um it's how you live your life. It's not about like sex. It's not about getting turned on. It's not about um it's like an alternative way of living, right? Where you provide structure, responsibilities and whatnot. So you're not. It has nothing to. Okay, it can include, obviously, as all lives necessarily will have some aspects of sexuality to them, right? Like a marriage. A marriage isn't about sex, right? But it includes sex in that sense, right? So, like,
Yeah. Okay.
anyway, so there are kink aspects of kink community that are like this, right? You've got leather families. You've got
I honestly don't know
puppy
anything about it.
play.
I'm not. Please don't take my laughter as laughing at you.
Okay.
I'm
No, but
laughing
yeah,
because I
you've
can't
got
believe.
like um.
You're really lighting up comments, man.
Yeah.
I know, I'm trying to stay. I'm trying not to read chat
Oh,
right
Patrick,
now.
perfect.
The thing about the gimp mask. Fuck you, chat. I'm trying to take. We're thinkers here, bitch.
Right.
Okay, I'm only looking at you, Catrew.
Yeah. So, yeah, you've got all of this, other like this whole other world, right, going on, and so this whole other.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
ask you. Okay, so what are you saying here? Are you saying?
Okay. No. Okay. So my point is that the kink community, is not synonymous. isn't and shouldn't be synonymous with pride. Shouldn't synonymous with the alphabet acronym, the alphabet community. They're separate, and they should remain separate. I do not think. Right, and so when you include all of this stuff, right? Because there is this inherent sexuality to it, right? Even if like that's not how you operate, there is from the like in a leather community, you might wear corsets and other hard leather outfits, right? Where the leather that you've earned. That's another. Well, I mean, because you.
We can do another.
Never mind. I will not go into that. Okay. Anyway, so, but you've got when you go around walking around outside. In that, it's different than doing that with in your community. The public doesn't perceive it the same way that you perceive it, and I think that it's not. We shouldn't be like, what is it? We shouldn't be normalizing everything, right? And I think that normalizing, not just destigmatizing, but normalizing to a certain extent, homosexuality and trans people and all of these kinds of things along the alphabet, it's good, right? Maybe you have all of those same types of people inside a kink community, right? But that's a different framing, right? Like with Cincinnati, how they talk about gay acceptance, where you have all these like we're the same as you, right? We just this one aspect of us is different, right? We want to get married, we want to raise kids, we want to do all this do all the stuff. It's just that our partner isn't opposite sex, it's the same sex, right? But we want in all other aspects, right? And so but kink is completely contradictory to that, right? And that's why I feel like it doesn't belong with pride, if that makes any sense.
Calvin, it's in the Discord. It's in the Thinkers chat.
Kink is a form of the act, whereas
because what I'm hearing is that what we're trying to get at is normalizing homosexuality. It's not a problem, okay? And actually, in the past, what was always associated with it was a perversion, okay? It's a choice. It's just you being perverted. It's a perversion. So now what actually should happen is it's normalized that literally, in my opinion, two men can raise a child better than some heterosexual couples. Really, there's no hard and fast rule. If two parents is better than one, definitely. And people that are working really, really hard to adopt a child, even though they're same sex, they have way more. They're trying even. They have a better chance at being better parents than the people that just end up having sex and having children. So we're not going to go there. I won't go that far into. I don't want to go into that. It's not worth even talking about at this point. But what I'm trying to say here about pride is that, and what I'm hearing from you is that. My initial comment about kink not belonging there is because it's not you are trying to move away from this perception that it's all about perversion, it's all a lifestyle, it's all sex. What should be is it's just there's people, like if you were explaining it to a child where you go, oh, some people have two mommies and some people have two daddies. That's as close as it needs to get. We don't need to see your freaking dildos.
Right. Exactly.
So,
Agreed.
Exactly.
so with kink, I suppose you know a lot. You can tell us about kink, but yeah. So were you trying to say that the kink bit just doesn't belong with the pride bit because it's sexual?
Well, yes
Or
and
is
no.
it just that
Yeah.
kink is not even actually
Well,
sexual? And because that I'm confused by, because kink is
I
inherently
thought I
sexual.
heard leather daddies aren't sexual.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that's what confused me.
Actually, no. Not. Okay. There is an aspect to that. Yes, obviously, in the same sense that like everyone is. Okay. Leather as a fetish, it would be different than leather as a kink, right? I think that
Okay,
the two are often conflated.
by the non-kink,
Right. Well,
the
because you've got
normies.
right the norm. Yeah. So if you're talking about like just like or a leather fantasy, right? Especially if we draw that distinction, like somebody who like a couple that is otherwise normal going out and doing some role play or something, a couple that is, or an individual going to see someone for a specialty service, right? Obviously that's going to have a certain connotation, but people who like live the lifestyle, right? If you're a leather daddy 24/7, then like,
Mhm.
you know, your sex life is what it would be, the same as anyone else, right? And so you are
Jazz is
so
giving you that.
yeah, sorry, distracted by that. Anyway, so you've got your lifestyle. Okay, we're getting away from it, but just to sum up is that no, all of that all of that kind of stuff is
I'll
Wow.
send it through to you, Catrew.
all of that kind of stuff is isn't there is an inherent sexuality to it. I will grant you that, definitely. But it is and it especially in the visual aspect, in the dressing aspect, but there's a whole lifestyle, like it's a way to order your life in a sense, that you opt
Okay.
into.
Well, I think we can do a think on this at some stage.
Okay.
Because
Sure.
I'm fascinated. No, seriously, I'm fascinated by how something that is a kink cannot be. It can be unsexual, because
Okay.
that
Well, like,
would be a debate sort of thing that we get onto. I don't know. I think everybody would. Do we want to? We can continue on this if you want. I'll just add it to the stream title. That's all.
right. What is it?
I have no comment on the
see.
matter.
Wagachi Muchi, I don't know what that is. Let's talk it. Let's think about kink. Oh, that's the episode name, Jab. I love that.
But yeah, Jordan Peterson is a net positive.
Yes.
Agreed.
That's okay, because that's what we were. How did we get onto this? What if we map it?
It was entirely you. You did it. It was you. It was all you.
Yes, because we're talking about pride.
Yeah.
And pride being hubris. Resend me your super chat. Read out my super chat, you fiend. how must I say it? Okay, I'll try. I'll try and see how. Okay. I'm going to let Calvin in, but he better be behaved. Calvin,
Oh.
be a good boy.
Hi.
Don't come in, because he's like rearing to go. I don't know what. Kink is just gay cosplay. That's an interesting. Okay, just hold on. I just want to. I don't want to shame anybody here, guys. I'm
yours,
just genuinely...
woke moralist.
Okay, so hold on. First, we have. I'm just going to the tips. Okay, so jab, sub of Catrew. So we just need to make sure. Slant. And Absolute G just tipped $1 saying, "Oh, Daddy Catrew." I think that's a good one. But I think we have a lot to learn from Daddy. So shush. And then Lucy also says it's for Daddy Catrew. Catty Datrew. I mean, yeah, just the thing that stood out for me there was just like, kink, because it's based in sexuality, because it's based in sexual kink, then the overlap to me seems like something I would disagree on because of the Kitty drew a freak.
The overlap in...
Perhaps one falls... Sorry, continue.
I was just going to say the overlap in what? The overlap in kink and LGBT? Is...
Yeah, is...
Well, I was asking you. You said the overlap is something you disagree with, but I was saying, like...
Yes, the fact that you can't have something that you maybe it's calling something kink when kink is to me the term is inherently sexual. So
perhaps
of course it's inherently sexual, but but pride is about celebrating your sexual deviancy.
Yeah, and I'm not.
Well, it has
become
that,
like,
but it doesn't have to be that.
Well,
that's
have you ever gone to a pride parade?
But I've seen them.
Well, they're awesome. As Ryan Long says, they're the funnest parades.
They're pretty festive.
Yeah, they've got. Oh, no, I'm not going to say the joke. Never mind. But
perhaps one falls.
Great, you know Ryan Long. You know exactly the bit I was going for.
I do.
Yeah,
it's a good one. But yeah, I mean, if you go to a pride parade, there aren't exactly a lot of like 32-year-old married lesbian couples with their 2 adopted kids, right? Like that's not what like movement pride is about. Like accepting gay people is one thing, but like pride as a movement is literally about people like saying this is my sexual deviancy. It's not about long-term monogamous relationships.
And I don't know how that helps. In my opinion.
Perhaps one falls under the umbrella.
Or people with weird gender identities, like also you go to pride parade, like there's a lot of like I know a lot of trans people, or like at least like a couple, like a dozen, but they don't like go to pride parades because they're like normal, like they want to pass, like when they're walking on the streets, they don't want people to know that they're trans.
That's what I'm saying. Like a pride, like there isn't a the joke is when are you telling your parents you're straight, right? Because gay people have to come out to their parents, and
my parents know I'm normal.
We want to, but we want to normalize because we want to have the discrimination taken away. Now it's I'm wondering from a political point of view whether putting all of that together, I suppose. That was the point of pride in the beginning, was hey, here are the gays, we're here, we're queer, was the thing, right?
David Puff said pride parades are gay.
Oh my god! I suppose they are.
I think most things are gay.
And
I can make a pretty solid argument of anything being gay.
They have their place, but wouldn't it be a great world where we didn't actually have to have a parade for our sexuality because nobody gives a fuck? Except for the person you're fucking.
Well, nice. I don't condone that. I think premarital sex is gay, but I don't.
It can be.
It always is, but besides that, obviously, if you're like a gay couple, you just like a normal gay person is like
a normal gay person. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, people. Like as normal as a gay person can be, but a normal gay person.
A normal gay person is a person that's normal and just looks at another person with the same profits and says, I'm after that.
Yeah, exactly, which is weird. So a normal gay person is normal besides
weird
that.
Statistically, yes.
I suppose it is important to acknowledge the history involved,
I mean,
where they're coming from.
I mean, you're a woman, so I mean, of course, you don't see being gay as weird.
No,
Women have
I
always
do,
had gay friends.
Who we're
I'm
talking
not-
to?
No, I'm not. I'm
but-
not attracted. Like like you could call me bigoted because I'm not a bisexual man. To me, turn off completely. I don't think I would be okay with
see,
that.
we got to the root of it. It's weird. You agree?
Hey, that doesn't mean that I'm now going to step on other people's toes.
I didn't say that. I just said I said they're normal.
Unless
besides
that's
that,
yeah. Unless
That's
they
the
ask for
point.
it, right?
I didn't set off to make this point. You said
No.
it's not weird, and I say, oh yeah.
Well,
And
it's
here we are,
weird,
finding out that
yes,
you
in
think it's weird.
comparison, but it's weird. It's weird.
I guess
yes.
it depends what you mean by weird.
Yeah, because it depends what you mean by normal.
I mean weird. I say weird. I mean weird.
I mean,
Then
if
I
you
don't think
mean
weird.
not the average, yeah. It's different.
Because I would. Weird is weird doesn't mean anything these days.
It's over a standard deviation past the paragon of like a normal person.
Again, what do you mean by normal? You're saying normal in there.
Normal is normal.
Well, no. Okay, so
The paragon of a
What is
normal
it?
so the best
Any-
normal person.
well, okay. Now, there's all kind. What is it like? Average, right?
What was the point
Like,
I was
if-
making?
No,
Oh
no,
yeah,
wait, no.
pride
Like
isn't
when-
for
Well,
Well,
normal
you're saying
gays.
average.
There's
'Cause,
like-
I
well,
wouldn't
no,
say
like,
it's
what-
abnormal.
If you want to go, you ever seen Modern Family with the gay
Wait,
couple?
hold on.
Those are normal
Wait, no,
gays.
Okay, but
and they're doing fine
if you
without
take a
pride.
look at the word, if you took at the word average, right, and you apply it mathematically, right,
I
there
didn't say
are
average, I said
three
normal.
different operations. There are three different operations that have very drastic differences when you're talking about average.
Oh, he's gonna
right?
tell me about the mean and the mode and the median, but I'm not
Ex-
talking about average. I'm talking about normal. They're different. The average person sucks. You ever talk to an average person? They're morons.
I
Talk about a
can,
normal person, not an average person.
as an
Okay,
average
guys.
person, I can
We're not
affirm we are
arguing
wrong.
here. We're literally. I
But-
think we're
my
arguing.
point wasn't.
semantics.
Yeah, my point wasn't to say that you were talking about average. My point was to point out that exactly how you define a word can have a drastic difference on exactly how it's understood.
I'll need a week. Give me a week. I'll give you the definition of normal next week.
Okay.
Okay, we'll
Deal.
have a
I mean,
show.
It's
on
kind
it.
of pedantic of us, but deal.
No, first of all, I'm a man of the people, and I understand that some people didn't like that I said a toilet is a chair. All right, because even though I look at a toilet
that's
and I sort of see it as a
episode
chair.
5.
But I'll tell you what, I will amend my toilet definition because I had a week. I'll say a toilet. A chair. A chair is a man-made object for the primary purpose of one individual to sit on.
Primary. Yes.
Primary is the distinct. That way, toilet is not a chair because the primary purpose is poop.
For what
That's
it's
true,
worth,
Dad. That's what I was against. Sorry. So go, Dorcas.
Oh.
Sorry.
I was just going
It's
to
okay
say,
not to be normal. All right, but it okay. Being weird is okay, but being too weird is not okay. You're allowed like a dozen weird things, and if you have a 13th weird thing, it's too much.
Based. What were you going to say, Optimus? Have you lost it?
it was going to be about the toilet thing, but I sense we're moving on from that. So
No, you can continue if you'd like. I mean,
see, Pappy, I
we
don't
are
think
going to have a whole episode about it.
You don't consider
Excellent.
a toilet a chair. I understand. I
No,
amended my
no.
definition.
I don't think you understood. I was making a joke when I said a toilet is not a chair, it's a throne. That was a
Yeah.
joke.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I get that.
Cool.
Yeah.
He's doing a
Okay.
freenie. He's pulling a freenie.
I understand that people don't like wide definitions, so I narrowed it. So there, you can poke holes in my definition of chair if you want. It was a man-made object for the primary purpose of one individual to sit on. So benches and sofas are also not chairs because they're for multiple individuals.
So are we gonna go? We're gonna go to
We're going
Jordan
to
Peterson.
this
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
Okay.
We're fine.
Peterson, net positive.
So yes,
Okay,
I
what's
think
his opinion, Kink?
yes.
Let me tell you, Bucko.
Yeah, we actually.
I've been
Kelvin,
married
you're
for
the one
30
actually.
years, and you don't
that-
survive that long.
Yeah, hold on, before you go off, because we want to know. Because I think you were the one that mostly was like against Jordan Peterson.
Me?
Yeah. Or
I
were you
was
just making
saying.
fun of him?
Well, I was saying he's living long enough to become the villain.
So you
How
would
so?
say he's
He's going crazy. He's spending too much time on Twitter.
Positive.
No,
Okay,
he's a net
yes,
positive. But he's certainly less. He's like, before he was a +10, and now he's like a +5. And I'm worried about Jordan, and I'm worried that he's gonna slip, and eventually he's gonna become like a rightist.
Can I get the tick that would drop him 5 points?
He's nuts. I mean,
No,
they're not.
Maybe or in the past.
But if you're talking about his, it mostly has to do with his public appearance, the way he treats public relations, I guess you would call it. Because beforehand, he was very, at least he tried to be precise with the speech before he was so jaded. But I think he spent enough time being like called literal Nazis, being called the Red Skull. And now he's like, I don't care what these lefties think of me. So he treats every interaction like
all.
You understand that when you're in like a group of people who agree with you, you can kind of shoot the shit and you don't have to worry about someone taking you the wrong way. But when you're talking to someone you disagree with, you have to be more careful because you say one thing wrong and they'll twist it. Because they're looking at.
And that's why he's gone out of his way to surround himself with people with opposing opinions. Just like, I don't know if you heard the start of it when I was kind of describing one of his videos. It's called the Twitter Apologia. But he literally has Jonathan Brago from the right and now I'm Gregowitz from the left. And he's getting both of their opinions on why he sucked at Twitter and why he should quit it. I don't know, man. Like I don't see him in an echo chamber.
And you're right.
I understand.
I've been following his stuff, and I think he's pulled himself out of the spiral he was in. Because I think you can't deny he was in a spiral. You can't deny that
he lost 2 years of his life. Like he almost
and
lost
he
his
came
life,
back.
and then
you know how crazy things have gotten in 5 years. You know that, like he was like when he started, there was like
so. How long do you think his fall has been then?
What?
How long do you think his fall has been? Like it's 2023 now.
I don't think he had a fall. I think he had trouble getting his footing when he came back to public life. Because things every year things get exponentially more crazy.
Okay.
I think we all sort of agree with that.
And 2021 Beyond Order, like when he released his third book.
His third book, Beyond Order, he released it, and I think he was having trouble at that time, because I think that's about the time he was coming back, or he was starting to come back.
So the time frame was he lost all of 2019. The first half of it, his wife almost died, and then the latter half of it, from August, he tried to detox. So first in the U.S., and he could get off the benzos, so he had to be put into a medically induced coma in December. Basically, all of 2020, he was. Basically, all of 2020, he was recovering and writing a book, and that's it. And then 2021, he released Beyond Order.
Well, he had been writing the book beforehand, so it wasn't like he started writing the book.
Sort of. He had prompts from his blog, but he actually wrote the material in 2020.
I was under the impression that he was like halfway through the book when his wife got cancer. Because I remember he was talking about releasing the second book before like he lost the year. Ironically, writing a self-help book, and then at the time he most needed self-help. But he continues writing the book when he recovers.
So I know that self-help would have helped it. So what do you mean by self-help? So like how could he have gotten himself out of that?
I don't know. I don't think he could have.
So
I wouldn't
it's not a self-help book necessarily.
Well, his book is a self. It's a self-help book based in philosophy. I mean, they're rules for life. and the rules to make your life
I
better
don't know that
and to
it's
make your
necessarily
impact on the world
self-help.
better.
Like,
They're not like, here, do this, do that.
it's not like, once you do this,
I
you're
wouldn't want
cured.
to call it, to cheapen it by calling it self-help.
That's kind of a strict definition of self-help, though, because
Like,
it is kind of.
But it's the when you put self-help on top of it, it cheapens it in this way that's like.
Okay, we'll call it a philosophy book. He's writing a philosophy. He's writing a moral. He's writing a book on everyday moral philosophy. Let's call it that, because that's what it is. It's a book on how you should interact with the world.
Yeah, and
right?
and part of that whole philosophy is failing, being able to fail, and life
By the way,
being
your
life
link...
itself being suffering. So he is by no means saying that this is a standard that he is able to achieve. Philosophers are going to think about the best way to live, about what we ought to do, what it means when we do certain things. So I don't think we can call him, like, because it sounds like you're calling him a hypocrite sort of thing.
Nope, not at all. I'm just saying it's
ironic.
He's going beyond the order, but his life is falling in chaos. He needed his
Yes,
first
it is ironic. It's sad, isn't it?
I know. I feel for the guy. Yeah. I loved him. I was a big Jordan Peterson fan.
So you're not anymore.
I'm not as big of a fan. I still watch his stuff from time to time.
Yeah, because these were the questions. Let's
I got the voice down, didn't I? I watched enough of his stuff.
You do.
So I mean, here's the. Do you remember? This is what we went through in the beginning. Do you remember how you first heard of Jordan Peterson? When was the first time you disagreed with him? So like, when was your big thing? And then obviously, what is your biggest gripe with him now? And what's your favorite thing? And where do you stand on him?
Okay, I first heard of Jordan Peterson probably at the same time. Okay, so I mean, at the time, everyone got into politics in 2016 or 2017, one of those years. But 2017 is really just 2016 too. But yeah, the first time I disagreed with him, well, I don't know if I agree with Jordan Peterson on like a whole lot, but I like him.
Is there something you disagree with him on?
Well, I don't believe in government, and he does.
Fair enough.
You don't. Oh, okay, you're like an AMCAP.
I'm an ANCAPO communist.
Or ANCOM. Oh.
Just hold on.
Okay.
The feds came knocking on my door the other day. I told them I wasn't building bombs.
Just hold on. I'm sorry. We have a Patrick.
Oh yes, we got a Patrick.
Yeah, I was gonna say your link doesn't work in the chat, which is why I was very frustrated.
No, which link? The link in the link that's in the Thinkers chat. Okay. Is Patrick in here?
Oh,
or maybe it does. Maybe it just doesn't work for me.
No wonder.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe he just hates me.
Hold on, man. Patrick. Wait, where?
I can take care of it.
Yeah, can you send it to him? And then I click the link. Jab just tipped $1 saying if Gray is Poopay, then is calling him the shit technically a slur?
Excuse me, sir. Do you have any Gray Poopay?
Then is calling him the shit Poopay? Is it calling him a slur? Oh, because of his
Is it Poopay or Poopay?
I think it's acceptable.
I call him Poopay because
let me tell you, there's a restaurant that has, most restaurants have ketchup on the table. This restaurant has Grey Poupon on the table. Fanciest places I've ever been to. Best bacon burger in the state.
I like whole grain mustard.
It's so good. When you're like a 6-year-old, you go to a restaurant and they have like fancy mustard on the table. You're like, ooh.
Yes.
I mean, it was a sports bar, but it felt fancy.
Okay.
Well, the questions were, when did I hear about him? 2016. About the same time I was watching all the Milo Yiannopoulos owns feminist compilations.
Yeah.
Oh. Not quite the same, but yes.
Yeah. It felt like the same thing. And then when do I think he fell off, or he plateaued?
Yeah, like when was the first divergence for you, and then now what is your major?
Well, I'll tell you what. He comes back. He had like a devastating 2 years, a year and a half, something like that. With his and his family's had health problems forever, but this was like a lot of them converging at once. So it's rough.
Yeah.
And you come back, and and this is 2019. He's having these problems during the presidential race, right? And things are heating up. And he comes back and he releases a book, Beyond Order. But here's the thing: the world has fell into chaos. So the first book, I think he probably should have waited. Yeah, we needed more order. So I feel like he should have waited a few years. He should have really hammered down on the order more when he came back. He was like, "This is what I needed. This is what the world needs," and then he could have released the book. But I think what happened is, over that year and a half, the world just like jumped. I don't necessarily think it was an incline. I think it was a step. I think it was a step he missed. Like, because he was having these issues, he missed a step in the world, in like the culture war sort of thing. And he came back, and he's just so frustrated. He comes back, and they're like, I love that movie Juno, and they're chopping off her breasts. And he's
don't get that
plus
from
size
his
models.
work.
He's saying plus size models, and he's they're not beautiful. These plus size models. Give me those skinny bitches. Or something like that. I don't know exactly what I said, but I feel like that's exactly what he said.
Okay, so you're kind of seeing him as a grumpy old man now, kind of.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. And you know what? I think that he came back and he's too full of himself. Okay.
In your opinion.
Did you watch the Louise Perry interview?
Okay, so that's also another...
possibly. Who's Louise Perry? Like,
Louise Perry wrote a book called The Case Against the Sexual Revolution.
Yes. I don't know if I finished one, but I definitely started it. Yeah.
By the way, my favorite book so far, like in life, is that book. It's a good book. You should read it.
Okay.
But if you watch the interview, he's doing an interview and he talks like 95% of the time. It's so annoying.
That is
such an
a problem with his style of interview. It's more of a conversation and not like
it's not even a conversation. He's soliloquizing. He's doing the Macbeth. He's looking at a wall and he's going, "Oh, well, I'll tell you this whole."
I know some of his interviews have been like that. I gotta say, a lot of them I've watched.
A lot of them are, and if you watch the little short movie on Exodus that they have on the Daily Wire, he's surrounded by a bunch of religious scholars, and he's saying, and he's not a religious scholar. I mean, he used to talk about the psychology. He talked about the psychology on biblical. Ryan Long was great, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like, maps of meaning.
Smash or pass? Pass.
I wanted to welcome Patrick.
Hi,
Hello,
Patrick.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. You've got a different headset, we see.
So, yes, and I also I purchased a mic.
Nice.
Do I sound
nice?
Do I sound sultry?
Oh, you do.
Do I sound good?
Yeah, you're Hydra-esque. No, I'm kidding.
Oh wow, and you're going with Cam too. Wow.
David Puff has a problem with me.
Well, I have no problem with my looks at all, so I like to be on camera as much as possible so I can look at myself.
Oh. I have a lot of problems.
So,
wow.
I'm very modest. I like the new Catrew though. That's a look at that. You know what's funny? On my phone all day, I thought that was I thought you had a pot on your head. Why the fuck's this cat got a pot on his head?
Oh, David,
like,
see you later, man.
He's not even going to tell me the problem he has with me. He said Jesus Paffy. He didn't
No,
specify.
You're a buzzkill to him. That's fine.
I am?
Because you were saying bad things about it. But anyway, we want to hear what Patrick has to say. First of all, he's come in here and realized that there is no pot on Catrew's head. So
Not
that's good.
hot.
Yeah.
But now I want
brought
to
my
keep
own
calling
pot.
Patrick
Pot
Patrick
free.
as well. So now everybody's a cat. It's Catrick
There you go.
as well.
Catrick. Yeah, Catrick's the best. Yeah, no, I kind of I'm a little confused actually because I was driving I had to pick up my kid early from school because I don't know, he had diarrhea or something, and I don't know. I thought you guys were talking about Jordan Peterson, and then I got home and I listened to Andrew talk for about 15 minutes about his kinks. Do I have this correct? So what are you into, Andrew?
What? Oh no, not me. I just have
that
I have a wide
Leather
breadth
daddies?
of knowledge on many topics.
Okay, because I thought you guys wanted me to come on and talk about our kinks.
Yeah.
It's not what we're
Yeah.
talking about.
Well, we could.
No, definitely do.
I'm into cats with hats.
I mean, who isn't, though?
I like nuns.
No, on Jordan Peterson, I mean, you guys have really run the gambit of things to talk about here. I think I set somebody off, or all of you off at one point, because I said I have a really difficult time with trusting the rationalizations of a drug addict. And I know everybody's going to get sensitive about this, but people in recovery, obviously, but when you're an active addict and you're
So
writing material, giving out information, I just don't see that.
What do you mean by active addict?
Well, an addict that's using.
Okay.
You can have ideals, though.
You can, but your views on everything are going to be skewed. I mean, you're talking about people
100%.
who will be a normal everyday person, and then they become an addict, and then they're standing on a corner.
You don't become an addict. Addiction is genetic.
Well,
It's genetically passed down.
There's
If your
component
parent
to
is
it.
an addict, you have a 50-50 chance of being a drug addict.
and
But you can force addiction.
Yeah,
Sure.
You can get people addicted that do not have that gene.
It's very
Bendos
the
are
the
really,
rat
really
cocaine
different.
experiment kind of says otherwise. You have to really
How are benzo?
really press people.
Sorry.
Because
Well, there could be people who are highly resistant. You know, I'm not saying it's 100%, but I mean,
but addiction isn't someone who uses frequently. Addiction is someone who, what's the definition that Dr. Drew always used? Someone who can't stop and their life suffers because they can't stop.
yeah.
I think that was the addiction that Drew used on Loveline. And
And wait. And what are you saying that's correct as compared to what? I missed the first part.
as opposed to someone who just uses. So you can get rats to use cocaine, but you that doesn't necessarily mean that the rats that are using are addicts. Some rats become addicts when you give them the cocaine, and they're always the offspring of the previous generation of addicts, and the ones who use it can take it or leave it, but the ones who are addicts will die if you take them off it, or won't be able to function if you take it away from them, like the other rats will. So Jordan, among his other health issues, is predisposition to be an addict to, what was the drug? Whatever the drug is, he's predisposed to it.
Benzos,
Yeah,
right?
benzos.
Yeah, benzos. But either way,
And because of his health issues, he would have to take it, and most people wouldn't have to take it.
okay.
Well, I mean, even if we compare the rats and the addiction levels and everything else, I think Gray had mentioned this. He ended up going into like a forced coma to detox.
Yeah,
correct?
that's why benzos are different. Like, it actually makes you physically addicted to it. So, like, you will just start seizuring if you try to go off of it. So benzos are a little bit different. So that is the family that, like, Valium, Xanax, Klonopin. But the one that he was on was actually a really slow release one. He was never actually getting high or anything like that. He got no euphoria of any kind from it, but the body becomes physically addicted to it. So I understand what you're saying about addicts and stuff, but like he was getting 0.25 milligrams twice a day is what his prescription was. That's very low. I can't remember the exact one that he had, but it's different. But supposedly it is really hard to kick on your own, and they're just kind of learning how to take care of benzo addiction now, like how to wean people off. Essentially what they tried to do when he tried to do it in Florida was just substitute a different benzo, but it didn't work at all, and it was actually like much worse for him. So yeah, he ended up doing the medically induced coma in Russia.
Okay,
they're kind of the only ones doing that cutting edge thing right now.
And Lucy points something out. She says her family has addictive traits, that she can turn anything into a vice, but that's an addictive personality. If you
For
have
sure.
the
Yeah, I
addict
have that
gene,
too.
everything you're
And
addicted
this
to is
seemed
a physical
different.
addiction. So
But I mean,
even if he's not getting euphoria from it, like if you're an alcoholic, if you're genetically an alcoholic and you drink a very small amount, it's still not good, and you can still become a using addict
for
from
sure.
that. And
For sure.
if you have
Benzos just be
addictive
particularly
personality
bad.
with
Benzos, like if you have use of more than 4 weeks, you have a 50% likelihood of being addicted to it. Like so much that you'll go through withdrawal off of it. It is uniquely really bad. Like you're not supposed to be on it long term. And it sounds like his family doctor that he went to because of anxiety and sleep disorder basically just prescribed him something that he shouldn't have done long term. Like he should have gone SSRI maybe, something for anxiety. But yeah, it was just kind of the wrong thing to be long term. Like the doctor really screwed him over. But it's not like you're going to like the street to get like heroines. You can't get this. Like it's very low dosage, but he could not get off it without like seizure.
I mean, I think alcohol and benzos are like the two that can kill you coming off of them.
Yes.
and
I mean, as
his
somebody
father
who
happened to be an alcoholic.
Yeah, as somebody myself who struggled with some dependency issues,
for sure.
You know, I kicked alcohol a couple of years ago. I could come up with some decent thoughts, and I could live my life, and I was functional, but my mind was not in the correct place at all.
For sure.
Even though I thought that it was. So my point being is, and maybe it's just a little projection, but my thought being with somebody like Jordan Peterson, who I like. I think he's super intelligent, amazing guy. I love the way he looks at things. But when I found out that he was writing these books when he was in the grips of addiction, so much so that he had to go, you know, and I'm not talking about that he was, you know, shuffling around his house like Miss Havisham or something and, you know, acting a fool. But clearly, I mean, that takes a toll. So I don't know that I would take life advice or any kind of advice really or views from somebody who's in the throes of an addiction.
Well, and I think it's important to point out with that is that I do think he wrote a lot of the book beforehand. So this wasn't like he got out of the coma and he was like, well, I'm good enough to write a philosophy book now. It was something he had been working on for years at that point. But I also agree with you that I think that he should have waited probably 5 years to release that book.
Yeah.
Wouldn't the argument behind the advice not necessarily be affected by the addiction? Like if a heroin addict came up to me and said, don't eat yellow snow, regardless of the addict, it's probably a good piece of advice not to eat the yellow snow.
Yeah, but if a heroin addict tells you, hey, bud, this is what you do to not be addicted to heroin in your life.
But that's not.
You could say,
not what he's saying.
Patrick,
you're saying if he's in throes of addiction. So what do you mean by in the throes of addiction?
Active addict, like you're currently using, no matter at what level, you need it to sustain your life. You're in the throes of addiction. Your brain is rewired to need drugs. You know, even if it's physical, you're in the throes of addiction.
If I could jump in just a little bit and say that I think what Patrick's getting at is that even if he's not getting high, the addiction could be altering his reasoning, even in a subtle way.
Yeah.
Even if he doesn't know it.
Correct. Like the heroin addict thing. Like obviously the heroin addict tells me this is yellow snow, don't eat it. It's good advice. But then, you know, that's pretty easy advice. I'm not going to then listen to the heroin addict tell me how to live my life in a productive way. And I wouldn't listen to the heroin addict say, you know, here's 5 rules or even 1 rule to live your life by.
So how does him being an addict like affect rules though? Like should you look at the rules as what they are?
Because his thought processes and his rationales behind things are askew by an addiction.
I don't know that they necessarily are.
Well, addiction rewires your brain.
I can see I can see why you would be skeptical of it. I can see that, and I can accept that. But I would not go so far as to reject him outright.
Right.
So
Fair
I
enough.
would want you to read it, and maybe you would be able to identify the bits of addiction that you are worried are there. But
I mean, like,
Probably.
but the intellect is there. That this is written by his intellect. I understand that there are mechanisms that an addict uses, but that's part of their behavior. That there's sorry, Gray, you could probably say it better than me. That's what I'm trying to say.
I sorry, I don't want to derail you. I thought you were doing good with that.
Oh.
Sorry, I was going to take it on a slightly
Something
different
Fawful
tangent.
seems to think that something Fawful seems to think that Patrick is accusing Jordan Peterson of having written like an equivalent of A Pickle for the Knowing Ones by Timothy Dexter, just an entire book of drug-induced ramblings with no punctuation at all. And that's not at all.
No, that's not what I
that's
think.
absolutely not what Patrick is saying.
No,
No.
yeah, what I'm hearing from Patrick is just I would be cautious.
What I'm trying to say is that he's not writing a book on like I'm sure there's a ton of amazing literature that's written under the influence. I'm sure there's all kinds of things, but he's writing a book or giving advice specifically on rules to live your life to make it better.
Can you tell me which rule is skewed by addiction? Like,
I can't.
Would
Well, the
stand up straight with your shoulders back?
Hold on. The rules were written beforehand, right? But
no. So he was first prescribed.
It's
so
not
he
just
was
the
first
book with 12
prescribed in
sentences.
2016,
Yeah.
and 2018 is when 12 Rules came out. So no, he'd have already been on it when the first book released. However, the second book he would have already been off his.
He wrote it beforehand.
coma.
He didn't write it like a year before it came out. That's not how books work. He had been writing the book for years before especially before he'd been on benzo, and
I don't know all the rules.
A year of him starting to write the book, and at that point,
so he was on in 2016. It came from a blog, and I can get a timeline for you, but it was pretty quick. Yeah, like it was. So yeah, I thought it was blog, but it is Quora. But the rules were out there. He had to actually write them, and he did write a good portion of Beyond Order.
Oh no! Bring back the cat, Optimus.
But so when he wrote the rules, it like Andrew said, it's not like he wrote down 12 lines and said that each one was a massive chapter with rationalizations and stories and explanations of why these rules are in place.
Yes.
So my point again being is that if you have the mind of an addict, if you're in the throes of addiction, and maybe I'm wrong on the timeline of when he wrote the book and all that, but and how addicted he was and where he was at. But what I'm saying is that, in my opinion, and I suppose that in the opinion of most people who would just know the basic things about Jordan Peterson, why would you take advice from somebody, life advice from somebody who, regardless of why, basically ran their life into a medically induced coma in Russia?
Don't you see, Patrick?
So
it's just that his family was dying and that he was misprescribed. Nothing else happened. There was nothing else.
So
wrong
why
with
would
him.
you discount some good advice because somebody has had tragedy in their life, that their life isn't perfect?
Because the
again,
entire
these
chapter
rules-
written after the rule was written during the time where he was coming off drugs. I mean, it's not a 12
And I don't
book.
yeah.
There's chapters in between that he wrote.
So no, neither of those
It is
were
a 12
written when he
book.
was coming off drugs. No, neither of those were written when he was coming off drugs.
In your mind,
So, yeah, I can't say. I'm just saying generalities, like of somebody in the throes of addiction. They put out a book, another 12 Rules or whatever it was called.
So
again,
that was he was completely off everything. He was good. He was recovering, and he used the time to write that book. He might have started some of it, but I believe he wrote it.
12 steps?
No, but I don't know, man. Like, these are really, they're kind of simple, but like logical things that would prevent some chaos in your life.
They're based in facts. They have research behind them. There's reasoning. It's all laid out in a logical manner. And this goes to the death of the author, really, now, because now you're going to discount. And you know what? Even D Lord over there as well, saying the amounts of people that are on prescription drugs that actually you could call them. I mean, you could call me addicted. I mean, I couldn't find my medication. I was absolutely. It was a problem. Okay, it was a big deal. And you could say, well, you're addicted. It's like, well, I suppose I was, but it was prescription, and my body actually was dependent on it. I had withdrawals, all of that thing. So you could technically put me in the throes of addiction as well.
No. That's why I brought up the genetic component, which is like if you, I mean, you can be put on a drug that your body needs for a medical issue, and being taken off the drug will have temporary adverse side effects to you. But if you are genetically addicted to a substance, let's say alcohol, it's the most common. If you're genetically speaking, if you're an alcoholic, if one of your parents is an alcoholic, you have a 50-50 chance of being an alcoholic. It doesn't matter how long you are off the alcohol. You will always be an alcoholic. You are an alcoholic before you have a sip of alcohol in your life. You have that genetic in you. And if Jordan Peterson, and we know his father had alcoholic problems in his family, we know that he might carry the addiction gene. I don't know if it's the same gene to make you addicted to benzo, so this might be totally irrelevant. But it
seems to be irrelevant when it comes to benzos. It does seem to need the genetic component, and even the genetic component would just give you a predilection for it. Like, you can still be addicted and not have the gene. You can force yourself to. Well,
the biggest issue here the why I'm bringing that up is like there's a lot of having like the alcoholic gene has like crazy like amounts of side effects, like children with ADHD or alcoholics who don't drink yet. Like that's a big thing. It's kind of like a crazy thing, but yeah, ADHD can come from an alcoholic gene. So if we're saying that he's not just having an adverse side effect of coming off a medication that he was prescribed, he is genetically predisposed to being a lifelong addict of this drug. This drug had gotten grips of him, and then it doesn't matter if it's been 5 years or 10 years, he's still an addict.
And I'm sorry, if you know an addict, especially if an addict is active, their brains don't work the same way. It's just not wired the same way. So if he became an addict because, you know, whether he was predisposed or not, but if he became an addict, once that was activated, his brain will forever work differently. It's just, I don't know. It's just not, I'm not saying that the advice that he gives is bad. It's probably not. The guy's so intelligent. But I'm just saying it's not.
You can't trust it. You can't trust it the same way before.
I could understand wanting to question it, but I don't, man. I just can't see not actually engaging with the idea one-on-one. Like, I don't know. Stand up straight with your shoulders back. Treat yourself like someone you're responsible for helping. Like, none of these are things like, oh, that's just some junkie talking. Like, it's not.
Yeah, and again, don't forget his years and years of experience.
Like, we could do that.
Yeah,
we're adults who know how to use punctuation. I'm sorry, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the chat.
Okay, no, I'm just saying, like, there is also the fact that you would be. So the as far as I would take that is that I would be wary of it if I knew nothing about Jordan Peterson, maybe. But
I'm sorry. Go.
I think.
Let me.
I think Benjamin. Sorry, I think Benjamin was just talking about Patrick.
Hey, you know what? Sitch and Adam went hard against streams with more than 4 people on them, and you know what? I think they were totally wrong. There was 0 talking over anybody in this stream. Everyone gets the proper amount of words in. It's totally equal. It's great.
You shut the fuck up.
Got a point.
Oh, he's telling me to shut the fuck up. Well, I'll tell you what, bucko, with language like that, how are you ever going to rescue your father from the belly of the whale?
Well, I will say this. So I got sober a couple of years ago, and I don't go because I don't like it, but there's meetings, right? There's Alcoholics Anonymous, there's Narcotics Anonymous. Oh, I think my girlfriend just got home. The dreaded girlfriend. Hi, honey.
Hi, honey.
Everybody says hi, honey.
Hi.
Honey.
He says hi.
Am I on video?
You are on video, baby. Love you. No warning. No warning. So the point I was getting at is that I've met like some pretty incredible people in recovery when I would used to go to these meetings, and these people will give you some of the best life advice you'll ever get in your life. They dig in and they really understand. These same people will tell you, though, if they go back out and get back into, I'll say, the throes of addiction, they are not the people to take advice from. Prior to getting clean and cleaning up their lives, they're not the people to take advice from. And I'm not saying Jordan's books are bad because he's a smart guy. His mind was probably set up that way already. But had he not been in the throes of addiction, it may be a completely different set of rules you got. And again, I'm not specifically talking about Stand Up Straight, or I'm more talking about the ideals behind each one and the message he's trying to send will always be skewed if you're an active addict.
I would like you. I want you to go and read them, so that I can, because I want you to have that. I want that perspective from you.
Sure.
And keep in mind, he wasn't in like the throes of addiction in the second one. He was 100% clean, and I know he spent the majority of 2020 reading that book. Sure. So that one should be safe from there. But if you want to read that first one, he would have been on it for like a year when he wrote it. I mean, it really depends on your definition of in the throes of addiction, but he did get his dosage upped when his wife was given like a terminal thing. Like, he was depressed, he was, really stressed out, and it did up his medication. And I think at that point when he started having a problem. But you're right, like, that's what medication does. It does alter, your chemistry. Like, you're right, he was on a substance, but I don't know that he was in the throes of addiction when he wrote the first book. I don't know. I guess we'd have to flesh out what you mean by that exactly.
Yeah.
But
and you know what, I will say,
I understand what you mean. Like, if somebody's, like, off their rocker, if they're really in the throes of addiction and are not making sense, like, yeah, it wouldn't make sense to listen to them. But I don't know, man. Just because somebody has done prescription medication under the direction of a doctor, I don't know if that means you can't trust anything they've written.
Well, under the direction of a doctor is one thing, but clear in this case, you're saying, though, he was under the instructions of a doctor, but it was incorrect instructions. Right?
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know if they necessarily knew as much as we know about benzo now. I mean, like,
maybe
they should.
not.
Like, Xanax has been around forever, but I don't know. We didn't start treating people this way to get them off of it. I think now they're saying that they do have a few of that type of treatment in the U.S., but at the time you couldn't be a medically induced coma.
And I just want to say too, I did not read either book. I've watched a lot of stuff on Jordan, and I really enjoy him. I have not read the book, so I'm not trying to like shit. I probably would read the book and be like, "This is fucking amazing." I changed my mind, but I'm just saying it as I'm speaking very broadly here because I did not read the book, and I also missed probably about an hour and a half of you guys talking. So,
I mean, as long as you heard the kink part, we're good.
Yeah, I just heard that Andrew is into fucked up shit. So,
well, I mean, if you know about the leather daddies, we're all good.
I don't.
Me, Tammy.
If somebody gets addicted to something and writes a book on leather daddies, I'll do that. I'll read that.
There you go.
I'll take every bit of that.
Yeah, I think if maybe we just go around, everybody say where they stand on this, because
you know what,
we've circled.
Coming out of a medically induced coma and then writing a book in a year sounds like perfectly healthy behavior to me. So I don't know why we're having this big argument. It doesn't sound like he threw himself into his work because his life was in a rough place. That does not sound like the case at all. Sounds great. He was perfectly fine. He was better.
So how long should he have taken? So he should have taken 5 years?
How long has Winds of Winter taken? I don't know, 12 years?
More than 4,000 days.
I think it was actually quite a good time to release that, because just everybody was waiting for more from him.
Yeah, and the rules really do fit for the time. Number 6 is abandon ideology. Number 5, do not do what you hate. Like, I think those are things that could be really useful now. They might still be useful in 5 years, but
I think it's
see utility in them now.
I think it's important to actually okay, if that's why if this is something that would make you not read it, if you're criticizing him as a person for what he's done with his life, go ahead.
I think
But-
2023 would have been a perfectly fine year for him to release his book. I don't think 2020 or 2021, whatever it was a good year.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it was a bad time. I think you should have sat on it.
I think it's done well. It did well anyway. But I'm just saying. So, like, are you not going to read it?
I'll tell you what. Once I finish The Righteous Mind, I will read 12 Rules and 12 more.
Yeah, because
I'll read
Righteous Mind is more important. You should read that one first.
You know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a little bit into it, and it's good, but I don't think I don't think it deserves to be Stitch and Adams' Bible.
It is so good. How far are you in it?
I don't know. I'm not halfway.
It really picks up.
Probably not even a quarter. It gets like better.
Very much so.
Okay.
Like I couldn't
I'll
put
wait.
it down.
I won't pass.
So many charts, so many graphs. It's so good.
Just the early part is bothering me because a lot of it is something that bothers me, that if someone can't verbally explain what's going on in their head, that means that there must be nothing going on in their head. And I don't like that. Yeah, I think that's something that happens at least a few times within the first few chapters.
Ooh. I'm fighting words.
I wouldn't know which it
You want to debate height next? Let's do this.
No, it's perfect. The moral intuitions theory is perfectly fine. It's good.
I just want to
Better
say,
than good.
Yes,
It's more
Optimus needs to speak.
on the topic of addiction, I'm inclined to affirm Gray's position, if I've understood it correctly. I appreciate why a person would want to weigh the element of whether or not a person was addicted to something at the time, but it's not something I would personally weigh very heavily. I think the arguments within the text should be judged on their individual merits.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with you on that.
If we're talking about the beneficiality of Jordan Peterson, then going right from comatose drug addict to publishing another book is, I think, too much of a leap for him to make. I think he should have taken some time to rebuild his public image.
Let me ask if it wasn't Jordan Peterson, if it was somebody else. And I was like, here's this book.
Straight to hell.
12 Rules for Life, or whatever the fuck it's called.
Beyond Order.
I am not a perfect person. If it were someone else, I think it would depend entirely on, well, not entirely, possibly depend on how they present themselves, whether I have an interest in what they are saying, just some sort of inherent interest. And I've blanked on the third thing, so I pass.
So yeah, so basically though, like if I were to say, like, here's this guy, all right, well, say me, I just say I just got out of the hospital in Russia, and I just got out of my coma from my benzo addiction, and I wrote a book before, but I've wrote another one, and it's going to be some rules for how you live your life, and how to keep your shit together and be a great person and get to where I am in my life.
If nothing else, I find that history interesting, and I'd be curious to know how those circumstances affected your view.
Yeah, what you learned.
Sounds like a fun book.
Okay.
Yeah, it sounds. And also, it would.
It's coming out next week.
It would also like having someone tell me, no, read this, because they have actually they've connected with the arguments presented there as well. So if you came to me, like if we're just talking about being exposed to good ideas, that's another way I would get to it. Be like, and like Optimus has said, like hearing all of that backstory would be like, geez, okay, this person's been through it. So they're not coming to try and tell me how flowery life is. I don't think they're going to do that. They're not going to just they've been through it, so it's kind of, it makes them more approachable to me. So I think it would be that's just how I am. That's where I stand on it.
So you guys are more familiar with the material than I am, obviously. So is that how Jordan presented this book? Did he say like, I have just come off of an addiction and my life is a fucking disaster area, and I just got back from Russia, and blah blah blah. And
I don't
know.
Gray would know.
And then
they went on Michaela's. Michaela interviewed him on his channel. It was the first thing he'd been seen since 2019.
Oh, I remember.
It was, I think, June of 2020. And yeah, you explained what happened to him, what happened to his wife, how his life was turned upside down. Okay, that started becoming fresh ones. But yeah, he then released Beyond Order in 2021. So about 6 months after that interview.
And so, but I mean, but is that the purpose of the book? Like,
no,
you guys are saying that would make me want to read the book.
But it's also important as well. No. If somebody was trying to tell me that I mustn't read this book because this person has done this and this and this, then I would be like, but actually that would inform them. So that wouldn't put me off. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And it's also important as well. The way that this is brought across is not I, Jordan Peterson, am the best man in the world, and I will tell you how to do this. So it's not even that. So it's not I've been through it, therefore I know. He's not even doing that either. He's not saying I'm great, therefore I know. He's just like, here are things, and here it's like it is a philosophical sort of thing. Just if I'm thinking of 12 rules for life, the first one.
Yeah.
That's
number
what it's
11,
like.
Don't bother children while they're skateboarding. I mean, maybe the rantings of like some drugged out guy, but I don't know. It does seem like a good rule. I know I was having quite a few times skateboarding, and it's like, stop, man.
Number 5 is actually why I left my ex-wife.
Yeah, if you let your children do anything that makes you dislike them, that's your wife's
divorce your children.
Yeah. Oh, I thought number 5 was
kick them out, make them find a new family.
Don't do things you don't like.
Oh,
or is that the second book?
Beyond Order. Sorry, that's do not do what you hate.
That's
sorry.
That's why
I get it.
Yes, sorry, I have both of them. I was going between.
Hilarious.
But yes, you are correct.
Yeah. So, and again, I'm not taking a hard stance on any of this. I'm just kind of bullshitting. But like, I'm not saying don't. I would never tell anybody don't read it. Avoid it. But But maybe take it with a grain of salt.
I would approach it with caution if you hear that somebody wrote something while they're addicted. But I don't think that you just throw it out.
No, I think it would be folly.
No, you don't throw anything out. But again, we're not talking about. He didn't write a cookbook. He didn't write. No. He wrote a book on. He wrote.
I love that book. The cookbook, the 5,000 ways to prepare steak.
There's only one.
Raw. Read.
Red.
Number 45. Eat soup with a fork was kind of base. Not gonna lie.
I like that one.
By the way, something thoughtful. He writes all his comments like saying Pat, but half the time he was responding to something I said.
Pat and Pat are.
No, that's not what's happening. He's very angry.
You're just one of the tricks.
He's very angry at the anti-Peterson straw man he's built. Is what's happening in the chat.
Fuck Jordan Peterson.
No.
Ooh.
No, I love Jordan Peterson.
It's a little harsh, man.
I think he's great. I think the way
meet me at Applebee's and we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what I would like to do now, guys. Okay, so look, I think everybody's made it clear where they stand with that.
Mm-hmm.
Pat basically what Patrick did is brought that premise in of if addicted, then think twice.
Spicy.
I think we can all agree, but I wouldn't go as far as like throw shit out. And
nobody said throw anything out.
That's what I'm saying. That we went that far even though we didn't need to. Okay.
All right.
So what I wanted to do is, look, we've got about an hour.
Yeah.
An hour. What would be what is a video that for people that are against Peterson right now? I would like to see a video that will disappoint me. In Peterson.
Let's watch the Perry interview.
No, which is because this is the one that is is this your
got
quintessential? Sorry,
this is the video that made me angry at Jordan Peterson because he wouldn't let her talk even though her book is awesome.
Okay, how long is it? Because we got about 15 minutes of video we can get through.
It's 3 hours.
Okay.
Okay, so is there a clip or something that we could? Because that's what I want to see.
I do have like a 15-minute cut of like him kind of defending and getting criticized about Twitter takes, but.
And when was this though? That's also what I wanted to know when you were talking about.
It would have been August of last year, so 2022.
Okay, because
little under. Yeah, he's got much more recent ad takes.
Yeah, because I mean, bad takes that's fine. I'm okay with the bad take. People aren't perfect, so it's fine.
Yeah,
but yeah, horrible. Patrick's actually not invited.
So glad I showed up.
By the way. Yeah, enjoy it while you can. No, I'm kidding.
Fuckers.
Yeah, so because I wanted to see look, we can go back to his Twitter to have a look at these takes, but maybe I don't know. Maybe we should have some good exposure because I would like maybe because I would like to stand him hard. so let's have good stuff.
What's the good? You'd like to what the good Jordan Peterson takes are.
The good Jordan Peterson, there's still good Jordan Peterson. That's the thing that it comes off as if this man has gone crazy. Like when you speak about him, it's as if he's off his rocker. He's got nothing to offer.
No, I know he's a +6.
Yeah. You see, but he's still.
I thought he was +5, but Gray convinced me he's a +6. He might be a +7 now.
Okay, progress.
I think all of us here, and anyone you speak to, will admit that his tweets are the thing that they would get rid of.
Yeah, if you could make one change to Jordan Peterson, but only one change, it would be
his tweets are what people write what legacy outlets write articles about.
Yeah,
yes.
Can you believe that righties like this guy? He's saying that plus-size models are not beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it.
But so it doesn't help our cause, as in like the centrist cause or because that's just he does all the turnoffs. He gives everybody the turnoffs so that you don't even get to you won't read his book. And it's not even about the addiction thing, Patrick. It's like he said this on Twitter. What a freaking dolt. I don't want to hear there's no way he's an intellectual. And there has always been the side that is trying to disparage him. So yeah, I will admit that he's doing himself no favors. But
and by stopping the public relations, he lets them win.
Yeah.
He shouldn't do that. I mean, they misrepresented him so hard, he stopped caring, but he shouldn't have. He just rolled over and he was like, okay, here's some things to take out of context.
Stopping the public relations?
Yeah.
His tweeting is what I mean. He's toilet tweeting. He's sitting on his mobile gaming chair, and he's tweeting, and he should stop.
Probably snorting benzos and shooting benzo dope.
Gray,
I think you can share your screen.
Here are the three things you need to do. Stop
tweeting.
Stop tweeting. Stop pretending to be a biblical scholar, and let people talk when you interview them.
Just be sure to share your audio, your system audio.
If I didn't know who Jordan Peterson was prior to his tweets, that's probably what I would say. I would be like, this guy's fucking nuts. What is this guy? Like, who is this crazy, disgraced, like drunken?
Yeah, it's so sad to me because there's so much here that
Depends on violence.
he's lost quite a lot. But if you go and actually watch his content, he's still there, guys. He's still there. That's why I stand so hard.
Also, he got so much money, and his interviews still look like shit.
They don't. What's
He's
wrong
like,
with them?
He's like being filmed at an upward angle. It's not good.
It's production as well.
Yeah, they
That's
don't
the thing.
grade.
It's what the Daily Wire has decided to do. So it's not.
It's so awkward. It's so
it's
awkward.
not him.
He's sitting like he's with his legs crossed at an upward angle, and he has his guest on like a tree stump or something with no arms and no back.
Thought Patrol is so correct. This is what I was saying earlier. That's why he's so correct. Here's the reason that people write off his tweets. People don't expect him to talk like a streamer person because of his reputation, and yet they have no problem following Bruce Dish. Exactly. He came in as the all father. He was the chosen one. Okay?
Listen,
And
if who's like a streamer? If are there any right-wing streamers?
Yeah, a couple.
I don't know. Okay, if
I'm
Destiny,
blanking off the
Destiny's
top of my head,
but
but
let's go with Destiny's left wing. If Destiny posted a picture of like a slightly the woman, the Sports Illustrated model really wasn't that obese. She was like, and he posted a picture. He replies to it and he goes, if Seamus Coughlin, that's a good one. Thanks, Lucy. If Seamus Coughlin posted a picture of like a plus-sized model and was like, this is not beautiful. I don't know why you people see attraction in this. This is ugly. We should get hotter models on our magazines. I would unfollow Seamus because that's absurd. Because I don't want anybody to just like go after someone like that.
But for sure, you have criticisms of Peterson. I suppose you said that he has money, so his production should look better. But
yeah,
you do at least you donate to me, and I have scuff as fuck. so thank you for lowering your standards for me.
Well, I haven't been giving you Jordan. I haven't been giving you Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, you haven't been giving me. Yeah.
I would want to say regarding brevity and precision of word choice, a person can say something and have a lens of a wider topic that they are making this statement through. So if he says that this person isn't beautiful, but he is referring to an atmosphere or a culture of acceptance of unhealthier lifestyles.
Listen, there are too many obese kids. So look at this little fat ass here on the playground. Look at this little piece of shit. There shouldn't be fat kids in the playground.
Yeah, Optimus talks too much, so I think we have to stop him right in his tracks. So, Optimus, please continue, sir.
It's hard to effectively highlight that is the lens you are trying to speak from in one statement, in a small statement that by all appearances seems to be directed at a specific person, especially when the people you're dealing with are bad faith actors in many cases.
Yeah. So you're saying it's Are you saying that? Are you of the opinion that it's yours? It's You can see what he was trying to do, but it's misguided. Not misguided.
Misstated.
Yeah. Or it was not. No, he did. He knew what he was doing.
That's the
he
problem.
Knew what he was
Twitter.
doing.
Twitter is stupid.
I think I can read into his statement a larger topic that isn't necessarily found in the text. I could be wrong. He may well have been directly going after this person, although I think he has made a statement since.
Yeah, no. Said this is
that support.
It was definitely. Yeah,
His tweet was not, hey, Sports Illustrated, an athletic magazine, is putting overweight people on. We shouldn't be encouraging this. He was like, this model is not beautiful. That's what he said.
Yes, but
it's not beautiful. It's not.
Right, and I'm not, and I'm more or less saying that is a poor way of stating the grander point I think he was hoping to make.
Yeah, because of the by virtue of the cover that it wasn't about the individual. It was about the fact, look, this is what it is. It is being presented as this is the new beauty standard, and he says, no, this is not.
And
I think it was a broader statement for sure.
And it does seem apparent to me that there is this, pardon the pun, growing culture of desirability around overweight folks.
No, it's the Ryan Long bit. Nobody likes it, but you have to pretend that you do.
That may be the case.
By the way, Benjamin Anonymous says if you put a fat kid on the cover of Sport Illustrated, it becomes worth mentioning. And to that I say, you don't have to say this specific kid isn't beautiful. You can say we shouldn't be putting fat kids on the cover of Sports Illustrated. And it doesn't take that long to think over your tweet.
But I think that's what Optimus was saying, is that
Twitter should have a Elon. If you happen to be a That Darn Kitty fan, if you're listening while you're working, make a thing so that your tweets, like a 24-hour waiting period on tweets, like buying a gun.
A pop-up. Are you sure you want to tweet this?
Read your tweet.
Look at him.
Are you sure Are you sure this isn't a thought that maybe you want to word differently, Jordan? Just on Jordan Peterson, Elon.
Oh, sorry. Gray is sharing, so let's check with Gray. He's showing us a video.
Can you hear that? Sorry, is the audio coming through? Damn.
No.
It didn't give me an option to share with audio. Let me try again.
I would also say, while you're working that, Jordan Peterson probably couldn't say the things that Nick Rekieta says and have it be interpreted in the same way. If Nick Rekieta made the exact same tweet that Jordan Peterson did, the response might be different, even if all things were... Well, now I don't know.
Nick Rekieta does not have the target on his back that Jordan Peterson does. But if you're saying that it would be contextually different because Nick Rekieta is different, I would disagree. If I saw a tweet from Nick Rekieta and from Jordan Peterson and they say the same thing, I would say probably not. I would say both. This is like mean-spirited.
We should do a game of
Just
made-up tweets, and we'll try to figure out which one.
Is it?
Did Jordan say this, or and it'll be like, she is not beautiful. She is fat.
Could
I didn't see a way to
Jordan
share with audio.
complain that? Did Jordan complain that
I got a
Shamrock
feeling
Shake
not
tasted this year?
do it.
That's so weird because when you press the share screen thing, it's on the bottom left of that dialogue that says share tab audio, or if you say entire screen, you can say share system audio.
It looks terrible.
Yeah, I swear it doesn't give that option, but okay.
It looks like he's straight.
No, it's right there. It's a share tab audio.
I don't know if it's because
it's
it's just
me
and you being
entire
teamed.
Screen. Share system audio is on.
We're gonna be watching.
Share system audio is on share entire screen.
Okay.
Share system audio, share entire screen. Okay. My computer's very slow. I'm opening the video again. I kind of closed it instead of just stopping it.
So what is this video?
My computer's very slow.
It's just a clip of...
it's not even worth it at this point.
I I think it's worth it.
Actually, I do see that option now, but computer is taking its time.
The computer's like, no, it's not worth it.
Yeah, it really
No
sucks.
one is serious. Bad.
There we go. Okay, I got it.
Jordan Peterson hates fat people. Is that what this video is?
Yeah.
Perfect.
I don't hate fat people. I just think that specific fat
Okay.
person is ugly.
It should
It's
actually work this
not
time.
beautiful.
Not beautiful.
Not.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay,
It should work this time. Audio?
Maybe.
Did it make noise?
Maybe.
Okay.
On the Twitter front,
user.
things are more complex. Out is
Oh, there's.
background that's inside.
Oh, there's.
Oh no, you're wait. No, you gotta mute.
Was
Oh
it-
no, you gotta wait. No, you gotta mute. You gotta mute us.
Yeah,
It's gotta
I
be
don't
your
have
bowl.
you
It's
guys
gotta
go
be
through
your bowl.
the thing. All right. I don't think I can do this then.
No, you just have to be quiet. You just have to be quiet. You...
Not all women. Not
So
only
you-
Rosie O'Donnell. Only Rosie
you-
O'Donnell.
Could actually hear the audio then?
This is like
Wait,
a
I
bad
can
We
hear
hear
trip.
the
myself.
audio. It's just that
We
you
hear the
gotta
audio.
It's just
Restream.
mute. Restream.
Everyone mute. Everyone mute.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
Thought Patrol bringing up the JQ.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
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 I don't
mute.
know what exactly option it would actually take other than muting myself. Like I think it would just cut through because I only have one stem audio going right now.
Supremacy.
Fair enough. So yeah,
Steve Pappy.
maybe
Steve
not
Pappy.
this video.
Calvin.
then.
Just you got no. You can mute, and then he can play, and it'll be all good.
You guys just gave me bad trip vibes.
Yeah.
Are we good?
Wow, wow,
Yeah.
wow, 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 wow.
Are we going?
Yeah, I don't exactly know how it would change like the audio at this point because
It's okay. It's okay.
Audio.
Okay.
No, we could
Well, no,
all just
what
shut
you
the
would-
fuck up.
No, what you do is you have
No.
that video downloaded. That's not through the
Yeah.
through the browser, right?
Was that directed at me?
No,
No, but
one
the
of
only way that
us.
I could share my system audio was through that share screen. So
Yeah, yeah.
instead of like just playing the video, I was doing the screen.
Well, no, but you had it.
So
you
then
had
it's
the
taking my
video
system
play-
audio.
Yeah, no, but you had the video playing through a web or not a web player. You had it playing through your system, correct? It's not through the internet. That's not on a browser, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So what? Right. So what you can do is you open up your sound mixer, and then you mute the internet, and then play the tab, or play the video, and then
This seems like a
you
lot of
wouldn't
work.
be able to.
The technical issues are supposed to come in the beginning of the stream,
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah,
I'm gonna need some
Yeah.
benzos for this.
Yeah,
it would probably
see,
take
that's
the edge
hilarious.
off, maybe.
I've been pushed.
Okay,
edge.
everybody, give
Alright.
your ratings there.
I didn't burp.
It was Gordon.
Gordon,
What's the
dirty
rating?
birdie.
I don't know, 6.
I told you,
I've also 6. What are we rating?
6. Gordon, it's only a 6. The
tell him
book.
it'd be a 7 if it came out of his ass.
I do enjoy. I did it. Sorry.
It'd be crazy if you can
miss
make a
the
burp
echo.
sound like a fart, or a fart sound like a burp. That'd be pretty wild. That'd be pretty useful on trains.
Sounds like my wedding vows.
7
burp
went off at
smells.
the end there. I'm gonna make a compilation at some point. I've got I think I've got about 5 burps now of Gordon's on stream. Yeah, he does. Well, he tries to do one every stream for you guys.
And we appreciate it.
He's a giver.
He's a giver. Okay, so I suppose we can't do that, but
When is the Gordon burp OnlyFans coming out? This is videos of him burping.
No faces.
What do you mean when? It's already there, guys.
Oh my bad. I forgot to check.
I just haven't linked it for you guys. I didn't want
It's
you guys to
private.
be privy to it. Yeah. Fart, burp, and sneeze at the same time, and you can create a black hole.
No, you don't create a
Family
black hole. You
Guy.
take a screenshot.
Sounds racist.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm goofy now after that echo. It's too much.
You're acting like me in like the 6th grade when I discovered sniffing rubber cement.
Rubber what?
Rubber cement. You guys don't have
What
that
is
in
that?
South Africa?
Oh, is that
You guys don't have
plastic?
regular cement, do you?
Yeah.
We don't have much. What?
It's glue. It's glue.
Rubber
It's glue that gives
no.
off like
The-
wicked
the-
fumes, and they
Okay,
give it
I'm
to
Googling
elementary
this.
schoolers, and
Right.
they like stick their nose in the giant tubes of it.
You're like,
The
We've
point
had
is
glue.
because yeah,
I thought
no.
it just smelled good. I didn't know you were getting high.
It
well,
looks
yeah.
like
What
wood glue.
what is it? It
You're like
That's
an
what they
I
all
don't
alien.
think it's
say
a
at
You-
first.
with
that's
oxygen
they get you
deprivation,
hooked.
right? That's what's causing. That's the high it gives you, right? It's the oxygen deprivation, right?
I mean, you laugh.
Ah, nice,
you-
Josh.
But you laugh, but rubber cement helped me quit drinking in the 6th grade.
There you go.
That is
like
a very good
looks like
thing
a-
to continue with. Josh coming in clutch. Even though Josh, you have a link, you could have come in and told us this as well. What about discussing the future of JBP? What do you want to see happen, and what don't you want to see happen? Okay, we all know that the first thing would be get the fuck off Twitter.
Yeah, get off
Yeah,
Twitter.
that'd be
That's
nice.
his first thing.
Agreed.
His second. What did I say the second thing was? I listed 3 things.
No, you listed
Was
2
it?
things and you forgot the third, I think.
Oh, did I? Get off Twitter. Let your guests talk when you interview them. Stop pretending you're a biblical scholar. Was my third thing.
Oh yeah, those were the 3 that you mentioned.
Those are the 3
And
things, and Jordan Peterson will be back on top.
I agree. I mean, even if he has found faith, I think that it's important for him specifically to keep that separated. Not that he
Yeah,
can't
it's
mention it
not
at all,
appealing.
but like keep it out of the majority of his content.
I like him talking about the Bible in like a psychological context.
Yes,
Like like in Exodus when he talks about exposure therapy in Exodus. That's cool, but I don't like him being like, oh well, you know how logos and literacy, the Bible help people read. Yeah.
Yes, I would like more of a focus on the mythological aspects as well. I think that would be beneficial.
Oh yeah, so looking at the mythology, like actual, are you saying like beyond Bible?
The mythology of these ancient texts and how they inform us today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that
Something.
was part of what I really enjoyed of his lectures on the Bible.
Benjamin, that's what I'm saying. I want more of that. Did you watch Logos and Literacy? He was talking about the importance of the Bible, about how great it was, the best book ever. He wasn't talking about like the psychological aspects of the characters in the Bible. Pay attention.
We're always doing drinkers doing a drink because thinkers doing a drink because we're always drinking coffee.
Yep.
Can
Drink my
confirm.
My Diet Cock.
Little cup.
Your diet cock.
Diet.
That's
I
all
also
you
have a
think.
Diet Cock.
It's cock. It's delicious cock.
Ooh, yes. I think we are also Benjamin. Is this a good time for you? Because we would also like you to come and join us to talk about Jung and dreams and things.
I don't like them.
You're not the boss
Very
of us.
opinionated.
I'm just giving my
Ray's
opinion.
the boss of us.
I'm not demanding anything. I'm just saying that Benjamin
It-
Anonymous.
The
been
only
pretty annoying
problem
in the chat.
the only problem I've got with Aesop is the only problem I have with Aesop's fables is that
they're pretty gay.
Well, no, they don't have. They're a collection of random stories that sometimes contradict each other.
Yeah, they're fables.
Yeah, where
crocodiles can't talk, you dumbass.
No,
Contradict.
Not that. The messages contradict each other, right? Not in a kind of like finding a middle sort of way, but like in a directly wishy-washy kind of way. I can't remember the two. I can't remember the two specifically, but there's ones about like was it fortune this fortune favors the bold. Be confident, know what you want, and go after it kind of fable. And then there's also the look before you leap kind of fable, where it's talking about be reserved, be cautious, analyze things. Don't be too quick to go after. What is it? Fools rush in where angels fear to tread. That kind of thing, where it's just. And so you've got mixed messages in the fables. It's not like this coherent thing. The coherent messaging throughout the fables.
I'll tell you what. It's who was the philosopher? Was it Plato who said a virtue is the cross section between two like bad traits? Well, I don't know how you would say that. Not vice. But he said that courage is the cross section of fear and bravery, or fear and stupidity, right? He said that's where courage meets.
That was Tupac.
Oh, of course, yeah. Tupac.
The great philosopher.
But if you're saying look before you leap, or rush right in, I mean, those being too cautious is what is why Hamlet failed, right? And then being too hasty is why that other Shakespearean guy failed. The one with the stupid long name.
Right.
But
I
agree. Stupid long name.
I agree.
Yeah. But so the
that
cross
you can't
section
have
between
extremes.
those things.
I agree that you can't have extremes, but my point is that in Aesop's fables, it's simply a collection of these kinds of ideas without any forethought on exactly how to apply them. Right?
Yeah, well,
because if you drew one extreme and then you drew the other extreme, and then maybe you had a third one that that kind of showed where somebody took the middle road and succeeded, or something like that, that would be different. But they're just kind of like this general sense of be cautious, and this general sense of
Hamlet was
be
Simba.
bold.
Sorry, I was responding to the chat.
Oh, okay. So
But I mean, there are some classic stories in there.
In The Lion King?
The Lion King is Hamlet. It's the same story.
Yeah.
I would say The Lion King is.
It's a very classic story. Actually, it's Shakespeare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but
Josh
fables. I'm not saying it's worthless. I'm just saying that.
Okay, but aren't most of the fables the moral isn't do something, it's don't do something.
Yeah, the tortoise and the hare is one, isn't it?
Okay,
yeah.
So
the tortoise and the hare is pretty like maintain. It does have like a positive do something, but most of the fables are like don't do this.
Cautionary tale.
I'm not an expert on it. I was just remember I bought it thinking I was could read these to my kids, and then I was going over it and I'm thinking it's like, oh, I'm just gonna mix them up and have them be confused. I'd rather just give them lessons myself rather than read Aesop's fables to them.
Well, that's the big problem with like when you read a lot of like moral stories are all about the things that you shouldn't do rather than the things that you should. Like the Bible, like all of the thing about the 10 Commandments, they're all thou shalt nots, or most of them are.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
don't
it's
do this, don't
it's
do this, don't do
a
this.
generally speaking,
If you read the Bible
is
front, if you read the Bible front to back, well, first of all, that's Judaism and Islam too, the Ten Commandments. But if you read the Bible front to back, you won't find this is a really good like thing to do that's disconnected from God until you get to Matthew.
Yeah,
like it'll be all
Well,
thou
what-
shalt nots until you get to the Gospels.
generally, yes, generally speaking, Christianity is the ethics in it are on prohibition. They're not, positive virtues. That's why that is still in
Okay, the
our society
Beatitudes.
today. Generally speaking, is that we classically, I should say, rather, is that our classical virtues that we believe in secularly are inherited from Rome, generally speaking.
This is actually quite cool because considering, and
Oh, you're
this
right,
could
Lucy.
be
You're right, Lucy. I'm most of
could
the time are
be-
thou shalt nots, but you're right.
this could be something that that you explore in your stream, because you're talking about fairy stories and things like that. So I know that there's the whole your stream tomorrow,
Yeah.
or video or tomorrow is about that essay basically on fairy stories, which is, I think, is an epic thing that you're going to be going to. But I mean, then going from there into just the significance of stories, all of that stuff that you can actually, and you should talk to Josh about it, and Benjamin as well, in terms of that. Oh, there's Benjamin. Here he comes.
And Lucy's felt the need to contradict me really hard, and she's right. But the point I was making is not that you won't find like specific actions that are good, but you won't find like general moral ideas that are good. When you're talking about things like respecting your mother and your father, that's a very specific thing that is obviously good.
Mm-hmm.
But like the biggest list of like good things to be in the Bible is the Matthew 5 Beatitudes.
Yeah,
I'm sorry for offending you, Lucy.
Am I coming through?
Hello? Somewhat, but low.
I wonder.
Oh,
Hold on here. It's probably accessing the wrong microphone. I don't know how to change it.
Yeah, I don't think it's the one that's in front of you.
How do I
go to
change
your
that?
settings.
Clickety.
There's a settings option down at the.
Kitty!
And
That's why I
you should be
made
able to see
Benjamin's
which
camera
microphone
big
is
because I wanted to see the
accessing.
cat.
Is this better?
Yeah,
Ooh, yes.
there you
There
go.
we go.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Very
Rich.
nice. Ah.
Rich, mellifluous baritone.
Oh.
Whoa. And
I
a
just want-
kitty!
Oh,
I just
Pussy
wanted to
bag.
say
Sorry.
I'm specifically here to attack Andrew with ad hominems and shill my books.
all right. There we go.
I'm just kidding.
Andrew's
I don't-
gay.
Andrew, I don't mean to give you a hard time.
Yeah, no
I come
worries.
across as
I
an
ju-
asshole in the chat. I'm sorry. That's not how I mean.
No
that's
worries.
not how I
I
mean
just
it to
I think we just had a miscommunication. I was trying
Maybe
to
so.
help
Hi,
articulate
baby.
Patrick's thoughts, and you thought that maybe I was trying to put forth specific definitions and say exactly what addiction is or isn't.
Yeah.
And
Well,
that's
talking
not
about
what I was trying to do.
talking
Yeah.
about Twitter being a horrible medium. So is YouTube chat for trying to get a point across.
For sure.
Yeah.
What you were talking about was 5 minutes ago, and I finally caught up and figured out what to say, and then I said it wrong.
YouTube chat is
no
only
worries.
I
good
think
for advertising.
I think Andrew is more interested in getting you a new keyboard, because that's a membrane keyboard.
Yeah,
YouTube
no,
chat is
that's-
great for calling
Mine?
Stitch and Adams guests
Yeah.
stupid.
It's,
That's what it's good for. YouTube
Yeah.
chat.
Yeah.
Andrew was
Oh,
just trying to
thank
help
you.
me. Andrew
This
was trying
guy's an
to help me
idiot.
with
Why'd
my
you even have
words.
him on?
So I missed like the last 5 minutes while I was trying to get this all going. I'm
You
a
didn't miss
tech
anything.
retard, so
No.
We were
You
talking
missed
about
I don't know what we're
Absolutely
talking about currently. I don't even know.
You guys were
don't know why I'm
talking
here.
about fables.
Oh,
fables
yeah.
are gay.
We were. I zoned out for like 5 minutes. So we're on the same page.
I was
Benjamin.
also.
I'm with you,
Patrick
Benjamin.
and
I
I
just
are the
tuned
same
in.
animal.
Patrick is still amazed that The Lion King is based off Hamlet. He had no
I'm like-
idea.
Right?
He had no idea that he had seen.
Oh, wait, was
Shakespeare.
it King Lear or Hamlet? I can't remember.
Hamlet.
It's Hamlet. It's Hamlet.
Maybe-
Oh, little
maybe
baby,
it
I
is.
can't get over you.
I thought that would be
Her
more
name
common
is Baby.
knowledge.
Yeah.
It's a name baby.
Her name is
Yeah, because
Baby
Hamlet's the one with the
Baby.
evil uncle and the girl that he neglects till she kills herself.
Ophelia. Yeah. Oh, that's such a tragedy. That whole thing.
I didn't like her. I was happy when she killed herself.
You weren't feeling Ophelia?
I feel like that is
If
like Calvin is a mix of doomer and rags.
Okay, let's get this.
That's what I'm getting.
Your do-rags.
Ain't nobody like me but me.
Don't
Do-rag.
don't forget llamas with hats.
Yeah, llamas with hats. I'm Carl from Llamas with Hats. That's the character that I play.
Exactly.
Thought Patrol. If enough cats walk on a keyboard, will they eventually write Shakespeare? Yes.
I don't eat hands. That is
Or
my
li-
least favorite.
Or
thing
Lion
to do.
King, whichever comes first.
Right?
I
Yeah,
like
well,
that.
I've
I
been
like the
fascinated
Lion
with, speaking of Aesop's Fables, I've been fascinated with it for years. It was always sparked my childhood imagination. It was kids' books and stuff back in the day, illustrated and whatnot. And I'm like, that needs an update. That needs like a psychological explanation of the principles involved and why we know today they function the way they do, be it about human nature, cognitive distortions. That's where I'm going with it. I've got an 1800s book of about 350 Aesop's Fables. And I'm gonna winnow it down a little bit right now. Right now it's about 510 pages. I'm not even done going through all. I'm about halfway through the Fables. I'm like, this cannot be 1,000-page book. So I'm gonna cut at least half of it. That's the editorial
part
process
one,
is
part
huge.
two.
Right. Well,
Yes, that's what I was gonna say.
maybe I turn it into 2 books. Maybe.
Yeah, 2 books.
It'll be part of my forthcoming series. It'll be the introductory edition of A Wizard's Guide to XYZ, and it'll start with Aesop's Fables.
There you go.
That's my thing. So,
How do you go about writing a book? I've tried it. I can't get more than 2 sentences.
Well, I'm learning that process myself right now. So far, the 16 works of historical dream literature that I have reproduced are all the works of previous authors, edited, repackaged in a new, in my opinion, enhanced form, highly footnoted, all that good stuff. So I've not written a full original text yet. So how to be a writer, I'll let you know when I get there.
Brandon Sanders
could always
has some
write.
wonderful lectures,
right?
On YouTube.
He does. And Jordan Peterson has a self-authoring suite you could try.
Oh,
That's more about writing your own future than how to write a book.
I've got that.
That's the start.
I'll do that. I'll come back to you guys. I'll be talking. Oh my God, have you seen the new Sports Illustrated? It was disgraceful. I'm gonna write about it with my new acquired knowledge. What?
No, Calvin, though. In all seriousness, what you could do is you could get some dictation software that'll record down your
speech to text
thoughts, speech to text, exactly. And then you just rant and rave as much as you want about the kind of thing. And then use Chat GPT as an initial editor. And then you go through and edit it again. And then maybe hand it off to somebody on Fiverr to do a third pass.
Well,
so that you can, so that you can just streamline everything. So you don't have to be doing all the heavy lifting. I know that for me, going from my brain directly to text is very difficult.
Same.
So I haven't done that to write a book or anything, but I know that when I'm doing videos, which I'm still working on some of my earlier ones, is that just I set OBS to record and I just ramble, and then I find out what I have, and then I re-record and that kind of thing.
Yeah, Andrew said just whip out your dictation machine and start pounding away at it.
There you go.
That's
he told me the same thing, but his audio was a little choppy, so I misunderstood. We had a completely different kind of conversation after that. But
I think your videos are great, Andrew. I always post them to Laser Addicts chat.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. It's just that the issue I had is I guess I don't have an inner monologue or something like other people do, because I don't think of words. I have 2 theories about life. Either I'm the only person that's conscious and everyone else is like an NPC, or I'm an NPC in a world full of I'm like a blank from Warhammer 40K.
Does anyone else question if they're an NPC?
Yeah, so either I'm like a very rare NPC,
I
or
think
everyone
that
else
means
is
that you're
NPC.
an NPC.
You think so?
Only an
I think so.
NPC would. Wait,
think
no,
so.
NPCs don't consider themselves. They don't have the capacity.
I don't see it possible that I have like the same amount of soul as the normal person. So either I'm the only one with a soul, or everyone else has a soul and I don't.
Oh my god, I can't handle it. I'm sorry. The way she's like, yeah, hi. I give she's just
You loving
like,
it? This is the most
"Aw."
needy cat you've ever met in your life. Sorry.
Wait,
She's like
can-
Daisy.
Can we just stop for a second? Lady Cameron said that she doesn't have an internal monologue.
He.
Oh, he
Or
I'm-
she.
whatever.
I don't know.
I don't
Lady
wanna-
Cameron is now Lady
They-
Cameron.
I'm not looking to
They-
misgender anybody.
You changed my name to Doorags.
I like to.
I didn't know you
No.
could do that.
I
don't know
have
what-
the power.
All right.
I don't know what that's like to not have my thoughts continuously rendered into words in my head.
How
I
can
know-
you write?
I
Yeah.
know I'm
Yeah.
thinking something, but it's not
Like,
it's not like words, and it's definitely not pictures. I can't do pictures in my head.
Well,
I'm
this-
making,
this-
So who'd
Cool.
constantly
I'm
berating
making
you if you don't have an internal monologue?
I still hate myself. Don't worry.
Okay.
You
Alright.
got to have
my-
goals.
My brain is making some sort of calculation, but it's not the way that other people describe their internal monologue. So I don't know what it is.
This might be an interesting time to jump into the idea of dreams, and it just inspired me to think of that because
I don't dream.
Weirdo.
I believe
You-
I believe we all do, but what we consider dreams are those images and experiences we remember. Oh, I had a dream, and I think
No,
that's
I mean
fair
I have
characterization.
chronic night terrors, but I don't have like normal dreams.
Gotcha.
Wow,
Okay,
used
so
to
you are
that's a
having
big difference.
some kind of nocturnal dream experience. Fair enough.
Sure, yeah. It's just like it's like crazy real. So I don't think when I'm during the day, but I do dream, and they're all nightmares.
Oh, it's terrible. We
Do you
should
dream in words?
we should
or in
talk.
pictures?
Yeah.
Yes, please go on his.
I don't
stream
hear
or
audio
on-
in my dreams. I don't hear audio.
I have
like-
a friend that dreams in
Most
black and white,
NPCs can't.
and it's always at night.
I don't know if it's in black and white, but I don't like one of the biggest things in my dreams is that people will move their mouths and there won't be words coming out.
Interesting. That's a very unique kind of experience. Yeah. Well, just
Wow.
to the broader point.
And
before I
I'll
lose it, 'cause I'm
try to
gonna
move my
forget.
mouth and words won't come out. So it's a very horrifying experience like that.
Yes, it is.
that was real life.
We should definitely talk. But the thing I wanted to bring up is I'm developing a theory, and I can't say that someone else hasn't thought of it before. I'm always rediscovering the wheel, so to speak. But I believe what's happening when we're dreaming is that is the unfiltered experience of our thoughts as they happen. Like what the experience of what it is like to experience thinking itself. It's these images and symbols, and then what we do with our conscious mind is translate it into words and schema and concepts and different things that make more sense. But that actually our stream of consciousness is continuous. We're just aware of it when we're awake and experiencing it passively when we're asleep. And then sometimes we remember it, and that's what we call dreams. I had a point to all that, but that was where I was going originally, was
So-
explaining that concept.
So what you're saying is that my undying paranoia and rage is a cause of me suppressing my chronic night terrors that I have every night, and when I'm awake, I'm still having the night terrors, but it's happening subconsciously.
What it is you are you seem to be getting an unfiltered view at your recurrent, I won't say compulsive or obsessive thoughts, but it's in that vein of things like what is constantly on your mind is coming out in these dreams. Ruminations is a good way to put it. Yeah. What you're, so you seem to be, so if we were to do just a brief analysis, that it's not going to be anywhere near accurate because I got to do a deep dive, but the idea of being unable to speak seems iconic of an inability to communicate effectively, to make yourself be heard by other people. And that's not just vibrating the eardrum sound, I hear you, but I understand you. Does that, if that resonates with you, we might be onto something, but it's always based on whether that makes sense.
Yeah, so you're saying that in my dreams, the reason I can't hear, well, it's not just I don't hear speech, I don't hear any audio. Like I get horrifying pictures at night, but like words or like sounds that like my ears would process doesn't like make sense.
Yeah, that's not
those
uncommon. We
always
don't.
there?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just wondering, like, did you have the terrors before the rubber cement, or like maybe later?
It's possible.
I don't remember anything before probably
The rubber cement?
sophomore year of high school.
Oh.
Or very little.
Yeah, most people I would say don't remember dreams from early childhood.
I don't remember like I don't remember like anything almost.
Huh.
I remember one.
You
I remember one.
I don't have like
early
memories.
childhood.
Thought Patrol, unacknowledged interests. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of theories about dreams. Freud said they were all necessarily sexual, which to him, it was life force. It was the animating energy of life, which we express through procreation, et cetera, et cetera. So it wasn't just sex. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar, as he said. But then Jung expanded on that and said, no, it's broader. It's the entire collective unconscious.
You were smoking a cigar in your
experience.
dream? Well, guess what, bucko? You're gay.
You like the dicks.
Yeah,
Sometimes-
Benjamin.
Yeah,
Benjamin, now that you're here as well, just could you give us a little summary of what you think, where you stand on the whole thing? I mean, you were in chat while we were talking.
Yeah. I don't know that I've got my thoughts dialed in exactly on like usually you put me on the spot and I'm like, I got nothing. Fuck. I'm a deep thinker, but a long thinker, like a little steep curve of like, finally I have an opinion, but being on the spot. I've always liked Jordan Peterson. Here's one thing I think about is that he's only human and he's often thinking out loud. And that means necessarily some of the things he says are going to be wrong or phrased poorly. And the degree to which he waits longer between expressing his thoughts, he's going to have more clear, coherent thoughts. But sometimes the process of getting there is saying a whole bunch of wrong things and going, now I got it. This is what I really meant. And then to watch that process, someone looks like an idiot babbling until they finally say something coherent, which like me.
Yeah.
So,
I do that. I do that all the time.
yeah. So I think sometimes we watch that live and we think he's supposed to be better than this. I mean, he was polished when he came out and now he's struggling. I think he always struggled. We just found him at a point where he had something to say because he thought about it long enough and said enough stupid things. He says the fool is the precursor to the savior. You got to be the idiot before you can be the wise one. That's my broader opinion on him. So,
nah, I've always been pretty wise. Well, I mean,
Right?
as far back as I can remember. So
Since a child.
I don't remember being a child, but I do remember being a junior in high school, and I was pretty wise then.
Compared to other kids, probably, right? Some of them seem pretty dumb.
Yeah,
So some of us are.
want you to be in a therapy session, and I want to be on the fly on the wall.
What, me?
The way that your dreams have manifested, that's incredible.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
you just set up a laptop.
everyone in the chat is making
right?
very.
And they'll just
I didn't know I was.
stream.
I knew it was weird, but not in this way.
Yeah, you're fucked
No,
up.
I think we're all fucked up. That's what we're here for.
You know,
Apparently, no memories is common for PTSD/depression/personality disorders/NPCs.
I am
Thanks,
very
Lady
depressed, and
Cameron.
I do have memories.
Yeah, I've got a personality disorder, kind of. So I've also, and I've got memories. So, but yes, I can see it must be some sort of correlation there.
I always get afraid to tell people what my dreams are because, like, you know, you talk to somebody, like, I'm assuming, Benjamin, I don't know you, but, like, you know, I'm assuming you're Benjamin the Dream Wizard. You know some shit about dreams. And I'm always like,
a little bit.
I'm always like,
I'm
you know,
working on
maybe
it.
I shouldn't tell people what I was dreaming about. Like, you know, what if I have a dream, like, you know, I was at a barbecue with my dad. He keeps trying to make me eat hot dogs or something. Like, you know, and it could be just a dream about, you know, barbecue with my dad. But it could also mean, you know, other shit. I think it's very telling what you dream about, and I try to look at it all the time because I
dream of Genie.
No, you really you dream of
Barbara Eden was hot.
Okay, here's my by far my most common dream. Are you ready? I'll tell you right now.
Sure.
All right.
So I'm in my bed. I wake up, and I feel something kind of slimy on like my calf, and I pull the sheets up, and there are two giant shrimp, like the size of dogs, shrimp in my bed. And I stand up on the bed, and I'm freaking out, and there are shrimp and lobsters and crabs everywhere, like all over my desk, and I'm standing there, and I'm surrounded.
Which means you should wash your balls.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you say this is a recurring dream?
That's my most common dream. I think I probably have that twice a week at least.
Wow. Okay. What I found about or discovered in my process of my research is that for recurring dreams, it seems like there's some problem you're trying to find a solution to, or some concept you're trying to understand, and you keep showing yourself the same images, because the ruminating idea, you're going through this loop of the information to go, what if I look at it this way? What if I look at it again? Am I going to get something out of it this time? How do I, and that what happens is if we can do an analysis of it and come to some kind of a reasonable understanding that actually makes sense and applies to your life, the dreams stop or they change. And that's kind of the proof in the pudding, is like, if we can get the dreams to stop because you finally get it and you don't need to ruminate on it anymore, or the dreams change. I had one guy, just a brief example. He had a dream where he was walking through a house as an ex-military guy and doing a reconnaissance. It was episode 12, I think. And
I probably would have felt better when I woke up, Thought Patrol, is how I would have felt, because it wouldn't have been a night terror.
Sorry.
Gotcha.
I was responding to the chat.
No, it's okay. We should. I ignore them, and then I'm trying to pay attention. It's too many things going on. Well, anyway, long story short, he would get to a point in his dream where these shadow creatures would block his forward progress. And if he tried to push past them, they would beat him up. And we analyzed it, and he actually got back to me later and said he went to them and he did not, almost like consciously in his dream, he did not try to push past them, and they were friendly, and he spoke with them. And he got the sense that they were there to protect him. They were beating him up to stop his progress because he wasn't ready to deal with the material that was going to come next. And he had to deal with something else first in his personal life. That was, I mean, I get all verklempt when people tell me I had a positive impact like that and their dreams change. So long story
that
short.
is cool.
Yeah.
No, that's what's great about dreams.
Right.
And also why
I'm
therapy,
not.
it's important.
I'll tell you what. I have a very, when we were talking about moral foundations earlier, my highest moral foundation is purity. Purity, degradation, is that the foundation?
And the slimy, nasty bugs crawling all over you, then infesting your environment. Yeah, that's very connected.
Yeah, it's the only thing that overtakes my liberty moral foundation is purity, and I am very disgusted by bugs.
Yeah, for sure. That is definitely telling you something. There's something all around you that is potentially dirty, nasty. It's in your bed, the most vulnerable place you can possibly be when you're asleep. The bed can also be connected, not always, but very frequently to sexual issues, possibly, but it's more about, it's the place where you go to sleep and anything can happen to you when you're unconscious. So it's kind of the most intimate of vulnerable places, that kind of thing.
I think I might have it. Hold on.
Okay.
I think I got it. I'm no dream expert. I might know almost as much as Benjamin knows.
We're crowdsourcing it here. Let's do it.
So
I like it.
I think just from experiencing you today with it, and then knowing about the shellfish dream.
Blessed by the great lobster.
Yeah, I think. Well,
hold on.
Before, but
hold on.
let him finish. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, this goes back to what I'm trying to say.
I'll mute everybody else.
It's because you're seeing all these crabs and shrimp because you're shellfish.
Dreams are
That's
dreams.
bad.
No, you got a point there. Dreams are big on puns because puns are the symbolic
like jumbo shrimp
mixing of things. Yeah. It could be a selfishness type. Are you selfish in bed? Maybe. I mean, that's a very specific. Very specific interpretation.
In bed,
right?
There we go.
You're shellfish in bed with yourself.
I did want to mention, based on what Patrick said, is that the dreams are often very personal. And I make so anyone out there who's thinking of talking to me, I don't just record and put it up and say, fuck you. You talk to me. I own it.
Lucy,
I make a promise before I speak with anyone and we talk afterwards. I will not release any dream interpretation you feel is too personal. I will edit it down if you want me to take out content. I respect there's two reasons for that. Number one, it's the ethical right thing to do. Consent. You tell me do not release this. I don't do it. I don't have anyone sign a release. I don't do that stuff. Part two is you have to feel comfortable enough to go anywhere, free association with the dream, or we don't get good answers. So you got to know when you're talking to me, nobody will ever see this if you don't want it released on the internet. So far, I've never had anyone ask me not to release an episode, but if they did, it's a promise I don't break, so, but long story short, dreams are very personal. Yeah.
Here's a short one. Here's a short one. I was a kid,
sure.
Right? I was a kid, and I was in my neighborhood, and I was a member of the X-Men, and then
as you are,
big T-Rex was chasing me, and I turned into a plastic bag and floated away.
Wow.
Which
What?
X-Men does that?
And could you hear the wind? Could you hear things? Do you remember there being like an audio component to your dreams?
I don't remember. Maybe this was like
interesting.
30 years ago.
So we got little
So you
arms
were
with
a
the
kid.
T-Rex. You're an X-Man. Don't want to be a man anymore.
There you go.
That's one way to go with it.
And then you have to wrap it up with the bag.
Bye, Thought Patrol.
Out of
Thank you so
curiosity,
much.
were you in a leather outfit?
I was not. I was actually. I believe I was just in my
you in a leather
regular
outfit right now?
clothes.
He was Jean Grey.
Later, Jose.
Well, he was talking about.
Okay, sorry.
Go ahead. People
So-
like questions. They were being
Yes, but what were your thoughts about that?
Well, you said this happened about 30 years ago. So this, you were dreaming of yourself at that age, when you were that age.
Yes.
Okay.
I was. As far as I know, I generally dream in third person. I don't dream in
You
first
see
person.
yourself over your shoulder. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty common too.
And,
Not always, but yeah.
Yeah.
Is it yourself or
And so,
avatar?
I remember. Yeah, I remember myself being like age appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I was the age I was when I was dreaming.
Yeah. That's
and
that's one thing we try to tease out is, okay, so is this a dream you had yesterday about when you were a kid? No, this is a dream you had when you were a kid and you were your own age at the time. It was just, this is me.
Indeed. Yeah.
And you're an X-Man. So you have, there's something special about you. You're unique or different. You have a power. Any idea what that power was? Did it come to you? Like what made you?
The ability to change.
It was the ability to change.
Ooh.
Interesting. Yeah. And there was a danger. There was, how did you feel when the T-Rex was coming after you? I could take this or I need to get the hell out.
I need to get the hell out of there.
Okay.
Oh, thought maybe
so
you
you-
had it in the bag.
Sorry.
More fun.
Great. Good one.
Go ahead, Kitty.
No, I was. People are just asking if it costs to get an analysis from you.
To do an episode, no. But I do have. We can work out something if you want it to be entirely private. I don't charge to do to make content. That's not fair. Like I'm just gonna cost you money, and then I'm gonna double dip.
Yeah.
But yeah, no private stuff. People want to keep it private. They don't not comfortable being on camera. We'll work something out. You can message me on the Discord.
Yeah. Cool.
I'm on all kinds of social media. I mean,
Yeah, I got a link tree. I'm gonna make sure that you just. I mean, I've already linked to your channel before, so I can go and get it. But
yeah,
I would just want
you can
a
always
profile
comment
picture from
video.
you. Whatever picture you would like to be in the thumbnail, that would be nice as well.
Yeah.
The real question should be, what will it cost you not to reach out to find out about it?
There you go.
But
There you go.
I got one too though. I got a dream. I just remembered it. It was it was right around the time I quit drinking, and it was reoccurring. So I was on like a boardwalk, and there was a rackety old shack, and I broke my way into this broken down door, and when I got inside, there was a multitude of doors, all looked kind of the same, and the lights would come on and turn back off, and at the same time the room was full of tortoises walking around, but they had arms in the front, like that they could reach up and grab my leg or grab my arm, and no matter what I did, I couldn't. If I hit them, it didn't do anything, and if I tried to run, I couldn't run. And that was the worst reoccurring dream I've ever had. It was terrifying. I know it sounds silly, but it was terrifying, and it was all right around the time.
In it.
It was so scary because the lights would go down, and then as lights would come back up, I'd see the tortoises moving a little bit close. It was like a Five Nights at Freddy kind of
Right.
And
it sounds very similar to the lobster dream.
Yeah, it's weird shit too.
You mean
I
surrounded
probably
by,
just revealed that all kinds of fucked up shit about myself.
No.
But I'm sure it had something to do with getting sober at the time.
Quite possibly. Definitely, it's going to be related to almost always what you're going through currently in your life. It's almost always temporal in that way. Even if it relates to something in the past, it's like it's because what you're going through relates to that thing in the past. Oh, it's the same experience, or it reminds you of someone else. So we got multiple elements there. We got the kind of story arc of the dream: boardwalk, shack, multiple doors, an impeding obstacle in the shape of an encroaching slow, but a menacing slow type of animal thing that's actually got the ability to grab you. There's a boogeyman dream, a classic, typical boogeyman dream of being chased by something and unable to escape or unable to run away, lacking the strength in your legs or that kind of thing. It's a very classic presentation. So I'm going to assume by your accent you probably live near the boardwalk. I mean, that's a local cultural phenomenon in your area.
Yeah, I'm a Jersey guy, so we're by the Jersey Shore. There
you go. That's kind of where I was going with that. So you've set it in a local environment you've probably been to in a way. And at first I thought you were going to say that the pier or itself or the boardwalk itself was rickety, but it's the shack that's there. So this is kind of representation of a building that is run down, it's dilapidated.
It was on the water, elevated with the like beams. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, like at the end of a pier type of thing.
I remember that it was an issue that if I didn't get out before these things grabbed me and made me stay there, that it was going to fall apart around me.
Yeah, there she goes. Well, I'm jumping to some conclusions here, and we'd do it better if we're doing it personally. But I'm thinking the shack itself might be a bit of your self concept. You're not in the best shape of your life, and not just physically, but not in the best place, not the best mental state. That kind of thing. And now you go inside of this thing, and you've got multiple doors, and that's usually like options. I don't want to say that, but in this context, it reads to me as I've got so many places I could go, but I've got this shit blocking my path, whatever this is. So then we would want to dial into what is the tortoise? What are these impediments that are blocking me from choosing a path forward and allowing me to exit out through one of these multiple doors? I can't even make a decision. The choices are all in front of me, but I can't get to them. So there might be some,
and it's so important that it's those are tortoises. Like
got to be something connected with that. Yeah.
Your brain gave you tortoise, not
like versus something else,
which is strange because it's a land animal, and it was at the sea.
But so they were very much tortoises.
They were out of place.
They were not. They were not flippers. They got the big leg, dinosaur legs.
Yeah.
It's fucked up.
Huge, live for hundreds of years.
Lucy is pointing out that dreams are terrifying in the moment, like what we're sharing with the shrimp and the tortoises, but we saying them out loud and
they sound ridiculous.
It sounds ridiculous.
Being intimidated by a bunch of shrimp or a bunch of tortoises sounds very silly. So is it that everyone has these things that they shouldn't be scared of that they are scared of, and in your dreams those things that are triggering something in you manifest and they seem more terrifying than they really are in the moment?
Definitely what we would consider not a threat in real life might appear to us in a dream as a threatening creature. But the fear we feel is very real because what the object represents is we regard it as a real threat.
Yes.
Yeah. So
absolutely.
Even if it seems absurd that a tortoise would be a threat, they're legitimately blocking your path forward, and they have the ability to hold you in place. You're stuck in this room with this problem, whatever it is, and you can't get to all these options that are right in front of you. Look, the door's right there. I just can't get to it. So maybe speaking to a frustration of your healing process with the, alcohol issues, it seems related. I mean, and always, if I say something and you're like, I don't know about that. Fuck it. I was wrong. I'm throwing out ideas. But if it resonates, you go, whoa, you feel it right here. Then we're on to something. That's what I do with people. And none of these answers are in me. I'm not a prophet. I don't hear spirits. I don't talk to God. I'm just a guy throwing out crazy ideas. And sometimes the spaghetti sticks to the wall and then we run with it. We go, okay, that makes sense to you. Let's focus on that.
Fix me.
So
everyone.
So
fix
is
me.
I was just gonna say is that a reoccurring theme in my dreams is flight. Not as an animal, but just in my own body.
Yeah.
Fairy.
That's great.
How do you experience it?
Are your wings leathery?
I think Vincent said the same
No,
thing.
I don't have wings. No, have you ever seen The Boy Who Can Fly?
Yes.
Sounds
Yeah.
familiar.
Like that. Yeah. Where it's like you can float. It's not it's kind of like Superman, but not high speed.
Gotcha. Okay. How do you feel when you're flying? I mean, you're terrified, out of control, or
It's a positive experience.
Okay.
It's like a fairy.
Yeah. I'm trying to get better at asking people how they feel about these experiences instead of trying to jump straight into the symbol interpretation. So it's good. This is good practice.
Teeth falling out is common.
Also common. Yeah.
That's never
And
happened.
flying dreams also very common. There's actually, I'll show one of my books. I think it's book 6 of the ABC series. Studies in Dreams, written by a gal in 1901, I want to say 1921. Sorry. Anyway, and she had recurrent dreams of being able to fly, and she talked about it. And it was basically experiments in lucid dreaming back 100 years ago. Yeah.
Has everybody here had a lucid
Okay, but
dream?
here's one thing that is the through line here is that being threatened by out of place wildlife or nature, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the
That does seem
tortoise
to
is
be
chasing
another
you onto
thing.
a pier. The crustaceans appearing in your bedroom. What was
T-Rex?
The T-Rex? Yeah, totally out of place.
Yeah, I just talked to a guy recently. It was last week's episode. He was in a suburban setting and he got attacked by a Bigfoot. So yeah, another representation of like an overwhelming problem finding you where it's not supposed to be. You know.
The Bigfoot was
is
named
so-
Dolores.
Hydra, hop on right
his
now and
wife's
have his
name.
dreams analyzed. Hydra says he
Well,
wants his dreams analyzed.
Yo, guys, we have 10 minutes left. This is very Jungian.
Yeah,
I also like it, Lady Cameron. I'm also, that was actually one of the things that made me very excited about Jung is all the symbolism.
Yeah, please,
and
everybody reach out. We will do
Yeah.
episodes for
Right.
weeks. I love making content. Yeah, I'll talk to everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. No
Real
one's off the
quick,
table.
Thinker's arc.
Sorry, Catrew.
Yeah, real quick. I just wanted to say or ask, what are your thoughts on split brain syndrome?
Are we talking Phineas Gage
Fatal.
style, where the corpus callosum gets severed, or is it?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a broad topic. I mean, I haven't brushed up on him in a
it's just
while.
that, you know-
what's the
Well,
concept
no,
as
it's
you
just-
understand it?
Well, that essentially there's like whether or not that basically you have like two people in you and they work together and your conscious mind is connected to one of those and you're more aware of what that person is doing, more or less. And
Okay, so not actually
a-
severing physical corpus callosum. That's the different split brain. I think what you're describing is dual personality.
No.
That was an
No,
older
I do
concept,
mean
too.
the split brain because
Okay.
the point is that when that is split, I mean, because that's what it is. I envision this always being present in everyone. It's just that those two people work together all the time, and you're just not aware of the other person because our brains aren't split. But when they are split, we find that there is this people can fight with each other, fight with themselves when they
Is there a
like.
CGP Grey video on this?
Yeah, there
Okay.
is.
Oh, maybe I should watch that. Yeah.
Okay, here's okay. You just made me scared again because here's my thing. I know that there's something happening in my head, but it's not like the way other people describe thinking. So now I'm scared that there's a second person inside of me who's actually doing the thinking, and that person is sending the thoughts to me, and I'm verbalizing them, but I'm not actually thinking, so I don't know where the thoughts come from. And the dreams
You're just a tulpa.
and the dreams are actually my my other self who's feeling powerless inside of me. Oh, I'm very scared. now.
Wow.
There's a lot of metaphysical ways to
scary.
think about this.
Oh my God. You have to speak to Benjamin. Okay.
And is this person
I'd love
like
to.
and is this person is this just like a thought process that I don't know is going on? Andrew, is that how it's described? Or is it like literally like a second consciousness who's seeing out of my eyes?
Sort of like so. What
doesn't
what they
wanna
found
exist?
is that like, well, what they found is that like a person can like go through and they're like choosing outfits for the day, and one hand that is connected to the thinking person will be choosing one outfit, and then the other hand will come and do other actions that aren't connected to what the thinking person is saying to do with their body.
Scratching your balls.
So that it's like that
Grab a
other
leather.
person was like, no, you don't want this, you want something else.
This might relate.
And so
Go ahead.
yeah, and so then so then the two hands, one hand is connected to the thinking person, and the other hand is like making other decisions. And so then like also in when they like, okay, so they like they've done experiments where they have different, like they divide the vision or whatever, right? And so like one hand will do something related to a task, and then when it enters into the other side of the vision, they'll like ask the person about it, and they will come up with a completely different story in relation to that item, because
alien hand syndrome.
Your brain acts in many ways as a kind of like a justification system for past experiences. It needs to order reality in a certain way. So if it's not aware of certain events, it will make up a history for it. So one hand could be doing something that is unaware of
underwear.
Well, yeah, like so in essence, that other person could be doing something, and then when the thinking the you that's hearing this, the thinking person becomes aware of it, they will come up with a history. They'll make a justification for what that other person was doing.
Before.
This relates to, so I go up layers sometimes, and so a lot of psychology is philosophical. It is theoretical. It's like explanatory frameworks. We think this is how it works. So there was a bit of a division in the late 1800s. I mean, they're all trying to figure this stuff out. There's huge revolutions in understanding and medicalizing psychology, etc. at that time, leading up to Freud.
It's science.
Science, yes. It's science, and
science.
It's equally science and metaphysics. It's crazy. That's it's an art and a science. But long story short, there was a now abandoned theory of the dual personality, two people inside us in a way, but maybe old things become new again. So what we settled on was the theory of the subconscious, where that's where we get subconscious actions, that there's some underlying thought process that's going on that we aren't always consciously aware of, and then we act out subconscious, we act subconsciously, and then as you're saying, sometimes we tell ourselves story. Well, why did you do that? Let me try and make sense of that, because sometimes we don't know and we're trying to figure it out. And that's kind of where I was getting to with my personal theory of dreams that may not be original, but the idea that we always have this stream of consciousness going on, that's our subconscious. That's just, here's one unending train of associations that all link together, and our brain wanders it's what we access while we're awake when we go daydreaming. We let our fantasy mind take over. Even though we're kind of conscious, we surrender that directed attention. I hope that's answering the question. Fuck. Come on,
guys, there's so much that I want all of you. So we're just.
What are you talking about, Benjamin?
I'm of two minds on the
What kind of shit was that?
Right?
Okay. He's on. That was very good.
That must have been the other you talking.
Yeah, my subconscious took over. Fuck it.
Did you hear what Catalyst said? It's of two minds on the subject.
Absolutely.
They both like puns.
Guys, we really just need to.
Is over.
If we're just gonna all just raid Benjamin's. DMs,
thank you, Mike.
basically.
I already
have
subbed.
You know what I'll do right now? I have a new episode dropping tonight, live premiere at 5 p.m. I should have said that.
Okay, well, I'm gonna.
Excellent.
5 p.m.
You guys
Pacific
will
time.
be there.
It's actually
Kitty won't be
great
there.
discussion on artificial intelligence before we jump into the dream. So it's good stuff.
Wow.
Sweet.
Okay, so
All right,
Rhonda, here is
I'll
the
have to
link
catch it.
in the
I'll be
chat.
at work, so
I'll be there.
You can do a big thinkers arc that we just all share like our most horrifying experience.
Yes, thinkers.
Absolutely.
Thinkers who, yeah, I've got dreams as well that I and oh god, just also the way that we would talk about the use of God, I was EMDR. Have you gone into EMDR before?
EMDR.
It's the
Yes, go
It's
and look
a
it up.
rapid eye movement, isn't it?
Yeah, but you basically, it's kind of like a hypnosis sort of thing, therapy wise. So yeah, but look, there's a lot to go through. We need a whole episode as well. I would just be exploiting you though. I would feel like I'm exploiting you. So let's just go. Everybody gets their own stream.
I hate it when I can't remember what an acronym means, but I have heard of that. I just couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Movement something. Rapid anyway.
Something desensitization.
I hate that.
But
And
yeah,
what they do with that-
yes,
okay,
desensitization.
I do remember just briefly on it. It's a process by which they say dwell on triggering thoughts and do this exercise, and it actually reduces your sensitivity to the panic response. Yeah,
it's eye movement desensitization and reprocessing.
Yes, reprocessing. That's the thing. It is very meditative in that you have to go. You find key moments that would actually. It's so very related to dreams because you go to memories and you have to be as open-minded as you can be, and that it feels like you are accessing that part of your brain that because the symbolism that started to come in for me when I had that in therapy, it was incredible. So yeah, the way that relates to dreams is crazy. But guys, I'm gonna have to take away from the seriousness, and we're going to memes because that's how we end the stream.
Meme review.
Okay.
I want to be the other person inside of Andrew.
Love it.
Can we arrange that?
Feline, leathery, yes.
Gay.
So yeah, that was Nico. Feline, leathery yet. That's very clever because it's feline and leather. But we don't kink shame. That's just fun.
Feeling. It's a play.
Daily Wire, Twitter. Oh, God.
No, thank you.
Match all the That's button matching.
Daily Wire, Twitter. And this is what happens when you bother children skateboarding. I think, Paffy, you can say this for us.
Oh my God, that reminds me of my dream.
Oh shit!
Status now, Bucko.
Terrible.
I love that one.
Gotcha.
That's the best picture ever.
That one's hurt.
Nothing but good faith.
Is this? Are we supposed to watch this, or is this?
That's where the eating comes from.
Oh, eating hands. Okay.
Actually, episode 5 was the baby hands one.
There is a dead human in our.
Oh, hey! How did he get here?
Oh, what did you do?
I didn't do this.
Explain what happened.
I've never seen him before in my life.
Why did you kill this and Carl?
Maybe it'll come.
Oh, my dog wants it. I'll be right back.
All right, he's gone. Let's talk shit about him.
Come on.
I can't hear it.
I can't hear it either.
You have to pull back.
Carl.
You gotta pull back.
Carl, there is a dead human in our house.
Nobody can hear it.
Hey, I didn't know that. That is my least favorite thing to do.
Hey!
Wow.
Oh,
Paffy
can do the whole thing. He's doing all the audio.
It doesn't matter. All you need to know is that why does he have hands? Oh, I got the rumblies, the kind that only hands can satisfy.
Oh.
Hold on.
I don't know what's happened, but there's no audio coming from this. It was coming from it, but now it's not.
It looks like you're.
Did you change the setting or something?
Why does Nico say sorry, Paffy? What is he sorry for?
I think just in
You
general.
sabotage the audio.
Yeah.
Oh, that I think.
Or your NPC status.
Oh,
I want to mention Shinigandi says that EMDR says it's supposed to help people with serious PTSD from sexual assault. It does. It does. Yeah.
What does?
I know they also
that
do it for
EMDR
soldiers.
therapy. Yeah.
It's good for anything, really. It really is good for anything. I would recommend it for anyone.
Just do shrooms.
Any foundational memory things. No, seriously, just do shrooms is I'm also on that end because the reason that would work is that your brain is processing.
I'll tell you right now, it's like years of therapy. I take that shit every once in a while. And I literally, like, you know, some people are like, I don't want to freak out. I don't want to think about that. I'm like, think about everything awful, because I want
the
my
reset
brain
button
to
good every
just,
once in a while.
yeah, I want my brain to just look at everything in full detail so I could just
See
yeah,
it
because
all.
it's all normal. It's all
That's
just hiding in
cool.
there all the time. I want to know. I'm too fucked up to figure it out on my
But-
own during the week.
Good thing to do.
Tell
See
me,
if
Carl,
I-
exactly
can you
what you were
guys hear?
doing before I got home.
All right.
hear
Well, I was upstairs.
Okay.
I was
Carl.
I was sitting in my rodeo,
One.
and well, I walked.
Okay.
So I went up to him.
Yes.
And I stabbed him 37
I'm
times in the
glad you
chest.
guys can hear.
Oh, that kills people.
Oh, I didn't know that.
How could you not know that?
Yeah, I'm in the
My bad.
wrong here. I suck. What's that?
His hands. Why are they missing?
Well, I kind of cooked them up
I'll
and
just
ate them.
watch this afterwards by myself. I'm sure it'll be
Oh.
great.
Well, I was hungry, and well, you know, when you crave hands, that's
Why on earth would you do that?
I was hungry.
Oh.
Only hands would
All right,
satisfy.
is
What
Steve-
is wrong with you,
Alvin the only one
Carl?
that's
Well,
laughing?
I
Or is
kill
everyone-
people, and
I think it's funny.
Especially funny.
It is pretty ridiculous. Why do I feel like these llamas are Canadians? I don't know why.
Carl.
They just feel
Hey, was that a
Canadian to
shot
me.
at me?
Yeah. No, they definitely give off a Canadian vibe.
That's all I'm saying. Just the vibe. Nothing wrong with that. Not that all Canadians are cannibals. Most of them.
You making fun of me?
Nilo,
South Canadian?
That's pretty much
Nihilo,
American.
technically, any group stream is
Right.
a circle jerk, and I'm sure some of us would land up kissing if
Yeah, we do it baby. We do it baby elephant style here.
So-
Don't fuck around.
some of
Well,
us
Was it
some
the
of us
premise
are
of
in
Waters
monogamous
I wouldn't mind if you
relationships. So.
Yeah, some of us.
I got dibs on Patrick.
Mm.
Nah,
Take what
Patrick's already got
Take what I can
dibs.
get.
Just because he's the only one you can see besides
swing.
me. And nobody wants to
swing.
make out with the beard.
Yeah, we got the best looking people on camera. You got
Yes.
Oh, and the kitty.
presentation side up.
Okay, ladies and gentleherds, it's been a good time.
4.5 hours. Jesus.
Yeah.
Only
it's
three
a
and a half
normal.
for me.
Normal stream.
Yeah.
We like
It's
to
a normal
talk.
stream time.
like to
Mhm.
talk.
We like to talk. We like
We
to
like
talk.
to talk.
Yeah.
We have coffee and we talk.
It's been
Oh
good
my
times.
God,
Matt.
I love it.
Thank you for
We have
having me. I
Diet Cokes
appreciate
and we
it.
talk.
Yeah, thanks for
like
coming
Yeah.
along, Ben. Everybody, thank you for coming along. It's time for us. And yes, Jab, thank you for joining us earlier. I know that you had issues, but we appreciate you. We appreciate you very much so. We join us for the next circle jerk. Nihilo, please.
I feel like I
you-
could convince the tortoises to fight the shrimp.
You know what? I would love to know if
That might
any of you
happen.
guys have different dreams tonight after discussing it.
Yeah.
I'll
For
write
sure.
it down. We'll write them down separately, and then we'll post them at the same time. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, definitely. If you
here's
want to
another-
remember your dreams, write them down. Yeah.
There's
somebody-
no way. Now that I've talked about it, there's no way I don't have the shrimp dream tonight.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, we're gonna have another section of the Discord dream section.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
dream-
that could
dream
be
diary.
that could be what the silence is that the other person inside of you is just not being heard.
I'm feeling more in control
Shut
now.
up, Andrew. I'm
Sure.
not trying to
Yeah.
like freak out tonight.
Oh,
I'm gonna go
shame.
sniff some rubber cement.
Yeah, go and do
That'll
that.
help.
Just get some shrooms and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I'll hook
Can
you
you?
up.
ima-
No, but yeah, you should
Dream.
hear.
Crawl right up in that
Your,
bed.
But
Alright, so,
I'll do
You're,
that.
it's going. It's
oh, wait, I think
what- premiering in an hour, basically.
yes.
All right.
So wait, let's
Wait,
go. Sorry, as
Dream
per
Wizard.
panel shows, you're supposed to go around and say what's going on. So we know, Benjamin, your premiere is soon.
Yeah. I've got a new episode of my Dreamscapes dream interpretation interviews premiering tonight at 5 p.m. Pacific. So in 4 hours from now, basically.
Yeah.
That's it.
Cool.
I've got the link in the chat again.
Thank you much.
Okay.
And 3x3 Nilo, I didn't mean to ignore your dream. I can't read all the chat. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's trying to
Contact
converse
me.
with the
Let's do an episode. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we are going to review it here. No, I'm kidding. We'll just watch it and comment. Gray, what's happening? You've got some exciting things happening with you and Vince tomorrow.
Vincent Martin and I are having a little debate tomorrow, so that should be fun. It's fantasy versus sci-fi, which is better?
Fantasy.
Obviously,
yes.
Strong opinions.
It's just a fantasy.
You've got Mitch and Adam both
It's
against you,
not
though.
the real thing.
Yeah,
Yep.
you know, they're allowed to be wrong. That's okay. They haven't
As
heard
Sitch
my
so
argument
often
yet.
is, very confidently wrong.
But yeah, if you get a chance, please check that out tomorrow. It's a little late, so if not, check it on either mine or Vincent's channel.
Awesome.
Yeah. And then tomorrow I have a stream I'm doing on Fairy Stories is the essay. It was done by J.R.R. Tolkien in 1938. Or he goes over some really cool topics on what are fairy stories, and their distinctions and their goals, and what they are, what they are not, and also how some really cool topics like how logic isn't the enemy of fantasy. In fact, it best succeeds when internal logic is internal consistency is maintained.
Ooh, that'd be good.
Exactly.
Mhm.
It's exactly right.
Yeah.
I'm excited for this video.
Like, why in the world would somebody set on freeing the innocent their entire lives suddenly burn an entire city to the ground in the 8th season? It makes no sense.
There were reasons.
Yeah.
There weren't.
Optimus Cattus, you are not on social media, or you
I am not on social media.
at the moment. So there's nothing to plug at the moment.
I mean, once in a blue moon, I upload a Fallout 76 camp video onto my YouTube channel, Optimus Dorcas. Name might change at some point in the future, but no, nothing particularly special upcoming. But getting to be here was a highlight, and I am so grateful. I hope I contributed in a positive.
You did very much so. Thank you. And sorry for always interrupting you. Just did it now.
Good.
But I will also just link to your channel in any case, just so we can keep up with you. Patrick.
Hi.
Is unchanneled yet.
Yeah, I'm on the Twitter.
Yes. Comfy pants on. No, I'm kidding.
If anybody wants to be my friend, I'm glad to you.
What's your handle there? I'll follow you.
I'll find you on Tinder, bud.
Patrick, LESTRAN 4. I'll throw it in the.
Yeah, throw your links around.
But I just subbed to you there, Benjamin. So I'll.
Thank you much.
I'll check you out later, and I'll do that. But I won't have anything super intelligent to offer to your chat, and just gonna bring it out right now.
He's just so much fun, and
I'm insightful. I'm just not educated. But I always love being here. It's like my family away from my family.
Yeah.
It's like the family I like.
Tortoise plushies.
Catrew, will this be a longer stream, or it's because it's a Friday? Or is it just?
It may be. I haven't decided on exactly how long. I'm still working out the script for it, but because I don't want to just go over from beginning to end. I mean, an uninterrupted reading of the essay is 2 hours. So I would be adding my usual length of time is times 4 to whatever I do. So like generally like 15 minutes gets me an hour, generally speaking. Sometimes I can get if I don't have much to say, I can get that down to times 2, but still so that'd be somewhere between 4 to 8 hours, and I just don't have that much time. So not to mention the way he phrases things is also very it's old-fashioned, right? It feels like, and poetic, which works very well for him, but doesn't necessarily lend well to like teaching somebody or going over the ideas directly, a direct response.
Well,
So
I like the way that you
would
did the moral stuff, the moral like the morality, because that is also dense language. And then you would say this is what they're saying. Like it was a nice interpretation. That like literally interpretation is in like here is it in English again.
Yeah, I will have a. I
just
do
got
have
around to
a
reading The
very
Hobbit,
well read.
a few months ago, and I got to tell you, I wish I would have read it when I was like in grade school. It was like, I wish I would have read it sooner.
Yeah, funny enough, that's when I read The Hobbit, was in like 4th grade. I loved Tolkien as a child, or ever since I was a child, rather.
Yeah,
and no, it's really cool because what is it? On Fairy Stories, he wrote and did before he did Lord of the Rings, and somebody like he was talking all about what fairy stories are, what they're not, and how great they are, and this sort of thing. And then people were like, "Oh yeah, well, put your money where your mouth is."
Whoa!
Hey. Sorry, they are not always cute.
Yeah,
they were trying to tell Andrew
guys,
to wrap it up.
Oh my gosh, guys, Andrew is seven subscribers away from 100. So you guys just
subscribe to Catrew.
All right, I'll get my other 4 personalities right on that.
There you go. So
whoever that Calvin Pafford guy is, I'll get him to just subscribe.
So they were like, "Put your money where your mouth is." He's like, "Okay," and then he wrote Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, "Okay, proof and concept. Here's Lord of the Rings. This is why."
There's a puppy.
Oh yeah. Okay, I'll bring him up too. This is peanut butter.
Aww.
Is that a puppy in your pants? Are you happy to see us?
Oh my gosh! I just want all the animals.
Yeah, I always thought Lord of the Rings had too many token characters.
Okay, guys, I do need to go to bed. Yes, go.
I think open bar is
sweet dreams.
Yeah, open bar is on probably now. Just for me this weekend, Carl and I are going to be playing Monster Hunter Rise, so that's going to happen. And so that'll be on Twitch. I'll say so in the Discord when I'm doing it. And then on Sunday we've got 2 streams that are happening because we are doing Rosales' stream, and then later on we are doing a 1776 stream.
Okay.
In the 1776, we are doing a stream about all girls stream. Sorry for you, havers of penises.
I identify as a girl.
Not allowed. We're going to be discussing our favorite Disney villain, superheroines and villains.
Well, as long as you're not discussing how to drive, I'm tuning in.
There you go.
So that's what I'm doing this weekend, as well as IRL things.
Elsa is considered a villain, right?
Elsa?
Yeah, she
is the Snow Queen.
Yeah.
Speaking of fairy tale stories. Yeah.
Anyway, ladies and gentlehoods, I'm going to end stream here. Thank you, everybody, for having. Oh shit! Yeah, God.
No,
I
it's
think
fine.
we might
It's
have
fine.
to do that next week. Yeah, I don't think there'll be time because I've also got to see IRL friends this week.
Yeah.
Do I get to plug something?
No.
Oh,
wrap it up.
Duh! See, Peppy. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Right over him.
Oh my God, I did. I'm so sorry and he's actually
NPCs
got
don't
stuff
know.
as well.
Fucking redhead stepchild
he's got
over here.
2 things to plug. 2 things to plug. Go.
I'll plug them next week.
No, you'll plug them now.
I'm gonna plug you next week, buddy.
I feel like passed over already.
Yeah.
Don't.
Well, I mean, I'll plug them for you.
All right, fine. You can follow C. Paffy. I do Dungeons and Dragons. Act 2 finished a few months ago. Act 3 will start up whenever I'm good and ready to start it up. And
Right
I do a
on.
which will be
I
next
do a
week.
podcast that comes out about bi-monthly every Sunday at 8:30 Eastern, where we talk about where me and Ice J, the #3 Celtic Heroes YouTuber on the platform, discuss like movies and
Nice.
stuff.
Mm.
And we should be talking about the Dungeons
it
and
is
Dragons.
called-
So is that twice a month or is that every other month?
Yes.
Just hold on. It's I'll get the links just now while you guys are here still.
Also, yes.
But yes. So yes. Late for Dinner is the name of the podcast.
Late for Supper.
Sorry. Same thing. No, I'm kidding. No, sorry about that. I'm so sorry, Calvin. I'm really
Let's
sorry.
see, covering the Iron Giant 1 month ago. So yeah, it looks like about once every 2 months we do a podcast.
Yeah. Copy.
So
All right.
Benjamin,
When you
have
guys
you
can-
I gotta
considered
go.
upgrading to a custom keyboard?
All right.
I gotta go.
Yes.
Thank you
Okay,
for
bye,
having me.
Patrick.
Bye, guys.
Oh, who's
Bye,
going?
guys.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
I like
Excuse
having
me.
things for a long time and making them last. So I mean, I've probably had this keyboard for 10 years or more. I don't know. What's the benefit of changing my keyboard?
Clicky clacky.
And
One.
Andrew gets to tell you.
Yeah, no. Okay, so there's lots of benefits. One is that with custom keyboards, there are better software support for certain ones, not all of them, but better custom support for mapping your keyboard keys and creating macros and such. That would probably be the biggest selling point for utility.
And the cute things.
But then there's also just custom. You get a lot of utility out of, or not utility, but a lot of creature comforts over the profile of the keys, because there's lots of different and how your fingers feel on them can affect your typing.
I'm gonna go Google how to make
there's
clips of
also-
someone else's YouTube video so I can clip out, because I feel like I had a bunch of good moments.
Yeah. And then
you could download the whole video.
There's also like different switches. Different switches will give you a different
different sounds.
Not only just sounds, but like they feel different. Like my
All right, thank you. I'm
like
leaving. Bye.
right now I have my Alice plugged in.
Bye.
Bye. I got my Alice plugged in, and I have I've got tactile switches in it.
Okay.
And they have this kind of like pressure bump, right? So when you type on it, like it springs back a little bit. So
more rebound. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So like
and you lube it
yes,
as well.
They're lubed.
I think you're laying out a lot of really good, reasonable benefits. I think I'm a bit of a basic bitch when it comes to technological stuff. Like, because the keyboard works for me, just until it literally dies and won't turn on again, I'll probably never replace it. Honestly,
right.
That's just me.
Well,
but
when
I do,
when you do
maybe I'll look
replace
for
it,
something better. Yeah,
right. When you do replace it, the advantage again also is that with a custom keyboard, I can break any of my keyboards down to the bare bone parts, to the PCB board and such, and I can replace anything in there. If something isn't working, I can replace. Like I had one key that wasn't working, and I broke down the keyboard, found out what part wasn't working. I replaced that part, and I put it back together, so I didn't have to ditch the entire board just to get that thing working again.
Okay. Gotcha.
With a memory board, with a memory keyboard that you got there, it's kind of almost like basically all in one, and in the sense that like you can't change the keycaps, you can't change the membrane inside of it necessarily.
Yeah.
It's all kind of.
What do you mean by memory board?
Membrane. There's like a silicone membrane.
Okay, well, guys, I'm just gonna.
Gotcha.
You guys can continue with the call. I'm ending stream.